Section 16 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Silver or Chinchilla Persians, continued. The endeavor of the Chinchilla Cat Club, of which all the leading breeders and most successful exhibitors are members, is to continue the work that has been done to improve chinchillas, and to produce a new variety, the color of the palest shade of the fur dyed, known as blue fox, or a very light shade of pigeon blue. Without doubt, such a result can be obtained by careful selection, and the little more Darwin's words on the subject of selection are attractive to all owners of livestock. He says, improvement is by no means due to crossing different breeds. All the best breeders are strongly opposed to this practice, except sometimes amongst closely allied subbreeds. And when a cross has been made, the closest selection is far more indispensable even than in ordinary cases. If selection consisting merely in separating some very distinct variety and breeding from it, the principle would be so obvious as to be hardly worth notice. But the importance consists in the great effect produced by the accumulation in one direction during successive generations of differences, absolutely unappreciable by an uneducated eye. Not one man in 1,000 has the accuracy of eye and judgment sufficient to become an eminent breeder. Few would readily believe in the natural capacity and years of practice requisite to become even a skillful pigeon fancier. The Chinchilla Cat Club is also prepared to encourage cats of new colors, which should now be not so very difficult to produce, considering the points that have been brought out in these varieties that were well known, the latter showing that it is possible to breed to a standard if judgment is used in the endeavor to do so. Some of us remember the time when a blue cat, either long or short-haired, now the largest classes, was a rara avis, when Mrs. Lee's Mio was the only Siamese at the Crystal Palace show, Smokes an equal oddity, blue eyes and a white cat a comparatively unnoticed point, and cream-colored cats entirely unknown. The color of the chinchilla has been bred in various ways. In bygone days, when chinchilla cats were flukes or freaks and few and far between, methods which would now be considered somewhat eccentric were resorted to by the first breeders of the color. The useful tortoiseshell, from which black, red, cream, or tabby cats can be got, was pressed into the service and paired with a silver or light blue tabby not too clearly marked, would occasionally, amid the multicolored kittens, for which tortoiseshells are proverbial, throw a medium chinchilla or light silver tabby, which, with careful selection, might, a generation or two later, develop into something approaching a good chinchilla. But it is perhaps more difficult to foretell with cats than any other animal what the result of pairing will be with anything like certainty. This particularly applies to the ordinary English cat, as it is impossible to guess at the mixture of different colored creatures which have preceded it, and any of which may influence the progeny of its descendants. A fancier who would produce any particular specimen must, among other gifts, be equipped with the patience of biblical celebrities and prepared to wait 7 years, as one enthusiast actually did before arriving at the fulfillment of his desires in the shape of a well-marked tabby kitten. With pedigree cats, of course, the chances of unexpected traits reappearing in their progeny are considerably lessened, and given desirable connections on both sides of some years' standing, the personal attributes of a coming litter may be predicted more or less successfully. One of the loveliest of Smokes, the correct black with white undercoat without the shadow of a stripe, was from a brown tabby queen from brown tabby parents and a chinchilla bred from a chinchilla dame and Smoke sire. Again, a brown tabby with white paws, whose appearance did not suggest the bluest of blood, mated with the same chinchilla sire, produced in a litter 3 chinchillas and 2 faintly marked silver tabbies, which would nowadays have been styled shaded silvers by followers of the dubious hue. Needless to say, these instances are not given to encourage the idea of breeding chinchillas from brown tabbies, but as illustrations that just as the results of pairing a cat with one of nondescript pedigree cannot be guessed, so in an animal carefully bred for generations so indelibly have the characteristics of the breed or variety been stamped upon it by past ancestors that it is practically impossible for them to become obliterated or submerged. Thus, the type once fixed survives, though it be by the aid of the most incongruous connection, such as a brown tabby. Had the latter been the patrician bred from progenitors of her colors, and the chinchilla been the one of doubtful lineage, The result must, of course, have been reversed, and the kittens, in all probability, would have followed the brown tabby strain. If neither parent cat, when of distinct varieties, can boast a particularly dominant strain, the offspring naturally partakes of the peculiarities of both. Color in chinchillas is the most important form. It should be a palest silver, lavender tint, and lighter, in fact, practically white at the roots. There should be no dark blotches or stripes or brown tint on the back or about the nose. A rusty hue is, however, sometimes caused by the action of the sun or wind. As regards bars or stripes on heads, these should be as few and light in color as possible, with a view to breeding them out altogether in the future. The coat should be long and thick, of fine, soft texture, much thicker and longer round the neck, forming a decided frill and mane, the latter reaching well down the forelegs. It should also be longer on the hinder part of the thighs, forming culotte, and very bushy on the tail, which should be short and wide. The legs should be slightly feathered, with tufts of hair between the toes. There should also be tufts in the ears, which should be very small and set low. The head should be wide at the forehead and short in the muzzle, well filled up below the eyes, giving it a round appearance. The eyes large and luminous, in color emerald green with black lids. Green and yellow mixture is permissible, but not so picturesque as the green. Yellow in the eyes is not desirable. In shape, the chinchilla should have a level back and be only slightly long in the couplings. The legs should be short with round paws, the latter well padded. When in full coat, the hair should nearly reach the ground and the frill envelop the back of the head, making a very fascinating whole. The following is the standard of points as drawn up by the Chinchilla Cat Club. It is also used in America as a basis for criticism. 1. Color of coat. Palest silver, lavender tint preferred. Nearly white at roots. No dark stripes, blotches, or brown tint. Darker tips to the long hairs give the coat an appearance of being lightly peppered with a darker shade. The whole appearance of the cat to be very pale. 30. Coat long and thick. 20. 3. Texture of coat fine and soft. 10. 4. Tufts of hair inside and round the ears and between the toes. 10. 5. Head broad and round, forehead wide, ears small and set low, nose short. 25. 6. Shape back level, not too short, legs short, paws round, brush short, wide and carried low. 20. 7. Eyes large, luminous, and green in color. If green mixed with yellow, 5 points only allowed. 10. To breeders of silver Persian cats, an article by Mrs. Neild will be valuable and instructive. Mrs. Neild has made, so to speak, a specialty of silvers and owns 2 noted silver studs, the Absent-Minded Beggar and Lord Hampton. There are always some good silver queens and very frequently some choice kits, disporting themselves in the well-arranged catteries at Hart Hill, Bowden, where Mrs. Neild has a kennel of Borzios and a cattery of silvers. This is what Mrs. Neild says regarding the breeding and rearing of silver Persian cats. Perhaps of the many varieties Persian cats, and indeed they are a goodly number as they now appear on our show catalogs and schedules, the silvers may claim their owners to be the most sporting of cat breeders. Certainly, to breed successfully, it is essential that one should possess the not too common virtues of unlimited patience and perseverance. Also, experience is necessary. A common occurrence among even old hands is to assign a kitten, one of a new litter under inspection, as being of little good except as a pet, to be sold at a small sum to a good home, and a few weeks later discover this same kitten to be the pick of the litter. In short, the old story of the ugly duckling incessantly repeats itself in our catteries, certainly in those devoted to silver cats. Therefore, I suspect fanciers who have succeeded, all honor to the few, and those who mean to succeed in breeding silver Persian cats, of possessing a larger stock of patience, and of having acquired a larger experience than their brothers and sisters whose love has turned towards the blue, black, or white pussies. With these last 3, one may be tolerably sure, always taking for granted some knowledge of fairly pure coat color, and at a very early age the best kittens of the litter may be picked out, those having greatest breadth of skull, smallest ears, etc. But the silver litters are a veritable surprise packet, and remain so for an irritatingly long period. Personally, I have found that those kittens which, when born, have very pale, almost white, unbarred faces, and forelegs are ultimately those which grow palest. I take no notice of the color of the coat on the back, sides, hind legs, or tail, even if striped, as frequently happens, for all these markings generally vanish if, as I before said, the face and forelegs are unbarred. I must, however, own to one kitten who was born jet black. She was by Mrs. Champion's Lord Argent, and a shaded silver queen of my own breeding. When a month old, I dubbed her a very bad smoke. At 3 months she was coatless, a most indecent little person, having shed her coat more completely than I had ever seen in cat or kitten. When, after a provokingly long period, she again consented to appear clothed, her dress was of palest silver, unadorned by any markings except a very faint smudge on her forehead, and which, alas, spoilt her for show, a darker tinge on her broken tail. How is it that to our best some accident always happens? So, as I could not exhibit her, I sold her to a delightful home in the north of England, and her enthusiastic owner wrote to me a few weeks since that her big babies by Lord Hampton were as pale as the mother, who herself grew steadily of a fainter silver. Unfortunately, silvers, more than any other breed of cats, lack bone, caused, of course, by the unavoidable inbreeding practiced when this variety of cat was first introduced and so enthusiastically welcomed, and when but 1 or 2 fanciers owned a cat of such shade. Another article on this subject by a lady who may really claim to have established this breed will explain to the reader more than it is in my power or province to declare. To go back to the subject of our small silvers, inbred to delicacy, we should now remember how many good sires, absolutely unrelated and within easy reach, are placed at our disposal. Therefore, surely there can be no possible excuse if in a comparatively short time we do not manage to own silvers big in bone and limb, and owning, happy accompaniment, greater constitutional vigor. We are, I believe, too apt, if owning a pale queen, to mate her with the palest known stud, disregarding other very important considerations in the all-absorbing wish to breed the wonderful dirty white king or queen of silvers. Sometimes this atom, verily so, of perfection, does make its appearance and is enthusiastically greeted. But what of the mite itself? A tiny sickly scrap of a kitten, constantly ailing, refusing to grow or to weigh, except at a rate of less than half the average blue kitten of its own age. But extraordinary care keeps the mite alive until one day some chance draught or a maid's carelessness ends our careful nursing, and the poor owner of that lovely dirty white kit at last realizes that this other goodbye means it may be wiser to mate that same pale queen to the strongest, hardiest, big-boned stud possible to be found among our silver studs, even if he is rather barred. Now mark, from the result of this mating, keep the best of the female kittens and marry her, if possible not before she is 18, at any rate 15 months old, to a stud, unrelated, sturdy, of undoubtedly splendid health, for preference paler than herself and boasting grand head and the essential tiny ears and short nose. Then you may dream your dreams with a chance of their resulting in a golden realty. If breeders would but spend rather more thought when they select husbands for their pussies, they would be indeed repaid. I am not speaking, of course, to the fortunate few who have won their laurels, and of whom I would I might learn, although I rather suspect their secret of success is but the result of continual study, coupled with extreme care. Would not an enormous increase of size and weight soon become evident in the occupants of our catteries if, when a queen was about to be mated, her owner would first carefully study the list of points provided by the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society, previously quoted in this work, jotting down those good qualities to which she believes her queen may lay claim, and then selecting that sire possessing to the points most wanting in her own cat, of course never forgetting relationship? The old rule about inbreeding is once in, twice out, as all old fanciers know, but where silver Persian cats are in question, I would most strongly urge that this adage be disregarded and, as a rule, avoid inbreeding entirely until a stronger race of silver cats is established. Cats with frames equal to those big blue beauties we see at our shows. I think that in a comparatively short time, of course, always avoiding tabby blood, breeding chiefly for bone, our silver cats may be very different to those of today, those who own too fairy-like limbs to be beautiful. A word about our famous sires, and, by the way, we may congratulate ourselves on having within reach so many beauties. Often I have letters asking for advice as to which stud such and such a queen shall visit, and in addition to the above suggestions, I would remind the owner that length of journey should be taken into consideration, and the fact that if the chosen sire is extremely popular, it may be that a better result may be gained if the queen is sent to one not so much in request, especially if the owner of the stud cat has not been warned before of the visit of your pussy. However, most owners of stud cats are extremely careful in limiting the number of visitors, and few object to keeping Sir Thomas free for a week beforehand if given due notice. Do let me urge all whom it may concern to keep Madam in close confinement for several days after her return home. Indeed, in the interest of the owner of both stud and queen, this is of vast importance, and many a disappointment is due to this seemingly small neglect. Puss does not always return as one would wish, however great the care given her whilst away on her holiday, and may take her matrimonial affairs into her own paws, with results most unsatisfactory to everyone but herself. When the kits arrive, do not, if you have reason to expect valuable kittens as a result of the mating, leave more than 2 or 3 with the mother. I am, of course, speaking of silver kittens, for reasons I shall directly state. By far the best plan is to procure, some time before the birth of both litters, a good big English cat as foster mother, one known to have brought up a previous litter, not an old cat. The usual method of substituting her foster for her own babies is to take away the mother cat for a few minutes, of course out of sight, and removing one of her own kittens, rub the little silver baby with the hay of the nest and against the other kittens, so that the strange smell, sense of all others so wonderfully developed in animals, may not raise suspicion in the foster mother. Then the next day remove 1 or 2 more. May I at this point plead that the little kittens taken from their mother for your benefit should not be drowned. If they must be sent along the silent road to the quiet city, let it be done mercifully and by chloroform. Such wee things may rest easily in a big biscuit box, the lids of which usually close tightly, and about 1 ounce of chloroform poured on a piece of flannel or sponge laid on a small saucer by their side will send them painlessly to sleep. The reason I strongly advise that the English foster should nurse the best of the litter is but an echo of the old cry, want of bone. Fed by the sturdy British puss, the delicate tiny balls of silver fluff will gain greater strength and be mothered for a longer period than would be possible with their real parent. It is necessary to remember that although the foster mother needs extra food when nursing, just as in the case of the silver mother, more caution must be exercised when beginning the more liberal diet, for very probably, if this is forgotten, a liver attack, which will also affect the precious kits, will be the result of her unusual liberal fare. Remember also to inquire of the owner of your foster as to how she has been fed. With this knowledge, common sense and careful watching of cat and kittens will quickly show if it would be better to increase or diminish her meals, either in quantity or quality. It is of enormous value to bespeak the foster mother, if possible, 4 or 5 weeks before the birth of the kittens, for then it will not hurt to give her what is almost certain to be necessary, i.e. a worm powder. I always allow my mother pussies as much milk as they like, although as a rule my cats drink water, but it should be boiled and 1 tablespoonful of lime water added to each half pint. When I once urged this care of the foster mother to a friend who owned 2 kittens, she was extremely anxious to rear. I was laughed to scorn and assured that such fussiness about a strong English cat was more than foolish. Yet I would remind breeders who are inclined to agree with the above opinion that on the perfect health of your head nurse rests the future of your much prized litter. On her depends their growth, their first chance of throwing off their natural delicacy. Mr. House, in one of his articles lately published in Fur and Feather, advises that kittens should be kept with and fed by their mothers as long as 16 weeks. In my humble opinion, this is too great a strain on any Persian cat, but there may be great wisdom in keeping the kits with the mother or foster for as long as is possible without overtaxing the cat. The same authority speaks of a relay of foster mothers. I confess this puzzles me, for I should imagine that the food supplied by the second mother would be too weak in quality, as nature provides it shall be of different quality to suit the age of all and every kind of baby, for the big kits after that of the first foster, and I should have also imagined the second foster would refuse to nurse kits so much bigger than those she had just left. When my kits are 4 weeks old, I give them raw lean beef, scraped, not chopped, beginning with half a teaspoonful daily, then the same quantity twice daily, then 3 times a day, and at the same time teach them to lap using a plate, which being shallower than a saucer causes less choking and fear to the little things. Mrs. G. H. Walker of Woodhays Park is the chief supporter of the Northern Counties Cat Club, and is a member of the National Cat Club Committee. For several years, she has been a well-known breeder and exhibitor of silver Persians, and has a most excellent planned cattery, which I had the pleasure of seeing when on a visit to Woodhayes Grange. Mrs. Walker kindly had some views taken, specially for reproduction, in these pages. I consider the arrangements for the pussies' comfort and well-being as complete as it is possible to make them. The floors of the outside catteries, which face south, are cemented so that they can be washed over every day. The roofs are boarded and then covered with galvanized iron, so that all the rain runs away easily. The spacious apartments are fitted with benches and ledges, and trunks of trees and leafy shrubs are planted in the ground for the cats' special amusement and exercise. The kennels, which for the purpose of photographing them have been placed outside, are the cozy sleeping dens of the pussies. There is a maid in attendance on these fortunate cats, and the man who looks after the kennels of dogs also gives a helping hand. In one of the pictures will be seen a staircase, and this leads to 3 charmingly arranged rooms. All the appliances and utensils connected with the animals are kept in one of these apartments. Another is set apart for mothers and their families, and a third is kept in case of illness for an isolation ward. In one of the loose boxes near at hand, the cooking for the pussies is carried on, and there is a larder specifically for the cat's food. Mrs. Walker devotes much of her time to looking after her pets, and great has been her sorrow over the untimely death of some of her treasured pussies. After one of the large shows, infection crept into her cattery and worked most cruel havoc. Such losses as Mrs. Walker sustained were enough to dampen the ardor of the most enthusiastic cat lover and fancier. But the lady of Woodhayes Grange bravely faced the situation, and after a period of sad reflection, she once again resumed her hobby with renewed interest. At the Northern Counties Cat Show at Manchester in 1902, Mrs. Walker exhibited a really wonderful silver kitten. I say wonderful, for this youngster, bred from the owners Woodhayes Fitzroy and Countess, was the most unshaded and unmarked specimen of a silver I have ever seen. This unique specimen will be watched with interest by silver fanciers. May his shadings ever grow less. The average number of inmates of this cattery is about 30, but at one period of Mrs. G.H. Walker's catty career, the silver fever ran high, and there were 63 cats and kits within the precincts of the spacious and luxurious catteries of Woodhayes Grange. Mrs. Martin of High Wycombe, who has often acted as judge, has been a most successful breeder of silvers, and the progeny by St. Anthony, her noted sire, have distinguished themselves by winning over 100 prizes. St. Anthony has retired into private life, but he will always be remembered if only by his 2 children, Silver Dove and Fascination. Mrs. Martin says, "I am all in favor of the male being older than the queen in breeding silvers. Also select a good coated stud cat, short in the legs. Eyes are a worry just now. Of course, I like green best, but if a cat is good in all points but color of eye, this should not upset an award. I find that if a kitten is born almost self-silver, it will develop into an indifferent silver tabby later. But if the body is dark and head and legs light and clear, you may hope for a very unmarked specimen in due time." Mrs. Welby's silver cats, Dossie, Silver Lotus, and Veronica, were at one time well-known winners, and for length of coat and beauty of eyes have seldom been surpassed. Mrs. Welby is a most astute judge of silvers, and her remarks on this, her favorite breed, will be read with interest. This handsome variety of the Persian ranks high in the estimation of cat lovers. Indeed, its ardent admirers consider it the creme de la creme of the cat world. And why not? Surely there is nothing to compare with a lovely young Chinchilla Persian in full coat. Its very daintiness and seeming pride in itself is quite charming. One is reminded of a pretty child dressed out in its party frock, for puss appears to know it is well dressed and desirous to show her charms to the best advantage. She dances pirouettes and throws herself into the most graceful and entrancing attitudes, until we feel in sympathy with the Egyptians of old, and are willing to fall down and worship our adorable pets. We all love beauty, but to those who love cats there is something beyond even beauty, for only they who keep and care and treat them well know the comfort these little creatures are, and the happiness they can bestow by their sweet, caressing ways, perhaps more especially to those whose hearts are starved of human love, but still to all whose sympathies are wide of the varieties of silver cats. I will first treat of the chinchilla. The Crystal Palace Show of 1895 or 1896 was the first I remember with a class for chinchillas. Previous to that, I believe, they were not recognized as such, but were shown with the silver tabbies. Strictly speaking, the name chinchilla is a misnomer as applied to these cats. The soft gray coat of the little animal called the chinchilla, whose lovely fur is so much prized as an article of ladies' dress, differs diametrically from the cat so called. The fur of the chinchilla is dark at the roots and shades quite pale gray at the tips. The cat's fur, on the contrary, is absolutely pale gray, almost white at the roots, but tipped with black at the outer edges. The points as laid down by the Silver Society are as follow. Chinchillas should be as pale and unmarked silver as it is possible to breed them. The aim of the breeder of this variety, therefore, is to obtain a cat with none of the markings of the original stock, the silver tabby, the dark tippings to be slight and faint. Breeders have found this ideal most difficult to obtain. Although some kittens are born pale all over with no markings, in a few weeks or maybe months, the hope of the family is no more, for the lighter the kitten, the more delicate. Whom the gods love die young. Or again, if the cherished one lives over its baby troubles and starts on the change from its first or kitten coat to the second coat, too often do the markings appear, the shadings get darker, or fine black hairs are seen amongst the pale gray. Some of the best chinchilla kittens have been born quite dark, and with tiny stripes all over. At a month or 6 weeks these marks have disappeared, and later the coat has become an even silver. The breeder must not even then build high hopes. Again, change may occur. There is no cat which varies so much. It is quite chameleon-like in this respect. A few years ago, the Cat Club adopted the name of self-silver as applied to the chinchilla, another misnomer, as a self-silver should have no tippings or shadings, and the silver cat has not been bred that had fur the same shade throughout from roots to tips. The slight dark edging to the fur constitutes to most people the charm in these silvers. Sometimes it is almost imperceptible to the casual observer, or when the cat is in full coat, the fur being from 3 to 7 inches long on the tail, sometimes as much as 9 inches. The tiny fleckings are lost in wavy, tossing, billowy coat. But let the coat become damp, however slightly, it will be seen that the dark edges are clearly in evidence. As, however, breeders could not always produce the pale shade of silver, the litters, even with the most careful mating, being generally assorted in good, bad, and indifferent, so far as color was concerned, many fine cats, dark silvers, had no place assigned to them. It was then suggested that a class should be given at the shows to be called shaded silver, the points according to the Silver Society being as follows. Shaded silvers should be defined as pale, clear silver shaded on face, legs, and back, but having as few tabby markings as possible. The dark or shaded silvers, it was understood, should have pale, clear undercoats, but instead of the fleckings of the self-silver so called, the dark edges ran a considerable way into the fur. The shaded silver is a handsome cat, but too often many marked on the face and barred on the legs, a defect most difficult to overcome. Many cat fanciers describe the shaded silver as a spoilt tabby. The third in the group of silvers is the silver tabby. The points are here stated. The color of a silver tabby should be a pale, clear silver with distinct black markings. This variety ought in equity to have been mentioned first, as it is the original stock, but it has been overshadowed by the superior attractions of the chinchilla. Silver tabby enthusiasts will perhaps pardon this eulogy of my favorite breed. There is not the slightest doubt this handsome cat, the silver tabby, has suffered materially from the craze for the newer variety, and consequently the type has not been kept pure. They have been mated over and over again with cats of less markings in the hope of breeding chinchillas, until at the present day there are very few silver tabbies true to type. The position of the silver tabby in the feline scale is very peculiar. As a Persian, it is of course necessary that its coat should be long and fine, whilst as a tabby it is desirable that the markings should show up to advantage. How to reconcile the two is the puzzle, for the longer the coat the less the markings are evident, as the stripes are merged in the flowing coat, so that we sometimes see at the cat shows exhibits woefully out of coat placed in the first rank, as the markings are much more distinct. It follows then in this variety of the silver a long coat is distinctly a disadvantage when competing at shows. Having now obtained 3 types for silvers, and the Cat Club willing to give classes for them at the great shows held in St. Stephen's Hall, Westminster, the outcome was looked forward to with much interest. But it was one thing to get 4 types, and quite another matter to get silver breeders to understand the fine distinction. Consequently, the cats were entered in self-silver, shaded silver, and silver tabby classes indiscriminately. The result was, of course, muddle and confusion, many exhibitors having the mortification of finding wrong class on the cat pens. At a recent show held at Westminster under the auspices of the Cat Club, the judge was asked by the honorary secretary to go round the classes first, and if any exhibit was wrongly placed, to reclassify before judging. This worked satisfactorily so far as disqualification was concerned. At this show, however, the judge was confronted with another difficulty, it being found that most of the cats in the classes for shaded silver had deviated materially from the standard of points laid down by the Silver Society. Instead of the clear, pale undercoat, the fur was a dark gray right down to the skin. The majority of these cats were quite dark, and rightly speaking were not silvers. That is, if one bears in mind the metal so named. It is difficult to say in what class they could be placed unless a new class was created to be called clouded or oxidized silver. If we go on to these subdivisions, we shall not know where to stop. Self-silver or chinchilla, shaded silver, clouded silver, and silver tabby, a truly appalling problem for the bewildered judge to decide, for the majority of exhibitors would not appreciate the variations. It may come to this eventually, but at the present time the threefold classification leads to much confusion, for as nearly, or very nearly, all silver cats are more or less tabby marked, so will exhibitors be in doubt as to the class to which their cats rightly belong. It is a question if the introduction of the shaded class at shows has not done more harm than good, for as previously we saw very few of the dark silvers, it not being worth breeding the variety when there was no class in which to show them. So now the tendency of exhibits, as anyone who attends shows can see, is to run to darkness rather than light. And breeding for color, purity of color, and absence of markings has received a setback, for with some judges color is nothing, and prizes will be showered upon a spoilt tabby if it happens to have perhaps a broader head or a bulkier body. Good points, as everyone will allow, but points which the common or garden cat may possess, and we do not pit our dainty chinchillas against all and sundry. Without wishing in any way to detract from the good qualities which the more plebeian branches of the cat tribe undoubtedly possess, it is impossible not to award the palm for grace and beauty to the highly bred aristocratic chinchilla. Coal and iron are useful, but we give our admiration to diamond and pearls. Before closing the chapter on silvers, I will allude to the Cat Club show held at St. Stephen's Hall, Westminster Aquarium in January 1903. On this occasion, there was quite a record entry in the males silver class, which contained 21 cats. The list was headed by Mr. J. F. Dewar's handsome Father O'Flynn II. Many well-known prize winners had to be content with a VHC card in this class of quantity and quality. The females numbered 18, and here again a noted winner was awarded in the highest honors. Miss Chamberlain's cap and bells is very pale and pure in color, and carries a soft, silky coat. In the silver kitten class, the sexes were not divided, and Miss Ford's lovely kittens scored first and third. A sweeter face and rounder head than that possessed by Silver Button, the first prize winner would be difficult to find, and Miss Ford may be congratulated on having bred such a gem. Mr. T.B. Mason judged the silver classes at this show, and he doubtless experienced some difficulty in testing the color of the exhibits in the bad light of St. Stephen's Hall, more especially as on the opening day of the show a dense fog hung over the city. Another difficulty which must present itself to our most capable judges is the awarding of specials offered for silvers and shaded silvers. Perhaps the easiest way out of this difficulty is to give the shaded silver prizes to the darkest cats. But all are shaded, even the palest, and therefore some judges might justify themselves if they awarded both sets of specials to the one cat. At this show, Lady Marcus Beresford offered 3 special prizes in each silver class cat for the palest specimens, one of these in the male class being won by her own handsome beetle, a son of the famous Lord Southampton. The classification for silvers at the Specialist Society's show at Bath, which followed close after the Westminster show, was the largest that has ever been given, consisting of classes for novices and breeders, in addition to the ordinary division and subdivision for cats and kittens. The sensible plan of a ring class for neuters only was adopted. Members of the Specialist Society for the Encouragement of Silvers must on this occasion have felt proud of the liberal classification and of the long list of handsome special prizes offered for their favorite breed of long-haired cats. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Leung. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Silver Tabby Persians. There can be no question that a really good silver tabby will carry off the palm even from the most exquisite unmarked silver cat. And in this assertion, I feel I have the support of all our professional judges. For with a mere man, it is well known, the pale silvers do not stand high in favor. Men call them wishy-washy, insipid, and wanting in expression, and are generally displeased at this sport in the fancy that has spoiled the handsome silver tabbies of years gone by. No doubt there is just cause for complaint, for the interbreeding of silvers with silver tabbies has undoubtedly done much to destroy the clear defined markings which in tabby cats is their chief glory. Now, of course, it is easily understood that these tabby markings in a long-haired cat cannot be so distinct as those that appear to such advantage in the short-haired breeds. The better the coat, the weaker the markings, may be said of Persian silver tabbies, and judges have been known to give the highest award to an out-of-coat specimen just because the markings are more evident than a cat in full pelage. Harrison Weir states that tabby is not a Persian color, and goes on to say, "Nor have I ever seen an imported cat of that color." His definition of a silver tabby reads thus: markings, jet black lines, not too broad, scarcely so wide as the ground color shown between, so as to give a light and brilliant effect. When the black lines are broader than the color space, it is a defect, being then black marked with color instead of color with black. The lines must be clear, sharp, and well defined, in every way distinct, having no mixture of the ground color. Head and legs marked regularly, the rings on the throat and chest being in no way blurred or broken, but clear, graceful, and continuous. Lips, cushions of feet, and backs of hind legs, and the ear points, black. And here it will be interesting to give the discussion which took place and the list of points drawn up at the inaugural meeting of the Silver Society in 1900, and which standard is still adhered to in the present Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society. Silver Tabbies. At the meeting of the Silver Society, discussion arose as to whether the markings on silver tabbies should be broad or narrow. Lady Marcus Beresford proposed that Miss Leek and Mrs. Herring should be asked to express an opinion, both being breeders of prize winners. Miss Leek said she thought there were two distinct types of cats, the one with broad markings, the other with narrow stripes, and that both were correct silver tabbies, the superior beauty of either being a matter of personal opinion. Mrs. Herring agreed, and said the markings should be a dense black. Miss Leek considered they should be black at the tips, but shading to light at the roots. Mr. Abbott objected to the word dense, as black was black, and the word distinct was substituted. Finally, the following was resolved. The color of a silver tabby should be a pale, clear silver with distinct black markings, any brown or cream tinge to be considered detrimental. The eyes should be orange or green. Head and expression, 25 points. Color and markings, 25 points. Color of eyes, 5 points. Coat and condition, 20 points. Shape, 15 points. Brush, 10 points. Total, 100 points. The adoption of the preceding descriptions and scale of points as a whole was carried unanimously. As regards the eyes of a silver tabby, Harrison Weir says, deep bright yellow. The Silver Society gives an option of orange or green, but the mandate of present-day fashion and personal bias is in favor of green eyes for silver tabbies. From an artistic point of view, there is no doubt emerald green is a better contrast to silver than yellow or orange. The Reverend R. Maynard, whose name has for many years been connected with silver tabbies, recently complained in the papers of the tendency to breed green eyes in this variety. He writes, "In former days we never had anything to do with a cat that had green eyes, and now that so much is being done to improve the feline race, why should we try to think the green eye right and even desirable?" Another authority says, "The fiat has gone forth that silver tabbies are to have green eyes. Happily there still remains room for a difference of opinion on the subject, for the oldest and most perfect breeds of silver tabbies have always been distinguished by their deep hazel eyes." This vexed question of eyes, certainly outside the self classes, ought not to be one of such vast importance. As Louis Wain aptly writes when complaining of this undue proportion of points, "Everyone, judges and exhibitors alike, are bitten by the craze for the correct colored eyes. It is a fault that judges are prone to commit, and truly one point ought not to be allowed to outweigh others, and it is just this balancing of merits with a mingling of common sense that makes the good all-round judge, whether of self or tabbies, of long or short-haired cats. In judging a class of tabbies, first and foremost in the judge's estimation must rank the markings, and in Persian tabbies, coat must next be taken into consideration. I have always thought that judging long-haired tabby cats in a ring class would be specially welcomed both by judges and exhibitors, for it is when a good cat of this breed runs or walks the beauty of his markings can be seen and admired. Then the dark spine lines will show up to advantage, the side markings will stand out, and the bars on the legs and the rings round the neck may be clearly discerned. I think it is not to be wondered at that fanciers who have bred tabby cats are not easily satisfied as regards selfs and silvers. A friend of mine declared, "I always miss the stripes which give a tabby cat such a sweetly expressive countenance." Yet in spite of the beauty of the silver tabby, there are very few fanciers of this variety, and to those wishing to take up Persians, I could not recommend a more interesting field for speculative breeding. The number of good show specimens can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Silver tabby classes at our shows are full of nondescript cats with shaded silver bodies and markings only on legs and head. When judging the silver tabbies at the Crystal Palace in 1902, I was greatly struck with the number of cats and kittens which ought really to have been marked wrong class, for some of these were absolutely wanting in any definite marks at all. Some had faint gray penciling on the head and legs, but not a sign of the dense mottling on the sides. It is, no doubt, disappointing to exhibitors to have their specimens labeled wrong class, or for really lovely kittens to be passed over without even a card. But it is only by thus treating exhibits so lacking in the essential point of the class for which they are entered that fanciers will learn to discern between the genuine article and what may be called a spurious one. These pretty nondescript silvers, which are neither one thing nor the other, should be disposed of as pets, but to enter them at our shows in classes for tabbies is only throwing away money and risking the animals. No cat has come nearer to the perfect ideal of a silver tabby in our day than Lady Pink's Shrover II, now gathered to his father's. He possessed with wonderfully clear silvery white ground, with distinct dark markings, and was always the admired of all admirers at our leading shows. Lady Pink is not without some worthy descendants of her famous Shrover II, and writes to me thus, "I have a smoke male by Shrover II, and hope to show him at Westminster. Shrover III is just like his father, Shrover II, but I shall not exhibit him, as I am too afraid of losing him. I have suffered many losses after shows. Shrover III is a fine, big fellow, even better marked than his father, with long, silky, wavy coat, lovely eyes, and a perfect temper. Mrs. Herring has bred some fine silver tabbies, notably Duchess Lestock, a sensational kitten at the Westminster Show of 1900 when she was claimed at a high price by Mrs. G.H. Walker of Woody's Park. Mrs. Herring's King Alfred was the sire of Shrover II and is quite one of the best. Miss Anderson Leake is justly celebrated as a most enthusiastic and successful breeder of silver tabbies and is our greatest authority on this variety as far back as 1887. Topso of Dingley was exhibited by Miss Leake at the Crystal Palace. This cat was said to be of Irish descent, but his ancestors were sunk into oblivion. Not so, however, his progeny, for the winnings of his son, Champion Felix, owned by Miss F. Moore of Beckenham, are fresh in the minds of those who, like myself, can remember beautiful cats of bygone years. In 1889, Miss Leek entered Topso and 2 Toms in a class for blue or silver tabbies with or without white. Felix was also in this class as a winner of the Challenge Cup. Miss A. Leek's Abdul Zafir and the present representatives of the breed Abdul Hamet and Marquis of Dingley are household names amongst silver tabby fanciers. Miss Derby Hyde has long been faithful to this breed, and Thames Valley Silver King and King Alfred have often had to fight it out together at our shows, sometimes one being favored by the judge and sometimes the other carrying off the honors. Miss Cope has recently been bitten with the silver fever, and her tabby kittens are always to the fore. Her Royale Fluffball took first and 7 specials at Westminster in 1901, and her Silver Tangle is a well-known winner. Mr. Fursey, another Midland fancier, is also making a specialty of silver tabbies, and the Honorable P. Woodhouse possesses a fine silver tabby female in Silver Saint. Mrs. Slingsby owns Don Pedro, a beautiful specimen, and Miss Meeson has bred some good silver tabbies as well as silvers. But the ranks need filling, and with the assistance of the society now in existence, the classification at shows will become more liberal, and instead of silvers and browns being often placed together at the smaller shows, separate classes are guaranteed, for it is certainly most unfair on judge and exhibitor to place these 2 very distinct breeds together. Comparisons are odious, we are told, and certainly it is hard on the brownies for the more brilliant silvers to be placed side by side in competition. As regards the mating of silver tabbies, the essential point to try and breed for its markings, and it behooves the fancier to endeavor to find a sire with bold, distinct tabby markings, and if it is desired to strengthen the color, then a black is not at all a bad cross. There are 2 distinct kinds of tabbies, the blotched and the penciled varieties, and it is a matter of choice which is considered the handsomest. But it does not do to mate these 2 varieties together. A well-known authority on breeding silver tabbies writes thus in Fur and Feather. A great deal has been said as to the disadvantage of crossing chinchillas with silver tabbies, but we think this applies more to the detriment of chinchillas than of tabbies, provided the tabby on one side is of a very decided type. The chinchilla, having come originally from the same stock, may not prove a bad cross. Miss Cope's Silver Tangle, for instance, one of the best-marked silver tabby queens, is the child of the chinchilla Silver Chieftain and of a queen bred from a silver tabby sire. A good young queen belonging to Mr. Hodnott was bred from Lord Argent and a tabby mother. Champion Felix was bred from Topso, a heavily marked tabby, and Lady Pink, a cat that would nowadays have been called a light-shaded silver with white markings. Climax came of the same parents, and both have broad dark markings and transmitted them to their offspring. The union of 2 strongly marked silvers is not always a complete success. A brown tabby makes a most excellent cross, and some of the purest and best silvers we have seen have been obtained in this way. Of course, you must be prepared for a brown tabby kitten or 2, but you need not fear sandy smudges and yellow noses. The color seems to be concentrated in 1 or 2 examples and leaves the silver free. In short, in color breeding, we must be content with 1 or 2 perfect specimens in a litter, and, retaining them, try again for yet further perfection. The cat fancy needs some new sensational cat to appear on its horizon, and if only a perfect silver tabby, male or female, could be penned at one of our leading shows, a great impetus would be given to this variety, and a thoroughly good strain might be established. Then we should not read such remarks as these from the pen of the reporter. The silver tabbies, we regret to say, are only a shade of days that are gone. There is room for an enterprising enthusiast in this breed. The beautiful clear silver color with deep black markings seems to be quite a thing of the past. Who will revive them? And Echo answers, Who? From such an authority as Miss Anderson Leek, the following article on silver tabbies will be of great interest, and the photos of her cattery at Dingley Hill, Bradfield, near Reading, have been specially taken to illustrate these notes. Possibly amongst the rarest of our long-haired cats may be classed the really well-marked silver tabby. 20 years ago he existed and was, indeed, more commonly met with than today. For at that time chinchillas were practically unknown, save for a few scarce specimens, and the silver cats of that day were more commonly called grey Persians, and were nearly always tabbies. But with the popularity of the pale chinchillas began the downfall of the heavily marked tabby. Instead of breeding for the preservation of markings, everyone worked their hardest to breed out the markings, and real tabby kittens were almost unsaleable. Those that were produced were very frequently ventured and sold at low price for pets. The lightest specimens in a litter were preserved for breeding purposes, and rarer became the deeply marked silver tabby. But at last the tide has turned, and people are beginning to realize that there is a character, a beauty, and a contrast of coloring in a good tabby, which lend to them a charm all their own. Added to this, they are exceedingly rare and difficult to produce. Competent judges agree that to breed regular, symmetrical, and well-colored markings is no easy task. For contrast is the grand point in a silver tabby. His ground coat from tip to tail should be pure pale white silver. On this light silver groundwork lie the most beautiful, even dark mottlings. Dark to the point of blackness, these markings are most difficult to describe. A dark stripe runs the whole length of the spine. Then comes a light stripe on either side. Then 2 more dark stripes, but these are broken just behind the shoulder by a transverse bar of light silver, and widen on the shoulder into considerable-sized patches. The markings on the sides are not stripes, but patches, elliptical in shape, generally 3 in number, and partially encircled by dark stripes. The shoulder is particularly heavily barred and striped, as are also the hindquarters. The legs are barred throughout their length. The face should be dark, with dark tufts, and the back part of the hind legs from the knee downwards is black, as in a Southdown sheep. The head is most beautifully penciled. The cheeks possess double or treble swirls. The eyes are outlined by dark rims. On the forehead the lines form a complete triangle, which is repeated at the nape of the neck. The chest is encircled with a perfect dark ring, called the Lord Mayor's chain, but this is concealed when the large light frill is in full beauty, as is also the neck triangle. The whiskers often contain all the different shades of color found in the coat. The ear tufts should be long and light. The tail is generally ringed from trunk to tip, but this is not noticeable after kittenhood owing to the great length of the hair. Also, the hair to the root is much darker in color on the tail than on the body. The correct color for the eyes of a silver tabby is neither green, orange, nor yellow, but hazel, a deep nut brown. This shade of eye is very difficult to obtain, and it fades with age. But once seen, its beauty and suitability to the coloring of the cat will never be denied. Many of the most noted prize winners have not possessed this coveted hazel eye. The nose is by preference dark, but this, so far, has not been considered a point. Not only evenness and regularity of markings go to the making of a good tabby, but sharpness and depth of color in the dark parts, and clearness of color in the light parts. A great deal has been said of late regarding the depth of the black markings, but it is quite as necessary to insist on the purity of the silver tone. No suspicion of brown must be tolerated, neither any blue nor gray tone. There is no question that as a tabby, a long-haired cat is handicapped by the length of his coat. There are some people who would rob him of his crowning glory in order that his beautiful striping may the better appear. But surely it were better for them to confine themselves to short-hair cats if they cannot appreciate the marvel of long-haired tabby markings. For marvelous they truly are, when we consider that the dark marks are only formed by tips to the hair of some 1/4 of an inch in length. When the coat is quite short, these tips are massed together, and the blackness is, so to speak, concentrated. When the hair is at its full length of from 2 to 4 inches, it can be readily understood that the long floating locks mix and mingle with the paler coat, and some distinctness of the marking is lost. The massive frill and the long light shoulder tufts give the cat a very pale frontage, and if he be placed in a show pen side by side with a cat whose coat is just coming, whose marks show up, in all probability he will take second place. No stroking, blowing of the coat, or other device will show off a tabby cat. He must be made to get up and walk. Then the long coat falls apart, the spine lines reveal themselves, the side patches fall into place, and bars, stripes, swirls, and rings all are to be seen. Even then you will not see them all at once, but as he moves and turns, one by one the points will show themselves. As a show cat, a tabby is not a success, for his period of perfect beauty is exceedingly short. When he proposes to molt, he changes color, and if you are unwise enough to exhibit him at this stage, ominous whispers of brown tabby blood will pass from mouth to mouth. For a thorough good rusty brown shade, commend me to a molting silver tabby. Then a little later he completely loses his side markings, and you must wait until the new coat makes its appearance before you can venture him in the show pen. In the first beauty of that new coat, when the hair is about an inch long, he is a dream of color contrast, and somehow suggests such ineffable cleanliness. How to breed silver tabbies is a moot point. One thing is certain, that if we expect whole litters of well-marked kittens, we shall be grievously disappointed. Personally, we have had the best results from pairing two marked cats, slightly related and of good silver pedigrees. A smoke of silver origin is another good cross, but the sire should always be a tabby. The blacker the kittens are at birth, the better. There is no sign of light undercoat, but generally narrow pencilings of silver are to be seen, and face and paws are fairly light. The kittens, which at birth show contrast of dark and light, rarely turn out good tabbies. The markings, as a rule, become too faint. At a month old, the light markings should widen and develop, and at 3 months old, the full beauty will be seen. Before the change to cat coat, many of the kittens become more shaded than marked, and up to the 6th or 8th month there is always a possibility of their proving disappointing. If, however, after this age the markings return, harden, and develop, they will endure forever, except during periods of molting. In extreme old age, both the purity of coloring and distinctness of markings are lost. Exposure to the sun considerably injures the color of the silver tabby cats, giving them a brown tinge. We believe exhibitors of magpies never allow their birds to enjoy the rays of the sun for a similar reason, but it is a question whether or not it is wiser to study the beneficial effects of a sunbath on the health of our cats, rather than the slight detriment to their coats caused by its enjoyment. I have said nothing about size and shape. The silver tabby should be a large cat, with good bones and very heavily coated. The old-fashioned cats were very long, low on the legs, and a trifle narrow in head. Nowadays we have remedied this defect, and the modern cats are decidedly more cobby than their progenitors. The ears should be set wide apart, and be small and not too sharply pointed. If only fanciers will now devote themselves to the production of such cats as I have tried to describe, we shall soon see the silver tabby classes at our shows filled with typical animals, instead of, as is too often the case, with spoilt silvers, too heavily marked to be called chinchillas, too unevenly or lightly marked to be correct tabbies. I have mentioned Miss Cope as a breeder of silver tabbies. Her remarks on her favorite breed are as follows. There is no doubt that until quite recently interest in this fascinating breed had, to great extent, died out, owing to the craze for chinchilla breeding, but I hope their day is coming again. There is a marked improvement already shown in the silver tabby classes at the best shows. Mr. St. George Mivart, in his celebrated book, asks, "What is a cat?" But even so simple a question as that appears from his statement to be more easily asked than answered. The same may be said of the question, "What is a silver tabby?" I will endeavor to answer the question by giving my own idea of what may be considered to be a perfect type of silver tabby. The chief point of a silver tabby should be clearness and distinctness of markings. The sharper they are, the better. My ideal cat would have the 2 spine stripes clear and well defined from shoulder to base of tail, set off by the epaulet behind each front leg. On each side of the body should appear what may be called the horseshoe. Both sides should match exactly, the hind quarters well barred. The forelegs should also be barred, each in symmetrical correspondence with the other. The double cheek swirls, the markings on the forehead, which may be easily imagined to take the shape of a lyre, the shaded eyebrows and whiskers, and dark outlines to the eyes, All these give a character to the face not found except among tabbies. More or less conspicuous will be the dark lines across the chest, known as the mare's chain. Occasionally, some more favored animal is found to have 2 such lines. The beauty of all these markings is thrown up by the ground color of the coat, which should be a clear, bright silver. The whole effect, if one may so describe it, is like a piece of elaborately wrought black lace on lustrous silvery silk. The color of the eyes is somewhat a vexed question. Some fanciers prefer green. Personally, I think nothing is more lovely than the hazel eye, enhanced by dark rims. Happily, latitude is allowed in this direction in the standard drawn up by the Silver Society, which decrees the color shall be the green or orange. But with all these, my ideal silver tabby must have perfect shape of body, so far as it is possible to obtain it, as well as luxuriance of coat. The long, thin-bodied, snipey-headed, spindle-legged cat is an abomination. The ideal cat must be cobby, with short, thick legs, the head broad and massive, ears small, well-tufted, and set wide apart, the nose short and wide at the tip, the tail short and wide at the extreme end. I consider a pointed tail very undesirable. The coat of the ideal silver tabby should be long and thick, and the texture as silky as possible. Having described my ideal silver tabby, the next question is how to get it. When I succumbed to the fascination of the long-haired beauties some years ago, I resolved to breed only from the very best stock obtainable, and I have unflinchingly adhered to this rule. I would like to impress upon anyone starting this delightful hobby that it is absolutely a waste of time and money to attempt breeding from any but the best. The observance of this principle will save many disappointments, much heartburning, and not a little money. Having made up one's mind which breed one admires most, it is far better to keep to that particular variety, and win success worth having, than to dabble in a variety of breeds with only a moderate amount of success. To a rigid observance of these principles I owe any honors in the show pen which have been awarded to me. It is of little use taking up the breeding of long-haired silver tabbies unless one is possessed of unlimited patience and perseverance. It is sometimes very disappointing to find the kitten one fondly hoped would prove a coming champion merging into a shaded silver, exquisite in color and as far as head shape and coat are concerned, but nonetheless not a silver tabby. Here comes in the study of pedigree. It by no means follows that the mating of 2 tabby parents will result in a litter of pure tabby kittens, unless both sire and dame are of pure silver tabby lineage. Hence, purity of pedigree on both sides is of great importance. If there is a trace of chinchilla blood in the ancestry, it is certain to manifest itself at odd times in the progeny. Nevertheless, do not despise your shaded silver if it be a queen, providing all other points are perfect. As Miss Leek says, and I quite agree with her, you no longer have a show specimen, but you have a cat that, crossed with a heavily marked cat, will probably provide you with splendid silver tabbies. This, however, can scarcely be called the true science of breeding, as the progeny of 2 such cats may hark back to some of the original characteristics. My own practice is to mate silver tabby with silver tabby invariably, and of the purest pedigree I can find. I should never breed from a sire that I knew possessed a brown tabby ancestry. I would far rather choose a good black sire, and in this way strengthen the markings. Of course, one would not expect a mating of this kind to produce a litter of champion silver tabbies, but if I secured one well-marked kitten, I should feel quite repaid. On the general question of breeding, Mr. C.A. House, who is no mean authority, and whose suggestions I have often followed with advantage, recently said, "If I were asked to pick out in a certain cattery a pair of silver tabby Persians which would be likely to make a good match, I should proceed on lines similar to the following. Shape and size with quality of coat I should expect the dame to possess. Marking, color, length of coat, color of eye, and strength of bone I should demand in my sire. This is, of course, if I were selecting from cats whose ancestry was quite unknown to me. My reasons for so doing are because 9 times out of 10, the sire influences the outward characteristics of the progeny, while in like ratio, the dame exercises her influence over these points which are more hidden. The dame has far more to do with shape than is generally supposed, and I would rather breed from a bad-headed male than a bad-headed queen, Quality of the coat must always be looked for in the queen. With regard to inbreeding, I have no hard and fast rules to lay down. The whole matter, in spite of what one and another might say, is too experimental and speculative for anyone to dogmatize. The authority I have just quoted remarks on this matter. It sometimes happens that a fancier puts together two animals which excel in some particular property, yet not one of their progeny is above the standard of mediocrity so far as that property is concerned. Experience has shown me the importance of studying the weak points of the dame. These I try to remedy in selecting the stud cat. But with all my care I sometimes find the best laid schemes gone off the gley. For the successful keeping of cats and rearing of healthy kittens, my prescription begins and ends with two words: liberty and fresh air. I have found cats can stand any amount of cold, providing, of course, they have never had artificial heat previously. Two things must be carefully guarded against: damp and drought. These are fatal. Kittens so reared will be healthier, grow better coats, and will be much better able to stand the wear and tear of show life. My own cats live in wooden houses, raised at least 1 foot from the ground, the size at least 7.5 feet by 5.5 feet. Each house is fitted with an inner wire door, as well as the outer wooden one. Along the entire length of the upper part of one side is a wire netting window, with a broad shelf fitted beneath. This opening also has a sliding shutter fitted with glass panels. I am thus able to give ventilation at will or fasten them up securely in bad weather. In one corner of the house is a cozy sleeping box. In another corner, an equally cozy chair. All cats love a chair. Cats kept outside, when they are admitted to the house, invariably find out the most comfortable corner of the most comfortable chair. In such a house as I have described, kittens can be successfully reared. There is ample room for them to scamper round should a wet day keep them in. Unless it is absolutely raining, all my cats have the run of the large garden the whole day, and are only shut up at night. I never coddle my kittens, but try to bring them up as naturally as possible. I am sometimes asked how it is my kittens attain such good proportions. The secret, if secret there be, lies in this. I never allow my mother cats to nurse more than 2 kittens after the first week. If a foster cannot be found, I select the 2 I consider the most promising, and the lethal chamber claims the rest. Some may consider this foolish. I can only say I would far rather rear 2 thoroughly healthy kittens than 5 or 6 little puny things that will require weeks of care and attention, and then fail to reach the end in view. Baby silver tabbies, I must admit, are not altogether things of beauty and of joy. More often than not, they are dark and uninteresting. The time to decide which is the best marked kitten is while the coat is comparatively short. When compelled to make a selection, I usually give the preference to the darker kittens. Experience has taught me that the lighter kittens, so attractive in themselves even at that early stage, and whose coloring is so exquisite at 8 or 9 weeks old, are apt to prove deceptive in the end and often develop into shaded silvers. To Miss Cope's last statements I can add my testimony, but I will also mention a curious case coming under my direct notice and regarding my own silver stud cat. Cambyses is by Mowgli, a noted pale silver of silver lambkin strain, and a handsome silver tabby unknown to fame, being a house pet. When I became possessed of Cambyses, then 5 months old, he was a decided silver tabby, taking after his mother. He has since shed all his markings, except faint gray pencilings on head and legs, and is one of the lightest silvers at stud. When mated to smokes and silvers, I have not known or heard of any tabbies in the litters. But on one occasion, when crossed with a silver tabby, he had some very densely marked tabbies. I have remarked that this beautiful breed of Persians has not been taken up by American fanciers in the same enthusiastic manner as have blues, orange, and especially silvers. In an account given by Field and Fancy of the Beresford Cat Club show in New York, January 1903, I find mention made that over 125 long-haired cats were entered, and that in the silver classes alone there were 35 entries, almost as many as were entered in the whole long-haired section of the previous year. The smoke male class was cancelled, but 8 females of this breed put in an appearance. No mention is made of silver tabbies. Amongst the winners of the challenge cups offered by the Atlantic Cat Club, a silver tabby called Queenie, owned by Mrs. Wagner, carried off the trophy. Miss A. Leek of Silver Tabby fame in the English fancy has exported some of her stock, and no doubt our American cousins will not let this beautiful breed remain long neglected, but some enthusiastic fancier will establish a strain on the other side of the herring pond. At the Westminster Cat Club show of 1903, held about the same time as the Beresford, New York show, the entries in the 3 classes provided for silver tabbies numbered 27, which is an increase on previous years, but with 2 or 3 exceptions, quality was lacking. No new names appeared in the catalogs, and Miss Anderson Lecky and Miss Cope carried off the highest honors. The winner in the female class was Royal Fluffball, whose portrait appears below, and who is the best marked silver tabby that is now before the public. Miss Cope must be proud of having bred so fine a specimen by Miss Anderson Lecky's Abdul Hamel of Dingley, whose picture appropriately forms the heading of this chapter on silver tabbies. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Leung. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Smoke Persians. It is only within recent years that smoke Persian cats have really come into notice at all, and even now these lovely cats may be said to be sadly neglected in the fancy. It was not till the year 1893 that they were considered sufficiently popular to deserve a class to themselves. They were formerly relegated to the any other color class, and very often at smaller shows this is where we find the smokes penned. A really good smoke is a thing of beauty, and it seems certain that as the fancy expands and the Silver and Smoke Cat Society looks after their interests, a good time will be in store for breeders of this handsome variety. Smokes may therefore be called a new breed, and it is a very distinctive one, made up, as it were, of the 3 self-colors, black, white, and blue. It is a shaded cat without markings, the fur being pure white underneath and gradually assuming almost a black tone on the outer coat. The face, paws, and back down to the tip of the tail are the darkest parts, shading to a dark gray down the sides and on the under part of the tail. A very great beauty in smokes is the light frill and ear tufts, which lend an air of much distinction to this breed. The great failings in mini smokes is the appearance of tabby markings. These especially mar the beauty of head and face and take away from their value in the show pen. The tail should be quite free from any rims of light and dark, and should have the upper part an even dark color, and underneath a cinder gray. Some smokes are so dense on the surface coat as to be really black cats with white undercoats, having none of the modulated grades of dark and light gray. These cats are often minus the light ear tufts and ruff, and therefore cannot be regarded as correct smokes. Then, again, there are light smokes, which might almost be called silver smokes, very beautiful cats to look at, but far removed from the ideal smoke. Perhaps at some future time there may be a special classification for these cats, which are now without an abiding place at our shows. It is most important that the coat of a smoke should be long and of the true Persian flakiness. Otherwise, the chief beauty of the contrast between the light undercoat and dark outer coat is not seen to full advantage. I think I may say without fear of contradiction that, of all long-haired breeds, smokes present the most altered and absolutely disheveled appearance when out of coat. The glory of the light frill disappears, and multitudes of lines and streaks can be plainly discerned. Then a very rusty brown tinge appears on the back, and the rich, glossy black surface coat vanishes. I owned a lovely smoke cat once that, at certain times of the year, and I may say for most part of the year, was nothing better than a bad black, his only claim to the title of smoke being the general appearance of a dark cat that had spent his life in an ash pit. But when Pepper was in full feather, he was a joy to behold. It is curious that when the kittens are first born, they appear almost a dead black, with no trace of a white undercoat. This appears gradually as the kittens grow, and at 3 weeks old the lighter coat becomes visible. Their faces and paws should be intensely black when born, as the tendency in smokes is to get lighter and not darker. If a kitten is born with the appearance of a smoke, it will generally turn into what I have termed a silver smoke later on. As with black kittens, so with smokes. They are often very rusty in appearance, but this will disappear with their kitten coat. This also applies to tabby markings, though, of course, if there is any tabby blood in the strain, the markings may be retained. For this reason, it is most undesirable to mate smokes with tabbies. Neither is it advisable to select a blue as a cross. The blue tinge destroys the purity of the white undercoat, which is one of the glories of a perfect smoke. It is a case of like to like in breeding smokes, and, failing this, choose a good black sire for your queen with amber eyes. This is especially advantageous if your queen should be light in color and throw like kittens. But if she is already too dark, mate with a chinchilla, avoiding, if possible, a green-eyed one. Above all things, shun, as you would sin, tabbies of any color, and let your choice fall on a heavily coated sire. I have been told by smoke fanciers that it is much more difficult to breed a good smoke female than a male, and that the latter sex predominates in litters. I will here give the officially approved table showing the proportion of marks which should be awarded for points of smokes. This is as drawn up by the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society, which has Mrs. H.V. James, our principal breeder of smokes, as honorary secretary. Smokes. Smoke cats should be black, shading to smoke, gray, with as light an undercoat as possible, light frill and ear tufts, eyes to be orange. Value of points. Head and expression, 20 points. Color of eye, 15 points. Color of undercoat, 10 points. Absence of markings, 15 points. Coat and condition, 20 points. Tail, 10 points. Shape, 10 points. Total, 100 points. I think there are no fanciers or breeders of smokes who feel that any option should be given as to the color of eyes in this breed. For, as in the black cats, the eyes should be amber or light golden. However, I must confess that brilliant green eyes are to be preferred to the pale yellow, which too often spoil the beauty of many of the smokes now exhibited. I should never place an indifferent smoke with orange eyes over a good specimen with eyes of emerald green. In the early days of the fancy, smokes were entered in the any other variety class and were sometimes called smoke blues or smoke chinchillas. In 1891, Miss Manley, now Mrs. Strick, exhibited a fine smoke called Bayadere. Amongst the names of our oldest smoke breeders who still continue to breed, I may mention Mrs. Cartwright of Upwood. In 1895, this lady showed smokes at Cruft's show bred from her Timkins. The Upwood cats are very pure in color, having the dense outer coat very white at the roots. At one time, the Linfield smokes held their own everywhere, Mrs. Maloney winning first at the Crystal Palace in 1893, with Linfield Bogey. Mrs. Blum, better known as a silver breeder, also owned about this time a famous smoke female called Smutty. Mrs. Robert Little has for years combined the breeding of smokes with blacks. In 1897, Namasuka, a smoke female, won first at the Crystal Palace, and her descendants continue their career as first-class smokes. In more recent times, the following are noted winners: Lady Marcus Beresford's Cossie, Mrs. H.V. James's Backwell Ugram, Mrs. Sinkin's Typha, Mrs. Stead's Ronji, Mrs. Stillwell's Victoria, Mrs. Snell's Dusky Girl, Mrs. Collingwood's Minouche, Reverend P.L. Causeway's Maritana, Mrs. Neild's Silver Soot, Mrs. Hamilton's Bulger, Miss Rose's Judge. Perhaps the most consistent and successful breeder of smokes now, in the fancy, is Mrs. H.V. James, who started in 1893 and has been faithful to this breed ever since. I have had the pleasure of visiting Mrs. James' smoke cattery, and I felt that the lovely old-fashioned garden surrounding the grange at Backwell was truly an ideal place for successfully rearing livestock of any kind. And all the pussies were pictures of robust health. I am glad to be able to insert the following valuable article on smoke Persians from the pen of Mrs. James, who is certainly our best authority on this breed. Before entering upon the distinctive points of smokes, I will give a short account of my smoke cattery, and how I first took up this breed. It is curious to look back and see what mere chances govern our actions. I have all my life been devoted to Persian cats of one color or another, but never intended to go in for any special breed. However, In 1893, I purchased a blue kitten, which on its arrival appeared far from well. The man who sold it offered, if it died, to replace it. In a few days I was in a position to accept this offer, for the kitten succumbed, and another, which was also supposed to be a blue, was sent to replace it. As time went on, this kitten darkened, and, much to my disgust, turned to a deep cinder color. In 1894 there was a Grand West of England cat show held at Bristol, and, to please an old servant who had taken great care of the kitten, I entered Jubilee. I was not much up in cat showing then, but Smoke seemed to answer the description of the kitten better than any other color, so into the Smoke class he went, and, to my surprise, carried everything before him. This started my career as an exhibitor. I showed Jubilee again at Crufts and Brighton the next year, where he again carried off firsts, and was described as the best Smoke cat seen since the days of the famous Mildew. At the Palace in 1894, I bought a Smoke female kitten from Mrs. Bray as a mate for Jubilee. This mating proved successful, and I had several grand litters of Smokes, most of which, I am sorry to say, went to swell the ranks of neuter pets, being given as presents to my friends. In time I learnt wisdom, however, and kept the Smokes myself. Jubilee's career as a show cat was unfortunately cut short after his Brighton win in 1894. He escaped one night, and in a fight with another cat had his ears so torn that I was unable to exhibit him again. A year later, when I was away from home, he was let out one day and never returned, having, I expect, been trapped in the woods. At that period my Smokes nearly died out, as I had only one litter a few weeks old by Jubilee. Of the two Smokes, one was promised and the other I kept, and he is still alive as Champion Backwell Jugrum. So I think I may consider I have had my share of luck, though, like most breeders. I have had my bad times, and have lost sometimes as many as 12 cats and kittens in a few days from distemper, and once or twice a very promising female has strayed into the woods and been seen no more. I hope, however, that for some years, at least, Jubilee's descendants will continue to flourish, as there are a number of Jugrum's kittens scattered over England, and several have left these shores for America. In mating my Smoke queens, I have several times tried a black sire, and have always been successful in getting good Smokes from this cross. Jubilee, too, is an example, being by Johnny Faw, Dr. Roper's famous black Persian. I have only once, years ago, tried a blue cross, but the result was a mixed litter of blacks and blues. I have found that all the blue queens mated with Jugram have had chiefly blacks. Smokes may be considered a very hardy breed, perhaps from the fact that there has been little inbreeding so far. Jugram lives in an unheated wooden house all the year round, and has never even had a cold. Kittens will also stand the same treatment. And now I will endeavor to give my ideas as to the points which go to make up a perfect Smoke. A good Smoke is perhaps one of the most beautiful of the many beautiful breeds of long-haired cats, a bad Smoke one of the plainest. The novice, for whom this article is principally written, may therefore be glad to have a clear definition of a Smoke to start with. The definition drawn up by the Silver Society when it first started reads as follows. A Smoke cat must be black, shading to smoke gray with as light an undercoat as possible, and black points, light frill, and ear tufts, eyes to be orange. But the word black, having sometimes led novices to suppose that a black cat possessed of a white undercoat is a Smoke, it would be perhaps safer to say, a Smoke is a deep cinder-colored cat shading to gray with a white undercoat, etc. In order to distinguish the difference between black and the true cinder color of the Smoke, it is an excellent plan to keep a sound black cat in a Smoke cattery. Smokes are, comparatively speaking, one of the newer breeds of long-haired cats, and arose from the crossing of blues, blacks, and silvers, and appeared as a freak in litters of blues and silvers, and, being beautiful, were kept by their owners. No serious attempt, however, was made to breed them until quite recently. If beauty and a hardy constitution count for much, they should be more popular even than they are at present. But no doubt the extreme difficulties of breeding a good unmarked shaded cat deter many breeders from taking them up. With a whole-colored cat, it is fairly plain sailing when a strain, sound in shape and bone, has been established. But with a shaded cat, it is quite another matter. Litter after litter of kittens appear, grand in shape, strong in limbs, apparently perfect in shading. In a few months, the kittens molt, and the shading becomes perhaps a hopeless jumble of light and dark. Where it should be dark, it is turned light, and vice versa. Still worse, the shading disappears, and the markings, the bugbear of all smoke breeders, appear, showing traces of the faraway silver tabby ancestors. These markings have perhaps been lying dormant for a generation, and appear as a reminder of the silver tabby origin of the smoke. To all smoke breeders who wish to succeed, I would say, never part with a well-shaped smoke until at least a year old, lest you find you have, in rejecting the apparent ugly duckling and keeping the gem, thrown away the substance for the shadow. On the subject of mating, there is much to be said. I am afraid many owners of smoke queens mate with any colored cat which takes their fancy, in the hopes of getting something in the litter besides smokes. I have sometimes heard owners say, "Oh, I mate my smoke queen with all sorts of colors. She always has 1 or 2 good smokes in each litter." That may be true, but if a smoke strain is to be built up, you are making a fatal mistake. The kitten thus bred goes to a new home and is expected to produce smokes as good as herself. She is mated with a smoke male, and when the litter arrives, there are perhaps no smokes. She's having thrown back to her sire, so as a breeder, she is useless. Smoke to smoke must be the rule, except in special cases. When, for instance, the queen is on the light side. Then a cross with a black may be found to be necessary. Or the queen may be too dark and given to breeding black kittens. Then the choice should fall on a silver, as free as possible from silver tabby relations. On no account must a tabby of any color be chosen or a sire with any white. A blue should also be avoided, as the undercoat is liable to take the blue shade and become blurred instead of white at the roots. Orange eyes are much prized in smokes, and I believe from my own experience in breeding smokes for the last 10 years, that it is from the mothers that the kittens get their eye color. If the queen has pale green eyes, you may mate her with all the orange-eyed sires in the kingdom, and the eyes will still be pale. But if the queen has deep orange eyes, the kittens will inherit them also, even should the sire have only pale eyes. Thanks to the careful mating by some of our smoke breeders, smokes are not the flukes they once were, and a smoke queen, well mated, may now be relied upon to produce whole litters of smoke kittens. As a rule, the kittens at birth are quite black and remain so for a week or so, and my experience has been that if a kitten shows any trace of gray at birth, it will grow up too light. There are, however, a few well-known queens who throw almost silver kittens, which remain so for weeks, and then shed this kitten coat for a darker one. So no hard and fast rule can be laid down as to what a smoke kitten should look like when born. Try inbreeding for coat to avoid the sleek or woolly-coated smoke, and aim at getting a cat with a coat of the true Persian flakiness described by Mr. Harrison Weir in his book on Persian cats. Otherwise the chief beauty, the light under and dark outer coat, is not seen to advantage as the cat moves. One point to be remembered in this breed is that the new coat growing is dark just at the roots. These marks, when the smoke is changing coat, have often been mistaken for tabby markings. So for this reason, it is most unwise ever to show a smoke when out of coat. Wait until your cat is in full coat before accusing it of having tabby markings. There is a fashion in smokes, as in everything else, and at present in England, the very dark smokes are the rage. But in America, the light ones are more sought after. That grand cat, Watership Caesar, who was considered too light for English taste, was last year bought by the late Mrs. Thurston and taken to America, where he carried off all the smoke honors, also taking the prize for the best cat in show. The same happened to Lady Marcus Beresford's Cossie, a lovely cat of the lighter type. The tide may turn, however, even in England, where the slightly lighter smokes may share the honors with their darker brothers. It is better, however, to be on the safe side and breed for the darker smoke, as the lighter are apt to lose the smoke characteristics and overstep the line which divides them from a shaded silver. Mrs. Sinkins, to whom I have alluded as a smoke breeder, owns a splendid stud cat called Typhel that has made a name for himself as a first prize winner. This cat is as nearly a perfect specimen as it is possible to find. Mrs. Sinkins has written a few notes on smokes. I must consider myself honored in being asked to write about smoke Persians in the Book of the Cat, as I am, comparatively speaking, a beginner in the cat fancy, only having kept Persians for 3 years or so. I began by buying a well-bred queen and kitten, and she presented me with 2 chinchillas and a perfect smoke female, which I named Typhella, and showed at Westminster in 1899. She carried all before her, winning everything in her class, and was claimed at once at catalog price. From a silver half-sister of hers, I then bred Typhel, whose picture is in this issue, and who is a great pet, being extremely sweet-tempered and affectionate. His chief characteristics are his absolutely unmarked black face and the lovely white undercoat, so desirable in a perfect smoke, and for which he received a special this spring 1902 at Westminster. I hope some of his descendants will take after him in these respects and make smokes increasingly popular. In my opinion, it is a fatal mistake to mate smokes with blues, as they then lose this white undercoat. I think one obtains it best by mating a smoke-bred smoke cat with either a silver-bred smoke or else a silver cat as unmarked as possible, who possess a smoke ancestor. Someday I should like to try mating a black with a pale silver, just as an experiment. As to eye color, there can be no two opinions. The deeper the orange, the better. I do not find smokes at all delicate, no more so than the common or garden cat. All my queens have entire freedom, one in particular being a first-rate ratter and mouser, even catching moles sometimes. And they live out of doors in unheated houses all the year round, except in the most severe winter. It seems hard that all Persians should have to pass through an ugly period, luckily a short one, when they change their coats, looking ragged and certainly not their best. Smokes and blacks then show the brown tinge, even worse than chinchillas, as it gives them the poverty-stricken appearance of rusty molting, though I must say Typhel has so far been the exception, taking all honors at one show when in full molt. However, their good time fully compensates for the shabby period, and a typical smoke with his large orange eyes set in his black face, with light ear tufts and frill, his white undercoat showing with every movement, is a thing of beauty hard to beat, and I feel sure the smoke variety has a great future before it. Mrs. Stead, the owner of Champion Ranji and Rhoda, a winning smoke female, has kindly given me her opinion on smokes. My ideal of perfect smoke cats is that they should be black, shading to smoke gray, with as light an undercoat as possible, light frill and ear tufts, eyes orange. This is the standard up to which I try to breed. I find the kittens go through several stages before they approach this perfection. For instance, a kitten I had in the spring of 1902 lightened considerably and developed markings on the face. But at 8 months old, he was nearly up to the standard. A litter of 6 I have recently bred were entirely unmarked at birth, being in fact quite black. 5 are now medium-colored smokes, and 1 a very dark one with beautiful light undercoat. I strongly advise all breeders not to despair of coloring until their kittens are fully grown. Permanent markings are, of course, very detrimental, and there is always great anxiety as to the final color of the eyes. If, however, both parents are good in this respect, the result is generally satisfactory. The following article on smoke cats in America is taken from Field and Fancy of October 1902. Smokes, with us, will probably rank with the silvers, and are destined to always hold a measure of popularity, though we have not such a very strong lot. In fact, we may say that good smokes are never so numerous anywhere as to become a nuisance, and we may fairly congratulate ourselves at this stage of the game upon what we have had and bred. Opinions differ as to what is a smoke, and at times we have to be rather lenient in the judging of these cats, for they are apt to be off-color, too light or too streaky. No one has yet, in America, taken up the color solely to breed smokes, and nothing else, which seems a pity, for they can be bred and kept with blacks, and each sets off the other, and when visitors come to the cattery the contrast is made more apparent. Those not conversant with the color are apt to think anything smoky is a smoke exhibition cat, and no doubt, when good, those cats with dark faces and paws and light bodies are very handsome. But more often than not they are streaky and are smoke tabbies. After mature consideration and after seeing a good many, we, as well as other breeders, still think that unless the Southdown cats, as some have called them, are very good, we had better stick to the old definition of a smoke and demand them dark enough. A really dark, rich smoke without marks is, without doubt, one of the richest in colorings of all our long hairs, and the stars are few. One may go away from the original definition of a smoke, but when brought face to face with a good one, it forces one to confess that this is the genuine article. and, when in grand condition, a thing of beauty and a joy forever. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Leung. The Book of the Cat by Frances Simpson. Orange Persians. In the short-haired varieties, these cats are sometimes called red tabbies, but I do not think the term gives such a true idea of the correct tone of color, which should be just that of a ripe orange when in perfection. As I write, I have in my mind's eye the mass of bright color presented by a pile of oranges in a greengrocer's shop, and this is the tone that is to be desired in our orange cats. There is a dash of red in the ideal orange cat, suggestive perhaps of the blood oranges with which at Christmastide we are familiar. Anyhow, an orange cat should be as far removed as possible both from sandy or yellow, or, as I have heard them called, lemon-colored cats. I have left out the term tabby from the heading of this chapter, and I think advisedly, for in the Persian varieties the markings are gradually but surely vanishing, and orange cats may be said to stand in the same relation to orange tabbies as shaded silvers do to silver tabbies. I mean that most of the orange Persians now exhibited have shaded bodies, with tabby marking on head, face, and paws. The body markings, never very strong in Persian tabbies, are even less distinct in the orange than in the silver varieties. It may therefore be said that in judging this breed as they are represented in the show pen today, color is taken into consideration first, and tabby markings are of less account. As regards other distinctive features of this breed, I may say that it is the exception, and not the rule, to find good round heads and short noses. The longest faces I have ever seen in any felines have been those possessed by orange Persian and short-haired cats. I have really sometimes felt quite sorry for a magnificent puss of this color whose nose was so self-assertive that every other point, however excellent, seemed to be lost sight of, and that nose with the accentuated terminus stood out with distressing prominence. Until the year 1894, the classification at the Crystal Palace was brown or red tabby with or without white, and the descriptions given in the catalog by some owners on entering their cats read brown and red-marked tabby, spotted red tabby, sandy Persian. In 1895, orange and cream cats were placed together in one class. A specialist society for orange, cream, fawn, and tortoiseshell cats was founded in 1900, and although the number of members is small, yet they have proved a strong body of staunch supporters of these breeds, and a really astonishing amount of good work has been done by these few enthusiasts. The classification at the large shows has been greatly supplemented, and whereas before the formation of the society the sexes were never separated, now this energetic little club asks for, obtains, and often guarantees extra classes. The result, therefore, to breeders of orange and cream cats is much more satisfactory, and males and females have their respective classes, and right well have they been filled. It was in 1900 that classes for creams were introduced at shows. At the Richmond show in 1902, there were 13 entries in male and 13 in female orange and cream classes, the sexes, but not the colors, being divided. This was really a splendid testimony to the efforts of a specialist society of less than 2 years' standing. It is such a short time ago that orange, cream, and tortoiseshell cats were relegated to the any other color class, even at our largest shows. Now it is often remarked by reporters in the cat papers that the well-filled cream and orange classes were the chief attractions of the show. I will here give a copy of the circular issued by the honorary secretary inviting members to join, and the points for orange cats as drawn up by the specialist society, which were decided upon at the inaugural meeting. Orange, cream, fawn, and tortoiseshell society. Long and short-haired. As societies have been lately formed to promote the interests of one or more colors in the cat world, it has been thought by a few fanciers of orange, cream, fawn, and tortoiseshell cats that there is an opening for a society for the purpose of encouraging the breeding of these colors. The objects of such a society would be 1. to secure a better classification for these varieties at the different shows. 2. To encourage fanciers to breed and show these colors by offering special prizes, etc. 3. To improve the type of cat breed. 4. To secure recognition for all shades of orange, cream, and fawn, and inasmuch as many fanciers disagree as to the merits of the different tints for eyes, to encourage the breeding and showing of specimens with green, orange, hazel, and blue eyes. Miss Mildred Beale, Rommeldkirk Rectory, Darlington, has undertaken to act as honorary secretary to the Society, and will be glad to hear from any fanciers who may wish to support it. November 1900. Orange self or tabby points. Color and marking. Color to be as bright as possible, and either self or markings to be as distinct as can be got. 25 points. Coat. To be silky, very long, and fluffy. 25 points. Size and shape. To be large, not coarse, but massive, with plenty of bone and substance. Short legs. 20 points. Head. To be round and broad, with short nose, ears small and well opened. 15 points. Eyes. To be large and full, and bright orange or hazel. 5 points. Condition. 10 points. It will be noticed that the heading of these points is Orange Self or Tabby, but as I have pointed out, the cats exhibited as Orange Persians are neither self-colored nor can they be called tabby, so it remains to be seen which type of cat will in due course be the established one. I incline towards a self-colored orange in the Persian breeds, and a very handsome cat this would be, of just one tone of bright even color, perhaps slightly lighter on the flanks and stomach, under the tail, and with a frill of paler tone. In fact, very much the type of a smoke cat in 2 shades of brilliant orange. At the same time, if real orange tabbies can be bred with the distinct body markings, these should be encouraged. At the Cat Club shows it has been customary to give the classification for orange cats marked or unmarked, so that then the judge may not have to take tabby markings into consideration, but give his awards according to color and other points of excellence. It is the same when a class is given for sable or brown tabby, silver or shaded silver. In such classes, it would be unfair to consider either the tabby markings in the one or the amount of shadings in the other. Of course, it is possible that in time, orange cats may be bred to such perfection that 2 distinct classes will be given, namely orange, selfs, and orange tabby. In former years, blues, selfs, and blue tabbies were included in one class, but gradually blue tabbies have been disappearing from our midst. If therefore orange tabbies, I mean of course long-haired cats, should likewise become extinct, our browns and silvers would be the sole representative of tabbies in the long-haired varieties. As regards the eyes in orange Persians, the standard given in the foregoing list of the Specialist Society is bright orange or hazel. I should prefer the terms golden bronze or hazel, as there is a special shade of gold with a dash of bronze or brown, which seems to tone best with the bright coats of these cats. Certainly the pale yellow or greenish yellow eye is not desirable. Better a bright green eye. I often wonder if ever fanciers will be fortunate enough to breed an orange Persian with bright blue eyes, such as are seen in whites and Siamese. I have heard of a short-haired orange cat with blue eyes, and sometimes I have been told by a fancier of the Persian tribe that they had bred an orange, and its eyes had not turned from the deep kitten blue at 4 months, so they were fondly hoping they were going to astonish the cat world. But their hopes were dashed to the ground, for surely and sadly a change came over the color of that cat's eyes, and it was the case of the blue that failed. I once noticed an advertisement in one of our cat papers which announced, "For sale, a unique orange Persian male with perfect deep blue eyes." But I also remarked that the age of this unique specimen was not given, and I did not think it was worthwhile to write and inquire. The texture of coat in this breed ought to be particularly soft and silky, and is often of great length and thickness. The kittens, when born, are usually dull in color, and gradually brighten as they grow older. As is well known to cat fanciers, orange females are rarer than orange males, so their market value is higher. There is, therefore, always a flutter of excitement on the arrival of a litter, and too often fate has decreed that all are males. Orange cats make a splendid foil for other varieties. This is especially the case as regards blues and blacks. The contrast in color enhances the beauty of each. I know one lady who, having an eye to the artistic, keeps a blue and an orange neuter, and a lovely pair they make. I think the largest cat I ever saw was an orange neuter that simply filled the show pen with a mass of bright color, but he had a white shirt front and white gloves. As regards mating orange cats, they make a good cross with blacks and tortoiseshells, and if a brown tabby lacks the admired tawny or golden tint, then an orange may assist to brighten and improve the general tone, and do away, perchance, with that drabbiness which is so undesirable in a brown tabby. I do not think orange cats have ever been very popular, and I have remarked at shows that a certain number of people refuse to give anything but a passing contemptuous glance at the classes which contain what they call those yellow cats. A very common defect among orange Persian cats is the white or very light chin. Sometimes there is the still more damaging blemish of a white spot on the throat, spreading, perhaps, farther down the chest. It is very rare to find an orange that has really a dark underlip and chin level in tone with the body color. The white lip is a bugbear to breeders and exhibitors, for nature repeats itself, and judges make notes of the defect. And in these up-to-date catty days of specialist clubs and standards of points, a cat full of quality failing in one particular is too often a white elephant, if desired for anything more than a pet. I have observed that orange cats will sometimes develop a light or nearly white chin in their old age. I never consider a white spot or tuft of white hairs such a blemish to a cat if these are on the stomach as compared with the same defect on the throat. Such a spot would not be so likely to be handed down to successive generations. And of course, a blemish that has to be sought for in an obscure part of the body is not such an eyesore in a self or tabby cat. I have often observed orange cats with very light hair underneath which has almost approached white. But such defects are sometimes only temporary, whereas a white spot on the throat or a white chin remains once and forever. In the early days of the fancy, orange cats were decidedly more tabby-marked than they are in the present day. A noted one of this type was Cyrus the Elamite, born in 1889 and bred by Mrs. Kinchant, an enthusiastic fancier at that and later periods. In 1893 and 1894, Mr. Heap exhibited a handsome orange, Prince Charlie, at the Crystal Palace. He also owned another called Prince Lynn of the same breed, the celebrated tortoiseshell, Queen Elizabeth, being the mother of both these cats. Puff was exhibited by Mrs. Spackman in 1894. This orange cat was not much marked, and Lifeguard was bred from him. It was about this date that unmarked orange Persians became more fashionable. Among females, Lifeguard's sister, Goldilocks, owned by Mrs. Marriott, was one of the very best queens ever shown. Mrs. Foote, who's still well known in the fancy, has several beautiful orange females, notably Marigold, Buttercup, and Cowslip. With these cats, Mrs. Foote tried to breed unmarked creams and oranges, Ripon, a noted cream, being the sire. She built up several stories of her catty castle, but then sold them to Lady Marcus Beresford. Trilby, litter sister to Zoroaster, a famous cream, was one of the brightest and deepest colored orange females, or indeed orange cats, that has ever been seen. Coming down to the present day, I may remark that the number of orange cats placed at stud is very limited. A great loss to the ranks of male orange Persians was Lifeguard, formerly the property of Lady Marcus Beresford. This cat was almost unmarked, of a beautiful bright shade, and had an unusually round head and short face with long silky coat. He was purchased by Miss Cartmel, who was well known as an enthusiastic breeder of orange Persians, but who never exhibits. This lady has been very successful in breeding numerous fine female orange cats, and many a winner has been born to blush unseen from the Barham Cattery near Canterbury. Another noted winner and stud cat is Torrington Sunnysides, of whom a portrait is given. This cat is the property of Mrs. G.H. Vidal, and has done a lot of winning. His color is exceptionally good, and he has sired several prize kittens, some of which have been sent out to America and gained distinction over the water. Torrington Sunnysides has a most luxurious house in the spacious garden surrounding Mrs. Vidal's residence at Sydenham. The photograph is by Mr. G. W. Vidal, who dislikes taking orange cats because the tone is so difficult to reproduce in photography. Mrs. Davies of Caterham has owned some good orange cats. Her male Hamish was a grand specimen, but was only twice exhibited when he gained highest honors. He was then purchased by Mrs. Vidal and sent out to Mr. Story in Chicago. A son of Torrington Sunnysides has also found a home in a Chicago cattery. Red Knight was sent by the writer to Mrs. Colburn, and in an article in the American Field and Fancy mention is thus made of him. Red Knight, an orange male with deepest orange eyes, was imported from England. He is a very good type and has sired some beautiful kittens, notably 2 by Mrs. Adams' Daffodil, very fine specimens of pure orange, with cobby bodies, wide heads, tiny ears set far apart, and beautiful coats. They have been fed on force, and Miss Adams is going to call the male Sonny Jim. Another son, 7 months old of the same parentage, is the largest cat ever seen for his age, and if he continues growing, will certainly be enormous. One of Mrs. Vidal's orange kittens, Puck by name, is now owned by Mrs. Moxon of Ilfracombe, from whom I have obtained a photograph for reproduction. A few notes on orange Persian cats by Mrs. Vidal will be interesting to my readers. It is difficult to imagine a more gorgeous color than a really good orange lying full length in the sun. There is, however, rather a prejudice against them, chiefly because some people persist in calling them sandy or red, both of which names are quite misleading. I have several times had people say to me when visiting my cattery, "I have always thought I did not like sandy cats, but I have never before seen a cat of such a lovely color as the one you have just shown me." 6 years ago, when I first took up cat rearing, it was rare to see any orange cats at the shows. But now they and the creams form one of the most beautiful classes, and they have a specialist society of their own and an energetic secretary in Miss Mildred Beale. There are 2 classes of oranges, one which has the ordinary tabby markings, more or less distinct, and the other which is flecked all over the back in small patches, and which is usually not nearly so bright in color as the so-called tabby markings. The correct thing is to breed a totally unmarked orange, and although many people claim this for their pets, it is very rarely seen. The absence of markings usually means absence of the rich orange color so much admired. Any white on chin or bib is, of course, a blemish, and for breeding or show purposes, such an animal is perfectly useless. An orange stud cat is a very useful animal to have in a cattery, for crossing him will improve many colors, such as tortoiseshell, brown, gray, and sable tabbies. Well, if he is mated to a blue queen, the kittens, if orange, are beautiful in color, brighter, I think, than if 2 orange cats are mated together. In mating with other colors, it is a toss-up what color will predominate, but the only way to ensure all orange kittens is to mate with orange queens, when, according to my experience with my stud cat, Torrington Sunnysides, the results are all orange. Mated with tortoiseshells, the orange kittens are very good, but mated with blacks, the strongest color carries the day, and the kittens are mostly black or tortoiseshell, seldom orange. Silvers, chinchillas, and smokes should, of course, never be mated with oranges, as the result would be a horrible mixture. Orange queens were at one time very rare, and even now are not plentiful, being delicate and difficult to rear. The time at which the kittens change the color of their eyes from the baby blue to orange varies a great deal in individual animals, from 7 to 12 weeks. When the eyes are very deep blue, they change to bright rich orange or hazel. But if a pale blue, they change very quickly to a poor yellow, and never get the rich dark orange which the deeper blue get. Therefore, rejoice when you see your kittens with deep blue eyes. Some of our kittens have had the most lovely deep blue eyes, and great has been our sorrow as we found the inevitable change coming on. If I could only manage to get some kittens with the permanent blue eyes that the best white cats have, I should indeed be proud. But thinking of kittens with terrible white chins and undercoats, which would crop up in every litter, and would have to be drowned, quite deters me from sending my orange queens to white studs with blue eyes. All who have been accustomed to frequent the show pens will remember Mrs. M. Beale's splendid old orange queen, Yalel, who up to the last, although nearly 14 years old, always took first prize, and was a very good specimen of what an orange queen should be. of a bright rich orange without any suspicion of light under her chin or chest, the usual weak point, and having the splendid head, short nose, and good cobby shape which all breeders strive for. Short-haired orange cats are often seen about our towns and villages and are always called sandy, but are not, I think, held in much account. They are distinct from the so-called red tabby, which is a recognized color in our shows. Among the prize-winning females of the present day, I must not forget to notice Mrs. Singleton's Orange Girl, bred from Miss Beale's noted strain. This cat has had many honors showered upon her during a very short career, and as there must always be a scarcity of queens in this breed, this fine specimen is a valuable possession. So long as there are 2 cat clubs and 2 registers, there will be a confused multiplicity of names. And so yet another orange male called Puck inhabits the cat world. This handsome fellow is owned by the Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison, to whom I had the pleasure of awarding first prize and many specials at the Botanic Show held in June 1902. His vivid coloring and well-shaped limbs and splendid eyes will always make him a conspicuous specimen in the show pen. Alas, his photograph does him but scant justice. Quite a surprise packet appeared at the Crystal Palace show of 1902 by the appearance of a very handsome young male in William of Orange, exhibited by Mrs. Stilwell, and bred from Dr. Roper's noted black Johnny Faw and Tortoiseshell Queen, Dainty Diana. This cat was awarded first and many specials and was claimed by Lord Decies at catalogue price. As William was not a year old when he won his laurels, it may readily be believed that he has a distinguished career before him and may add another to the long list of winners owned and exhibited by Lady Decies. No orange male cat is better known for the fancy than that splendid fellow, the King's Own, belonging to Mrs. LynneT. He has had a most successful career and may be considered as nearly self-colored an orange as any yet exhibited. Mrs. LynneT is a devoted admirer of this breed and also a great cat lover, and has recently started an arrangement for boarding cats. And truly, I know of no place better adapted for successful cat keeping than the home of Mrs. Frances LynneT at Wernham, near Marlborough, situated as it is in the very heart of the country, a mile from any other house. Her cats can enjoy their liberty with perfect safety. A large range of brick-built and slatted outhouses has been converted into catteries and comfortably fitted. All have wooden floors, wire doors, and large runs attached. A number of portable houses and runs are dotted about the kitchen garden and meadows. An empty cottage serves as an isolation hospital or place of quarantine for cats returning from shows. A herd of purebred goats supply the inmates of the cattery with milk, and rabbits, which abound, form their staple food when in season. The largest of the outhouses is fitted with a tortoise stove, carefully guarded. The pride of Mrs. LynneT's cattery is, of course, the famous orange stud, the King's Own. He is the sire of the 2 winning orange queens, Medibel of the Durhams and Glory of Prittlewell. Fitting mates for him are Wernham Titmouse, tortoiseshell and white, Evening Primrose, a cream daughter of Champion Midshipman, and Hazeline. Also Mimosa, an orange bred by Miss Cartmel from Richmond Bow and Mistletoe. These occupy the house adjoining the stables. Champion Bundle and Betsy Jane, a lovely little blue with glorious orange eyes, are the only blues of the establishment. Latterly, Mrs. LynneT has reduced her own stock of breeding queens and makes a specialty of receiving cats during the holidays. Judging by the number of cat fanciers who send their pets to Mrs. LynneT during the summer of 1902, it is certain that a great want has been most efficiently supplied. Not only does Mrs. LynneT give personal supervision to her catty boarders and visitors, but they have splendid caretakers on the premises. These custodians are Mrs. LynneT's big St. Bernard and a Chow Chow who jealously guard the Wernham cattery. These dogs are on the very best terms with the feline inmates, and the strange pussies very soon appear to settle down to an amicable cat and dog life. The accompanying photographs, as will be seen, were taken in the depth of winter. These brick-built houses, slate-roofed with wooden floor, are splendidly adapted for keeping the cats snug and warm during the cold weather. One of the buildings illustrated is 25 feet by 15 feet and has 3 windows. This house is provided with large table, shelves, and chairs, and cozy sleeping boxes. An outside wire run of the same length and width as the building is erected for an exercise ground in summer weather. Mrs. Neat has kindly supplied me with a few notes on orange Persian cats. It was in 1897 at Boscombe Show that I claimed the winner in a class of 26 kittens, my now well-known orange Persian stud, the King's Own. The same year at the Crystal Palace, I purchased a lovely orange female kitten sired by Mrs. Pettit's Champion King of Pearls and the tortoise and white Dainty Doris. From her I fondly hoped to establish a breed of blue-eyed oranges, which feature would be charming in the variety. But alas, she came home to sicken and die, as so many another valuable kitten has done, and I have never since been able to obtain an orange of either sex sired by a blue-eyed white. It is most difficult to breed oranges without white lips and chins. The pink nose, too, is a feature in the breed that I do not like. I have found crossing an orange male with a cream female the surest way to breed sound-colored specimens of both sexes and varieties, e.g. Mehetabel of the Durhams, a really rich-colored, unmarked orange queen, and quite free from the objectionable light shading on lips and chin. She was bred by Mrs. Darcy Hilliard from her cream female, Josephine of the Durhams and the King's Own. Again, from a blue male and a tortoiseshell queen you are more certain of breeding good oranges, though seldom of the female sex, than from mating tortoiseshell and orange together. In the latter case, more often than not, black kittens predominate in the litter, and there is rarely, if ever, an orange female amongst them. Mrs. Vidal's famous orange stud, Torrington Sunnysides, was a son of my light blue Champion Bundle and a tortoiseshell dame, Torrington Owlet, herself an orange strain. Mrs. Walford Gosnell's Rufus, whose name discloses his color, was also the result of this union. Red Ensign, the orange kitten who won first and three specials at Westminster in 1902, was bred by me from Champion Bundle and Mimosa, an orange queen of cream breeding, and with his litter brother, Scarlet Lancer, took first and silver medal for the best pair of kittens. The latter is now the property of Miss Cartmel and has grown into a fine cat. Unfortunately for the cat fancy generally, Red Ensign was claimed at the show and is now a house pet. The best orange kittens I have bred were from my Wernham titmouse, a tortoiseshell and white who owns an orange dam, and the King's Own. The whole litter were females and redder than any oranges I have seen. These never lived to see a show, and their death was one of the greatest disappointments I have experienced in my career. The demand for good orange and cream females is greater than the supply. In fact, these colors are decidedly booming, and better classification is given for them at our principal shows. At the Crystal Palace show of 1898, there were only 4 entries in the open class for orange and cream males, and 4 of the same varieties in the female class, compared to the 10 entries in orange and cream male classes, and the same number in the female classes at the Cat Club show held at Westminster 1902. These facts speak for themselves of the increased interest now taken in these varieties. Unlike some of the warmer tinted of us humans, orange cats of both sexes are particularly sweet-tempered, showing great attachment to their owners. They are of strong constitution and attain to great size, being at present free from the inbreeding that is practiced amongst many other varieties of our show cats. A small piece of sulfate of iron in the drinking water will enrich the color of orange and tortoise shells, besides being an excellent tonic, especially during the molting season. Orange Persian cats do not, as a rule, make good photographs, as they lack expression compared to the short-haired tabby varieties of this color. The Mrs. Beale of Roldmakirk near Darlington have long been associated with orange and cream cats. Yallel was quite unique as an orange female, and at 15 years of age could yet win her class by reason of her grand color, perfectly shaped head, short face, and tiny well-set ears. Such a cat stands out in any breed, and such a cat may never again be bred. Yallel died in 1902 after a long and successful career. Miss Beale's male orange, Minotaur, is one of the most beautiful cats of this breed now exhibited, and has quite the best round head and face with sweetest expression. These are qualities too often lacking in orange cats. Miss Beale's name is perhaps more closely associated in the cat world with cream cats, and in my next chapter on this breed she has kindly supplied some notes. Another fancier of both orange and cream cats is Mrs. Darcy Hilliard, and to her I am indebted for the following notes on orange Persian cats. Until comparatively lately, I confined myself entirely to the breeding of creams, and my efforts were attended with considerable success, both in multiplying the number of cats of that color — I bred 13 one year — and in filling the classes given for cream females. I was particularly lucky in breeding many creams of the gentler sex. The birth of the Orange and Tortoiseshell Society fired me with ambition to start breeding oranges. I was much fascinated with the color, though I hate their being penned beside the creams at shows, as they completely take all color out of the lighter animals and give them a washed-out appearance. I started by crossing my cream queen, Josephine of the Durhams, with Mrs. Neat's famous The King's Own. This proved a most satisfactory cross, the results being 3 rich-colored unmarked orange kittens, 1 male and 2 females. I sold 1 female to Miss Scratton of Prittlewell Priory, and it has, I hear, grown into a very handsome cat. The 2 other I kept, and they won all before them at Manchester Kitten Show, 1901, and were shown at Slough after, where the male was claimed. The remaining one, Mahidable of Durham's, I kept, and she won me many prizes last winter, and, being mated this year to champion Roldmakirk Admiral, has presented me with a litter of 2 creams and an orange. Certainly creams and oranges cross well, and often I think produce a brighter and deeper tone of color than is obtained from other shades. I have lately purchased an orange Tom, and by crossing him with Hazeline, one of my cream queens, has got a splendid litter of 7 pure oranges. This, I think, proves that the cream and orange cross is good, and that they breed very true. Oranges bred by crossing other colors seem to me rather spasmodic, if I may use the term. When breeders try crossing an orange and a tortoiseshell, they very often get blacks and blues as well as oranges. On the other hand, from a blue and a tortoiseshell cross, sometimes an orange is obtained. But they do not seem able to count exactly on the results. Reliability is what I claim from the cream and orange cross. I emphatically believe in mating creams to creams if you wish to get a good pale color and few markings, and oranges and creams crossed have certainly produced good specimens of both colors for me. I speak from my own experience. I hope to do great things by trying a cross between my orange Tom, Benjamin, and Meadabel. Miss Winifred Beale's Minotaur was the result of a cross between a cream and a tortoiseshell. Her well-known Garnet is the daughter of a cream and a blue. At present, there is, to my mind, no orange female on the show bench to compare with the late Yalel, owned by Mrs. Mildred Beale, whose brilliant color and perfect head with its tiny ears made her hold her own at all the shows up to within 2 months of her death at quite a venerable age. But I hope in the future, as oranges become more popular and breeders work hard at producing good specimens, we may see her like again. I was much taken at Richmond's show with Miss Singleton's Orange Girl, and also with the kitten of that color exhibited by the same lady at Manchester. Every year, I think, shows that the general world is becoming more alive to the beauties of orange and cream cats, as proved by both the large increase in entries of these colors at the principal shows and the great demand for kittens when any are offered for sale. Undoubtedly, breeders owning creams should stick to them. If they wish to produce good oranges, see the many splendid specimens sired by Midshipmite and Admiral. It is a hard matter to say decisively what tint orange kittens should be when born. I have known them enter the world a bad cream and gradually grow redder till they develop into the brilliant color we all look to see in a cat of orange hue. Personally, I prefer them born a dark shade. They usually lighten and brighten a little, but on the whole, I think that is more satisfactory of the two. It is distinctly discouraging to see a washed-out-looking kitten when you are expecting a bright orange one. Fanciers differ about the eyes, which are supposed to be correct in this breed. Hazel eyes are universally acknowledged to be the right thing. Personally, I admire green, or rather, eau de Nil eyes, as giving more contrast to the color of the coat, but you do not often see them. I have always wished to breed a cream with blue eyes. I do not mean the baby blue, but the color that Siamese have. And only the other day I sold a kitten 3 months old with brilliant blue eyes of this tint, and shall be anxious to know whether they change in time or not. I think the time is approaching when the orange and cream cats are going to be among the most attractive classes at our bigger shows. Already the classes are much better filled than when I first joined the fancy, and you always find an admiring crowd in front of their pens. I wish, though, that a nice sprinkling of blues could always be placed between the two colors at shows. The close company of the oranges is so excessively unbecoming to the creams. Well, when you see the three colors together, they are especially lovely. To see cream and orange cats at their best, they should be at large in the country and running about on the green grass. In 1902, an orange and cream cat club was started by a few enthusiastic breeders of these varieties over in America. The Mrs. Beale, Mrs. Vidal, and Miss Frances Simpson were elected as honorary members. The following is an extract from Field and Fancy, the American weekly paper. Orange cats. There is very little doubt that this is a color that has from the beginning of the fancy in America been very popular, and has had a very strong hold upon the American love for color. But of course, as is generally the case with the popular ones, the supply has never been too plentiful, and probably never will be as regards the queens, for they only appear once in a while, according to what seems to be one of nature's rules, that the queens should be tortoiseshells. The Orange and Cream Club is probably destined to do a great deal for the variety, which is one of the colors from which it takes its name. Breeding orange cats opens quite a field, for in attaining your end, you can at the same time indulge in other colors. For undoubtedly a cross with a tortoiseshell will be found necessary to keep the color sufficiently intense, and at other times it may be quite as well to throw in a little black. The tendency for the queens to be tortoiseshells may possibly be somewhat overcome in time, but these inherent traits in colors in animals and birds are often so strong that they have a knack of reappearing even after several generations. We occasionally see queens of the orange color, and these are usually high-quality ones, both in color and type, but the orange queens are not destined to, at present, make heavy classes by themselves. Though the standard calls for orange eyes, it is a curious coincidence that the most consistently successful cat of recent times has been Mrs. Beale's Yalel, who had green eyes. But so good was her color, so good her type, that she generally won when exhibited. The struggle carried on in the British Isles for some years to breed these cats without marks has been hardly a success, and there have not been very many evolved of that color that were really without marks. And it is a great question if in this craze for absence of marks, they have not been passing by a lot of good cats. As far as we personally are concerned in the matter, we see little to be gained by the absence of marks in the orange cats. If the color had been very prolific in numbers, it might have been a good idea to try and split up the classes, but they were never too well filled, and there is room still for plenty more, though we cannot complain so much at the representation that they have had in America last season, either in numbers or quality. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Second Voice. The Book of the Cat by Frances Simpson, Cream or Fawn Persians. This may be said to be the very latest variety in Persian breeds, and one which bids fair to become very fashionable. The term cream describes exactly what is the desired tint of these cats, but few and far between are the specimens which are pale and even enough in color to be correctly described as creams. No doubt in times past now and again a cream cat would be seen exhibited in the any variety class, but then they might be designated as freaks or flukes. Now, however, fanciers of these cats have a system in their matings, and therefore, as a result, there is a breed of cats established which until late years were not recognized or classified. It is true that the cream Persians seen in the show pens are often much darker than is implied by the name, and indeed are really fawn-colored. The great thing, however, is to obtain an even tint throughout, whether dark or light, and to avoid any patches, streaks, or tabby markings. I think the very pale creams are more dainty and fascinating than the darker cats, but the lighter the coat, the more difficult it is to obtain perfect uniformity of color. Of course, there will always be a certain amount of shading in cream cats. That is, The spine line will be slightly darker, shading off on the sides and under the stomach and tail. I think that creams are making more rapid strides towards attaining the almost unmarked stage than are silvers. Certainly, good creams of today are very slightly barred on head or legs or tail, and this cannot be said as regards some of our best silver cats. This is probably to be accounted for by the cautious and wise discrimination used in mating creams by selecting blue or tortoiseshells, and thus avoiding tabby-marked cats. It is a peculiarity of cream cats that the eyes are generally almond-shaped, and are set rather slanting in the head. It is rare and a great treat to see a bold, round, owl-like eyes in cream cats. These in color should be golden or hazel, the brighter the color the better. I will here give the points of cream or fawn cats as drawn up by the Specialist Society. Cream or fawn. Color. To be as pure as possible without marking or shading, either paler or darker, dullness and white to be particularly avoided. All shades from the palest fawn to be allowable, 25. Coat. To be very long and fluffy, 25. Size and shape. To be large, not coarse, but massive, with plenty of bone and substance, short legs, 20. Head. To be round and broad, with short nose, ears small and well opened, 15. Eyes. To be large and full, and Much
bright
has
orange
been done
or
by
hazel
this
in
energetic
color,
Specialist
5.
Society to
Condition,
get a better classification
10.
for creams at our shows. And perhaps, as time goes on and a larger number of fanciers take up these breeds, a distinct classification will be given for creams and fawns. It may always be a little difficult to draw the line between the two, but such a division of colors would, I think, give satisfaction to the breeders of both creams and fawns, for at present judges are more inclined to give a preference to the palest colored cats, perhaps because more beautiful and more difficult to breed. In the former breeds, more especially blues and silvers, that I have described in this work, it would have been impossible to name all those cats that were noted in the fancy, for the simple reason that their name is legion. But it is different in a breed like creams, for as I mentioned in the beginning of this chapter, in times past it was a case of only here and there a cream Persian appearing on the scene, then vanishing perhaps to America, or else being purchased for a pet and retiring from public life. These sports in the fancy were not seriously taken up, and no one thought of trying to establish a strain, so that one can, as it were, put one's finger on the cats of this variety, if not so easily in the present day, certainly in the past. The first recorded cream Persian in catalogs or stud books is Cupid Bassiano, born in 1890, bred by Mrs. Kinchant. No pedigree is given. He was a big, broad-headed, heavily coated cat with a good many marks and shadings, and was sold to Mrs. Preston White and passed on to Miss Norman. In the same year, Mrs. Kinchant exhibited cream kittens at Brighton. Ripon was another well-known cream of imported parents, a blue and an orange. This cat was purchased from Mrs. Footy by Lady Marcus Beresford, and eventually disappeared when in the possession of Miss Cockburn Dickinson. Mr. McLaren Morrison in 1893 owned a pale cat called Devonshire Cream. In the following years, Miss Taylor bred a splendid specimen from Tawny, her noted tortoiseshell. This cat called Fawn was an absolutely self-colored fawn with brown eyes, and would do some winning if alive now to compete in our up-to-date classes for cream or fawn. It was in 1895 that Miss Beale first exhibited some of her creams, upon which, at that time, she did not set much store, more interested as she was in blues, but of her now celebrated strain more anon. One of the best-known creams of late years is Zoroaster, bred by Mrs. Bagster from her tortoiseshell Pixie. This was a remarkably large pale cat with glorious eyes, but he was a good deal patched in color when I saw him at Mrs. Mackenzie Stewart's cattery. Mrs. Cartwright bred a well-shaped light cream, Upwood Junket by Timkins, a blue, and a daughter of Cyrus the Elamite. Mrs. Davies of Caterham has often had creams in her possession, notably Lord Cremorne, quite one of the palest seen in the show pen. Two noted creams now placed at stud are Mrs. Norris's Q. Ronald and Mrs. Western's Matthew of the Durhams. Both these cats are bred from Miss Beale's famous Heavenly Twins. Regarding Matthew, a reporter in Our Cats thus writes after the Botanic Show of 1901, "Creams are, we prophesy, the coming cats. There seems to us great possibilities in this variety. Matthew of the Durhams is one of the cats we would bring forward in support of this view. Eminently aristocratic, breathing an air of refinement, This cat might be the petted darling of a princess whose cats are all selected by a connoisseur. Mr. Western is justly proud of his purchase, for he claimed this fine cat at the Sandy Show, 1901, when he was exhibited by Mrs. Darcy Hilliard. Matthew has on 4 separate occasions taken second to his father, Admiral's first. He has sired some lovely creams, notably Wednesday Myrtle, also owned by Mrs. F. Western. This female is one of the best of her breed, and is sure to have some influence over the creams of the future. At the Crystal Palace Show of 1902, where she was awarded first and many specials, she was the admired of all admirers. As a rule, cream females have been very much behind the males in quantity and quality. Almost the first 2 were bred by Miss Hester Cochrane from Cyrus the Elamite and Brunette. Cream d'Or is quite one of the best, and was owned by Mrs. Welby, who sold her to Mrs. Norris. This cat declined to enter into any matrimonial alliance for some time, but at last presented her owner with a family by Darius, Mrs. Ransom's noted blue. 2 of these cats, Q Laddie and Q Ronald, are well known in their different spheres. Q Laddie I purchased to send out to Mrs. Clinton Locke in Chicago, and she presented him to the honorary secretary of the Bursford Club, Miss Johnston. This lady exhibited Laddie at the big Chicago Cat Show, where he won high honors, and in a letter received from Miss Johnstone I learn he is growing a grand fellow and in fact is quite la creme de la creme in catty society over the water. The picture of a perfect kitten on the opening page of this chapter represents a cream female, Jessica Q, bred by Mrs. Clinton Locke from Lockhaven Daffodil, sired by Miss Johnston's Laddie Q. Mrs. Clinton Locke is justly proud of this lovely kitten and writes, "Jessica is the finest kitten I have ever seen. All her points are perfect." She was 5 weeks old when this photo was taken. Her grandfather was my Victor, an orange, her great-grandmother a tortoiseshell and white. I have mentioned Mr. F. Norris as a breeder of creams and the owner of a handsome pair of cats illustrated on this page. He has kindly supplied me with the following notes. Cream cats are of a modern color in Persians, but are now being more freely bred and finding numerous supporters. There are, however, very few good ones in the fancy, for size and color are difficult to obtain. The great failing with them is that, although they are called cream cats, the best and soundest colored ones are really of a fawn shade. So many show markings, patches, and shadings, whereas the color should be one shade and sound throughout, better be a little dark in color rather than a shade from cream to white, as is the case with so many specimens exhibited. For one grand-headed and good-eyed cat, you see a dozen snippy, long-faced ones with curious slit eyes, instead of a short snub head with glorious big round golden eyes. In my opinion, to get the short head, good eye, fine body shape, and short legs, it is best to mate a cream with a good copy blue. From my experience, nothing beats a blue, although you can mate them with a red, tortoiseshell, or black. Mating 2 creams together I do not advocate, unless one of them has a distinct outcross in the first generation to totally different blood. All of the creams shown are descended from Miss Beale's 2 brothers, Romuald Kirk Admiral and Romuald Kirk Midshipmate, and to keep the color, breeders have bred in and into them again, and that is why they have lost so much in type and character, which would have been improved by using an outcross. I have heard people say cream females will not breed. If they only studied the question a minute, they would know the reason well enough, which is that they have been too much inbred. If breeders will only try the blue cross more, they will, I'm sure, be pleased, and we shall see a better cat being shown. Breeding from blue, you will get pure creams and some cream and blue mixed. Keep the blue and cream females, and when old enough, mate them to a cream, and you will get some fine, sound-colored cream kits. It is very curious that there has been nothing yet bred in males to beat the twin cats Admiral and Midshipmate. In females, the best I have seen is Miriam of the Durhams, who has a lovely body and coat, but is long in the face and has those bad-shaped eyes. Cream d'Or runs her close, as she has such a good head, with perfect eye, but is a wee bit long in the leg. Miss Beale's females, Calliope and Mignonette, were both noted prize-winning cream females. Mrs. Darcy Hilliard has been most successful in her endeavors to breed creams from creams, and a letter from her in Our Cats of April 1901 will be interesting to breeders of this variety. Breeding of creams. Sir, being much interested in the breeding of creams, I should like to say a few words on the subject and state my experience. Though only a novice, I have up to date succeeded in breeding 20 creams. 2 in 1899, 13 in 1900, and 7 this year. I began by mating my mixed blue and cream queen Senga to a cream tom Darcy, which I bought from Mr. Hutchinson of Eggleston. From this pair I got 4 kittens, all females, 2 cream and 2 marked blues. I kept the creams, Josephine and Hazeline, winners at Westminster as kittens, first and second special and medal, 1900. Later on in the year I mated them, Hazeline to Miss Beale's midshipmate, Josephine to her admiral. Both litters were entirely cream, Josephine producing 6 kittens, Hazeline producing 5, 2 of which I kept. Matthew and Miriam of the Durhams, both won as kittens at Manchester, and Miriam has since taken first and specials at Barnard Castle, Westminster, and Reading. Matthew is growing into a very handsome cat, and I hope to exhibit him at the Botanic. On Saturday last, April 13th, Hazeline again kittened and produced 5 creams, having again been mated to midshipmate. This, I think, distinctly proves that good creams can be got from a pair of the same color. On April 14th, Senga also presented me with 2 more creams, also 2 marked blues, this time the result of mating with Miss Beale's Rommeldkirk Toza. Agnes Darcy Hilliard. Mrs. Barton Collier has 2 good creams, Bruin and Dolly of Bruff. Again, these cats are from Miss Beale's strain, the male being a fawn and the female quite one of the palest of creams. Miss H. Cochran, who formerly took a great interest in this breed, writes, I should be inclined to mate a pale cream male or female with a white, and the progeny with an unmarked orange, or vice versa. I had a litter from Buttercup and Zoroaster, consisting of 2 oranges, 2 fawns, and a cream. The fawn and creams were females, but all died in their youth. I made other attempts with similar crosses, as I had been told it was impossible to breed cream queens, and in the first year all the creams were queens and the males red. My idea was to select a male of the required color, and mate a queen of suitable breeding with him, then to mate the resulting queens with their own father. I believe this plan would have been a success if I had followed it up. My idea is that the natural males are the fawns and oranges, and that their complementary queens are the blue tortoiseshells and the ordinary tortoiseshells. No harm is ever done to a cream or orange strain by crossing with black, and it may do much good to the latter by deepening the color of the oranges, and promoting patchiness as opposed to streakiness in the tortoiseshells. I have made frequent mention of Miss Beale's noted creams during my chapter on orange and cream cats. These 2 celebrated champions are commonly known in the fancy as the Heavenly Twins, their registered names being Rommeldkirk Admiral and Rommeldkirk Midshipmate. They are really fawn Persian cats, very sound in color, well made, big boned, and are always exhibited in the pink of condition, and at all seasons of the year are in marvelous coat. Certainly, the cold climate of the Rommeldkirk cattery, which is situated 730 feet above the sea level, must anyhow suit this variety of Persian cat. I suppose the day will come when these well-tried and well-seasoned veterans will have to retire from public life and make way for some of their already noted offspring. In the north, south, east, and west, these heavenly twins have reigned supreme, and Miss Beale must have lost count of the number of prizes won by them, which, I think I am safe in saying, would give an exact record of the number of times exhibited. In response to my request, Miss Beale has sent me some notes regarding her cattery arrangements. She says, most of the houses are old farm buildings round about our stable yard, and I have recently utilized an old granary which is over the coach house. This is about 40 feet long and has a room at one end with 5 windows and good ventilation above. In addition, I have 3 big cat houses and a loft where most of the queens reside. Mitty and Admiral, the heavenly twins, have small wooden houses, felted inside and out, with wired runs and concrete floors. I have the use of 2 laundries and a tool house fitted with fireplaces, and these I reserve in case of illness. There are no cats exhibited in better coat and condition than those that come from the Rommeldkirk cattery, and the Mrs. Beale may be justly proud of their splendid specimens of creams, oranges, tortoiseshells, and blue Persians. Mrs. W. Beale has kindly supplied me with a short article on cream and fawn Persians. The cream and fawn Persian was a few years ago looked upon as a sport, and when cream kittens appeared in an orange strain, they were considered spoilt oranges, and were either given away, sold for a few shillings, or in many cases destroyed as useless. Now, however, it is very different. There is a growing demand for cats and kittens of this color, and at the big shows they usually have two classes, that is male and female for them. They were certainly slow coming into general favor, owing, I think, to the following facts. First, that the specimens formerly exhibited failed very noticeably in head, being very narrow in face and long in nose. Secondly, that cream females were practically unknown. And thirdly, that a show where they are generally seen is emphatically the worst place to see a cream Persian to advantage, as the journey and being in town, etc., takes off the spotlessness of their coat and dulls their color, and the dingy gray of the pins and the yellow of the straw combine to spoil the effect of their color. The place, without doubt, to see creams to perfection is the country, where against a background of vivid green lawn their pure, soft coloring is indeed a thing of beauty, and rarely fails to command admiration. The color is rather difficult to describe, and there are two distinct tones of color bred. The one which is generally seen, and is so far most successful at shows, is being a cream rather deep in shade, almost buff, with a distinct pink tinge about it, which is very different from the washed-out orange or sandy color some people imagine it to be. The other tone of the cream color is much paler in shade, but instead of the pink, it inclines to a lemon tinge, and though paler, it is, as a rule, more flaky and uneven than the darker shades, and it is also very apt to fade into white underneath. Nearly all the best-known creams are bred in the first place from orange and blue strains, though creams have appeared as freaks in many colors, silvers, tabbies, etc. But I believe the present strains sprang from crossing blue and orange, and you can generally rely on getting some creams by crossing a tortoiseshell, cream, orange, or blue tortoiseshell queen with a blue sire. But, so far, reversing the mating, that is, a blue queen with a cream or orange sire, is not successful from the cream breeder's point of view, though very good from that of those breeders who want blues, as the kittens generally excel in purity of color. Cream females are now fairly common, and so in a few years there ought to be a well-established strain of cream-bred creams. But, as in all other breeding for color, people are apt to get surprises. For instance, one strain of cream females mated to a cream sire invariably produces whole litters of creams, while another strain, more cream-bred than the first named, mated to the same sire produces equal number of creams and orange and creams. If people wish to start breeding creams and cannot afford a cream female, it is a good plan to buy a well-bred, nondescript colored female, either blue and cream, tabby, tortoiseshell, or anything that has cream or orange about it. And if it is properly mated, there are nearly sure to be one or two creams. Thus a cream strain can be gradually built up. There are several things to be remembered in trying to breed good creams. One point to be aimed at is to keep the color as level as possible, whether it be of a dark or light shade, and to keep it pure, not tinged with blue or dull. Among other faults to breed out are the light lip and chin, which are very common defects, and the long head, which is still seen sometimes, though creams have improved vastly in this respect in the last few years. Creams have been taken up greatly in America as well as oranges, and there they seem to be formidable rivals in popularity to the silvers, which have so far over here outdone them in that respect. One great point in favor of creams is their hardiness, for they do not possess the delicate constitutions which seem to belong to most of the other very pale varieties of Persians. While other colored cats, blues, silvers, etc., creams make a splendid contrast, and with oranges add greatly to the effect of the group. They also cross well with several colors, blue, black, tortoiseshell, etc., for breeding, and many breeders think the result of the growing fancy for these colors, that is, cream and orange, for though so different, they are hard to deal with separately, will be that they will be better catered for at shows as to classes, and more extensively bred than they are at present. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Second Voice. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Tortoiseshell Persians. Many years ago, when I first took up the cat fancy, I used to think tortoiseshells ugly and commonplace, and I'm afraid even now I have not that admiration for the breed which I feel a really good specimen of this variety ought to inspire. To begin with, it is seldom that a true type of long-haired tortoiseshell is seen or exhibited, and perhaps this may account for the breed being so much neglected. They are not taking-looking cats and make a poor show in the pen. I have often remarked, however, that this is a favorite breed with the sterner sex, and that our professional men judges will almost invariably pick out a tortoiseshell when judging in any other color class, and give it some mark of distinction. This may be accounted for by the fact that, of all varieties, a really good tortoiseshell is most difficult to breed, and therefore any specimen approaching perfection should be encouraged. There are splashed and sable tortoiseshells and tortoiseshell tabbies, all handsome cats of their kind, but not the genuine article. Real tortoiseshells may be called tricolor cats, for they should bear 3 colors like a tortoiseshell comb on their bodies, namely black, red, and yellow in distinct patches or blotches, solid in color and well broken up, with no trace of stripes, bars, or tabby markings. A brindling effect is to be avoided, and a white spot on the chin is a great blemish. It is most undesirable that the black should predominate, in which case the specimen will lack brilliancy. The 3 colors should, if possible, be pretty evenly distributed over the body, legs, and tail, and should not run into each other. The red and yellow may preponderate over the black with good effect. A blaze, so-called up the face, is considered correct, and this should be of the red or yellow, and in a straight line from the nose upwards. This is a very distinctive feature in the breed, and one that judges will look for in a good show specimen. It is incorrect for the tail to be in any way ringed with the colors. The texture of the coat is often coarser and more hairy in this breed, and it is not usually so long and flowing as in other varieties of Persian cats. There is no difference of opinion as to the correct color for the eyes of tortoiseshells. They should be a bright golden or orange, and these seem in perfect harmony with the coloring of the coat. Tortoiseshells never attain any great size, and may be called a small breed of Persian cats. I give the list of points as drawn up by the Specialist Society. Tortoiseshell. Color and marking. The 3 colors, black, orange, and yellow, to be well broken and as bright and well defined as possible, free from tabby markings, no white, 30. Coat. To be silky, very long and fluffy, 20. Size and shape. To be large, not coarse, but massive with plenty of bone and substance, short legs, 25. Head. To be round and broad, with short nose, ears small and well opened, 15. Eyes. To be large and full and bright orange or hazel in color, 5. Condition, 10. They are quite one of the most interesting from which to breed, and experiments can be tried successfully in crossing a tortoiseshell queen with black, cream, orange, and blue cats. The litters will often be a study in variety. I have known one family to consist of a black, a white, a cream, an orange, and a blue. The owner of such a litter would have something to suit all comers. A really good tortoiseshell queen may, therefore, be considered a valuable property. And what of a tortoiseshell tom? A mine of wealth would such a possession be to any fancier. Among short-haired cats, a tortoiseshell tom is a rare animal, but I do not think a long-haired specimen has ever been seen or heard of. Several experiments have been tried, but it remains for some skillful and scientific breeder to solve the problem of the manner and means to be employed to produce males of this breed. The classification at our smaller shows for tortoiseshells is generally of a meager and discouraging description. There are so few specimens that executives of shows fight shy of giving a class for even tortoiseshell and white together. So tortoiseshells are mixed up in the any other color class, and therefore this breed can seldom, if ever, be really judged on its own merits, or comparisons made between the different specimens that are exhibited. At our largest shows there are classes provided, which however are poorly filled. Tortoiseshells may be said to have no past. There are no celebrities in feline history save and except Queen Elizabeth, and not only was she the finest of her breed, but she also made her name famous by severely injuring Mr. W.R. Hawkins, who was examining her when making his awards. And I have good reason, or rather bad reason, for recollecting her, on account of her fixing her teeth into my hand when I was removing her from her basket, to pin her at the Westminster Show in 1899. It seems that she had a great objection to traveling, and resented making an exhibition of herself in public. She was a grand specimen, however, and, besides always carrying off highest honors herself, she was the mother of many prize-winning orange and tortoiseshell cats, amongst others Prince Charlie, Prince Lynn, and Maddie. I have failed to obtain a photograph of this celebrated cat, and, even had I succeeded, a tortoiseshell makes a terribly poor picture when reproduced in photography for the reason that the yellow comes out only fairly light, the orange appearing as dark as the black patches. Miss H. Cochrane had a dear old pet puss called Brunette, a dark tortoiseshell, and from her were bred some of the first cream females ever exhibited. The Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison has a good tortoiseshell, Curiosity, by name. The best 3 specimens now before the public are Dr. Roper's Dainty Diana, Miss M. Beale's Pansy, Miss Kate Sangster's Royal Yum Yum, and Mrs. Bignell's Topsy of Merivale. As regards the last named, Mrs. Bignell has kindly supplied me with the particulars of Topsy's litter when mated with different colored cats. Topsy's first litter in 1896, when mated to the Duke of Kent, a blue, was 2 creams and 2 smokes. When mated with Johnny Faw, a black, her kittens were all of the father's dusky hue. Again, when crossed with another blue male, her litter consisted of 2 orange males and a tortoiseshell female, and again, to the same cat, 1 black male and 2 orange males. Topsy is a noted prize winner, and one of her smoke children, Lucy Clare, went out to Chicago, and is considered the finest smoke specimen in the American fancy. Dr. Roper's Dainty Diana is one of the best-known tortoiseshells, and her coloring as good as any exhibited. She is the mother of many winners. Miss Kate Sangster, who is a great admirer of this breed, writes, "My champion Royal Yum Yum was bred from a black and a tortoiseshell, and her grandsire was a cream. She is over 7 years old, and has had 22 kittens, namely 5 cream, 5 blue, 5 orange, 4 black, and 3 tortoiseshell." Miss Mildred Beale, who with her sister is known so well in connection with cream and orange cats, is also the owner of some fine tortoiseshells. Wallflower, well so named, is the mother of a noted prize-winning cream called Sunlocks. Pansy, Miss M. Beale's special pet, is a well-known tortoiseshell. Snapdragon, another prize winner, was exported to America, where quite a number of the Romuald Kirk cats have found their home. We need a few more enthusiastic admirers of tortoiseshells like Miss M. Beale to take up this rather despised breed and follow in her footsteps. Some notes by the owner of Pansy will be of interest. Even fanciers who go into raptures over the blue, orange, cream, or silver members of the establishment have no admiration to spare for a tortoiseshell, however striking its record of prizes may be. And yet to those who breed and understand them, there is something very fascinating about these quaint creatures, though the taste for them is certainly an acquired one. Among non-catty people, great ignorance prevails as to what color a tortoiseshell cat really is. Many people, if asked to describe a tortoiseshell cat, would say that it was a sort of sandy color all over. Others imagine that the chintz cat, as it is called in the north, white with black and red patches, has right to the name. So let it be said at once that 3 colors, namely orange, yellow, and black, and these only, enter into the composition of the true tortoiseshell. There must be no white, neither should there be any trace of tabby markings, though this is very difficult to attain. The 3 colors should be patched or broken all over the cat, and the more distinct each separate color is in these patches, the better. Brilliancy of color is another point which breeders have to consider. Many tortoiseshells have far too large a portion of black on their coloring, which gives them a dingy and uninteresting appearance, and is sure to go against them in the show pen. The eyes should be orange, and in other points, such as shape, head, and texture of coat, the standard is the same as for the other varieties of long-haired cats. One curious fact in connection with long-haired tortoiseshells, which is well known to fanciers, may be mentioned, namely the non-existence of the male sex. Among short-haired tortoiseshells, toms are exceedingly rare, though 1 or 2 do exist, but an adult long-haired male appears to be absolutely unheard of. The writer knows of 1 male kitten born some years ago, but it was either born dead or died in very early infancy. Darwin's theory that the orange tom and tortoiseshell queen were originally the male and female of the same variety is borne out by the fact that until recently orange females were also rare. Of late years, a good many of these have been bred and reared, and therefore, if the Darwin theory is correct, It seems hard to believe that the tortoiseshell tom must be regarded as unattainable. If the difficulty has been successfully overcome in the one case, why not in the other? Breeding with this object in view is very slow work, for some tortoiseshell queens will produce litter after litter without a single kitten of their own color, and a family consisting of entirely tortoiseshells would be as welcome as it is rare. But it would be a pity to despair of breeding the long-looked-for tom. If he ever does make his appearance, he will be hailed with sufficient interest to gratify any quantity of feline vanity. At present, breeders hardly seem to recognize the great value of the tortoiseshell queen for breeding almost any variety of self-colored cat. If the queen is mated to an orange, a cream, or a blue tom, she will be very likely to produce at least one or two really good specimens of the same color as the sire, and sometimes a far larger proportion of the litter will favor him. Much, of course, depends upon how the queen herself is bred, and this no doubt accounts for disappointment in some cases. Tortoiseshells compare very favorably with the other varieties of long-haired cats in the matter of intelligence. The writer knows of one which enjoys the well-earned reputation of being the cleverest thief in the cattery. Nothing is safe from her nimble paws. She has often been known to remove the lid from the saucepan in which the meat for the cattery supper had been placed, and make off with the contents. And if the cook's back should be turned for only half a minute, woe to tomorrow's dinner or anything else tempting which may chance to be within reach. Though tortoiseshells may be distinguished for brains, some of them certainly fail considerably in temper. They seem to find it most difficult to keep the peace with the other members of the cattery. I sincerely hope this breed will receive more attention from fanciers in the future. End of section 21.
Section from left-hand column 22 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peace Advocate 25. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Tortoiseshell and White Persians. Chapter 18. Tortoiseshell and White Persians. These cats, both long and short-haired, have always had a great fascination for me. One of my first Persian pets were a tortoiseshell and white, with a gorgeous coat, stand of frill, and white spreading tail. She was so stately and dignified that we called her the Lady Mayoress. In those days, cats were of no account, and shows were non-existent. My pretty pet roamed at will, and made her own matrimonial arrangements. The kittens were consequently mostly consigned to the bucket. With my present knowledge of the feline race, I realized that the Lady Mayoress was a prime specimen of what a tortoiseshell and white should be. She was not a white and tortoiseshell, as so many now seen in the show pen might be called. In these cases, the whites predominate, and in reality, the four colors should be about equally distributed. The patches of black, red, and yellow should cover the back, head, and tail, leaving the chest and paws and part of the hind quarters white. There should be patches of the three colors on each side of the face, with the white place of the nose. As in the tortoiseshells, so in this breed, it is better for the brighter colors rather than the black to predominate. I believe an old-fashioned name for this breed was Chinchilla Cats. I think they might also be called patchwork cats. There is a great deal in the manner in which the colors are distributed on either side of the head, for expression in a cat goes a long way, and if the patches are badly placed and unevenly distributed, the effect may be displeasing and perhaps grotesque. Harrison Weir, in writing of this breed, says, "In a good tortoiseshell white, there should be more white on the chest, belly, and hind legs than is allowable in the black and white cat. This item necessary for artistic beauty, when the color is laid on in patches, although it should be even, clear, and distinct in its outline. The larger space of white adds brilliancy to the red, yellow, and black coloring. The face is one of the parts which should have some uniformity of color, and yet not so, but a mere balancing of color, that is to say, There should be a relief in black with the yellow and red on each side, and so in the body and tail. The nose should be white, the eyes orange, and the whole coloring rich and varied, without the least stabbiness, either brown or gray, or an approach to it, such being highly detrimental to its beauty. This is another of the breeds of long-haired cats that may be said to have no history in the fancy, and I doubt if tortoiseshell and white will ever be taken up seriously. There will always remain the difficulty of obtaining good mates for the queens, as males in this variety are almost as rare as in the tortoiseshells. It would seem that the corresponding males to tortoiseshells and tortoiseshell and whites are orange and fawns. I do not remember ever having seen or heard of a long-haired tortoiseshell and white tomcat, and as regards notable females, these have never at any time been numerous, and few really good specimens have been exhibited. The most perfect type was Lady Marcus Beresford's Cara, an imported cat of great size and beautiful shape. Her coloring and markings were lovely, and her round snub face and short nose lent great charm to this unique specimen. It was a grievous loss to her owner and the fancy when poor Cara suddenly developed dropsy and succumbed to this rather unusual complaint amongst cats. Mrs. Davies possessed a fine tortoiseshell and white named Chumley, and Mrs. Baumfowl's Susan was a good type. Many of the cats exhibited have either too much or too little white, and often there is a grave suspicion of Tabby amongst the black and orange. Coming down to the present-day cats, I may mention Mr. Forsyth's Beauty of Birmingham and Peggy Primrose, both of which he disposed of after shows where they were exhibited. There is no doubt these cats are very taking in the show pen, where darker feline beauties are at a considerable disadvantage. I have had a difficulty in obtaining any good photographs illustrative of these cats, for, as with tortoiseshells, the coloring cannot be successfully portrayed by any gradations in tone, so that the orange and black both appear dark on a white ground, and thus the individuality of the breed is lost. It is different in painting, when it may be generally noticed that artists choose to depict these broken-colored cats in reference to the self-colored ones. In Madame Ronner's lovely pictures, of which several adorn these pages, it will be remarked that almost all the fascinating fluffy kittens are patched in color. As I have remarked, one of the reasons why these cats have not been seriously taken up by fanciers is the difficulty experienced in selecting suitable mates that will be likely to perpetuate the breed. In fact, this is not possible with any degree of certainty. Tortoiseshell and white may be crossed with black or orange cats, and it is a toss-up what the progeny may be. Creams are sometimes bred by mating with blues, but there is always the danger of white spots and white stones. I once mated a pretty tortoiseshell and white with my silver cambyses, and the result was a good pale silver and an almost unmarked cream. Considering all things, I cannot prophesy any future for this breed in the fancy. In fact, I think there is every chance of these really pretty posies disappearing from our midst. At the Westminster show of 1903, there was only one solitary entry in the tortoiseshell and white class. This was Miss Yeoman's Mary II, whose portrait appears on the foregoing page. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amanda Leung. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Brown Tabby Persians. My first prize-winning kitten was a brown tabby, exhibited many years ago at the Crystal Palace. He became my stud cat, Raja. called after an Indian prince who was visiting us at that time. Raja was wholly and devotedly attached to the lady of his choice, namely my blue Persian, Mater. These two names occur in the pedigree of many a prize winner of the present day, and very numerous were the lovely litters I reared from this eminently respectable pair of Persians. I never knew either Raja or Mater troubled with a day's illness, and if one of their kittens had died, such an event would have caused as much astonishment as grief. But I must return to my tabbies. I cannot explain it, but certain it is that of all the feline race, blues not excepted, the warmest corner in my heart has always been kept for the brown tabbies. There is something so comfortable and homely about these dear brownies. They seem to have more intelligent and expressive countenances than any other cats, and I am firmly of opinion that no Persian cats are so healthy and strong as brown tabbies. They are a hardy race, and as such I have frequently recommended novices in the fancy to start with a good brown queen, and with ordinary care they may reasonably expect to rear litter after litter without the difficulties and disasters that one hears of in connection with the bringing up of Persian kittens in general. I know there is a kind of idea that brown tabbies are a common sort of cat, and this breed is often spoken of in a most disparaging way. Then again, the ignorant in the cat world have an extraordinary notion that tabbies are always females, perhaps because we sometimes hear a meddlesome or gossiping woman called a tabby, and I had a dear old friend who always made me aware of tabby bipeds among catty communities. The word tabby is supposed to have had its origin in a certain street in Baghdad called a tab, which was chiefly inhabited by weavers of a particular kind of material called a tabby. This is what Harrison Weir says on the subject. The word tabby was derived from a kind of taffeta or ribbed silk, which when calendared, or what is now termed watered, is by that process covered with wavy lines. This stuff in bygone times was often called tabby. Hence the cat with lines or markings on its fur was called a tabby cat. Certain it is that the word tabby only referred to the marking or stripes, not to the absolute color, for in Wit and Drollery is the following: her petticoat of satin, her gown of crimson tabby. Be that as it may, I think there is little doubt that the foregoing was the origin of the term. Yet it was also called the brindled cat or the tiger cat, and with some the grey cat, grey malkin. We are told also by the same authority that tabby cats in Norfolk and Suffolk were called Cypress cats, cypress being a reddish-yellow color, so that the term may have applied to orange as well as brown tabbies. The term tiger cat is, I believe, often used in America, and it well describes the true type of a brown tabby. The groundwork should be of a bright tawny shade, and with a dash of burnt sienna, the markings a dark seal brown, almost black. As regards the color of eyes in brown tabbies, I prefer the golden or orange, but some of the finest cats in this variety have possessed the green eye, and some fanciers are disposed to prefer this color, which I think should be the specialty of the silvers. Anyhow, a good brilliant green is preferable to a washed-out, undecided yellow. There are two distinct types of brown tabbies, the splashed or heavily marked, and the barred or ticked. I think the former the handsomer breed, with the well-defined and evenly balanced side markings, the dark spine line, not too wide, the clear rings round the chest, commonly called the Lord Mayor's chain, the paws ringed in graduated bars to the foot. On the head and face the markings should be very clear and distinct, the narrow dark headlines running symmetrically till they join the broad spine line. The ruff should be of the light shade, and ears of the same tone lend great distinction to this cat. As in the other tabby breeds, the browns are terribly addicted to white chins. In fact, I think it is certainly rarer to find a brown tabby without this blemish than an orange, more pains having been taken to eradicate the evil in orange tabbies. There is no denying the fact that brown tabbies are a very neglected breed, and at present the only one, except tortoiseshell and white, that is not taken up by a specialist society. This is a crying shame, and it remains for some ardent admirer of the dear brown tabbies to form a club, and to try to breed really good specimens of the golden brown order, not the drab or gray animals that are so frequently seen at our shows, and which are very far removed from the genuine article. I do not think that any breed can produce such fascinating kittens. They have such remarkably intelligent expressions, and, as a rule, the sturdy cobby shape and broad heads of brown tabbies are very conspicuous. This breed should distinctly be massive in build, with plenty of bone and muscle. In fact, with brown tabbies, the larger the better, if well proportioned. With the sterner sex, brown tabbies are decided favorites, and I cannot help noticing that the very few fanciers who have taken up this breed amongst the gentler sex are what might be termed strong-minded. I have also remarked that when once fanciers start breeding brown tabbies, they continue, and this cannot be truly said of other breeds, silvers for instance. But I would fain see a steady increase to the ranks of breeders of brown tabby Persians, and more encouragement given at shows. I know that as matters now stand, fanciers complain they cannot get any market for their tabby kittens, and that classification is poor at shows and prizes scarce. It is all too true, but surely it is a long lane that has no turning, and as every dog has its day, so perhaps in the future, whether near or distant, this beautiful breed will gain all the admiration and attention that it deserves. There is a distinct kind of brown tabby, so called, which may better be described as sable. These cats have not the regular tabby markings, but the two colors are blended one with another, the lighter sable tone predominating. At the Crystal Palace Cat Show of 1902, the class was for brown tabby or sable. I was judging, and considering the mixed entries, I felt that markings must not be of the first importance, and so awarded first and second to Miss Whitney's beautiful sable females, the third going to a well-marked, though out-of-condition brown tabby. These sable-marked cats are rare, but still more beautiful would be a cat entirely of the one tawny color, a self-sable without markings. The most suitable factors to obtain this color, so writes Mrs. Balding, would probably be tortoiseshell and sable tabby, as free from marking and as red in ground color as possible. A cross of orange, bright-colored, and as nearly as unattainable from unmarked ancestors would be useful. Some 9 years ago I purchased a dimly marked, bright sable-colored cat, Molly, shown by Mrs. Davies at the Crystal Palace, with a view to producing a self-colored sable cat. But Molly unfortunately died, and I abandoned the idea. The nearest approach to a self-sable I have ever come across was a cat I obtained for the Viscountess Esher, which had, alas, been neutered. He was almost unmarked, and of the color of Canadian sable, with golden eyes, a most uncommon specimen. Another species is the spotted tabby, but I have never seen a true specimen in Persians. Some brown tabbies are ticked or spotted on the sides, but they have the spine line and markings on neck, head, and tail. Very few and far between have been good brown tabbies in the history of the fancy. Amongst the males, 2 names may be said to stand out conspicuously, Miss Sotham's Birkdale Ruffle and my own Persimmon. Both these cats, of quite different types, have gone to their rest. As regards the famous Birkdale strain, the following account, kindly supplied to me by Miss Sotham, will be of interest. There is no doubt that until quite recently, our old friend the tabby has been deliberately placed in the background and regarded in the show world with an indifference which has proved an unmistakable stumbling block to the improvement of this particular breed. Nor is this very much to be wondered at when we take into consideration the hideous combination of the drab, colorless browns, dowdy grays, and indistinct markings which had hitherto constituted the chief charms of the typical tabby. Instead, it would appear that the commonplace and unattractive gray was openly encouraged, rather than otherwise. For, although the silver tabby was provided with a classification of his own, only one class was relegated to brown and gray tabbies, either color being considered equally worthy of carrying off premier honors. It was at this period, when the nondescript tabby was reigning supreme, that champion Birkdale Ruffy made his debut in the show world. My sister, Miss Emily Sotham, being the first to bring the sable tabby into prominence. Whether, however, it was that the public was not sufficiently up to date to appreciate the sudden departure from the usual somber colors with which it had hitherto been satisfied to a brilliant sable, or whether he was particularly unfortunate in his choice of judges, it is difficult to say. At any rate, it was not until 4 years after his first appearance in the show pen that he met with the justice that his many beautiful points so richly deserved. In fact, after exhibiting him at several shows where he was deliberately passed over for other and most inferior cats, he being in the pink of condition, my sister was so annoyed at the treatment he received that she simply burnt the schedules which poured in upon her and kept him at home, determined that he should not be further insulted by such flagrant injustice. It was at the West of England Cat Show in 1894 that Birkdale Ruffy scored his first real success, I believe under Mr. Gresham, winning 2 first prizes in the open and novice classes and 2 specials. Here at last his beautiful sable coloring, his dense black markings, and wonderfully expressive face were appreciated. The year 1896 was the occasion of his sensational win at the Crystal Palace show. He simply swept the board, carrying everything before him. First prize, championship, several specials, and the special given by the King, then Prince of Wales, for the best rough-coated cat in the show, the prize being a handsomely framed portrait of the King with his autograph attached. Mrs. Vallance was judge. Again, in 1897, he was shown with great success at the Crystal Palace, winning first prize, championship, and special. This was the occasion of Birkdale Ruffy's last appearance before the public, as it was during the following month my sister was taken dangerously ill, and for this reason his pen at the Brighton show was empty. After her death we determined to subject him no more to the trials and discomforts of the show pen, so Ruffy, who was now 7 years old and a great pet, both for his own sake and that of his mistress, only too gladly retired into the privacy of home life, spending the cold winters by the fireside in his own little snug retreat, and in the long summer days lying under his bower of shady hops, lazily watching his facsimile, his little son, Master Ruffy, growing up more beautiful each day and ready to take up the thread of his father's famous career in the exhibition world. Into the latter Master Ruffy made his debut without any of the numerous anxieties encountered by his celebrated parent. The way was paved for him, and when he appeared at the Crystal Palace show in 1899 in all the full glory of his youth and beauty, it was difficult for the judges to realize that it was not their old favorite who was now confronting them through the wires. Master Ruffy has only been shown on 2 occasions, in 1897 as a kitten and in 1899 at the Crystal Palace, when he returned home with his box literally filled with cards, his winnings including 3 first prizes, 4 specials, and a championship. I am sorry we can manage to get no really good photo of Master Ruffy. Time after time we have attempted it, in studios, out of doors, by means of professionals and amateurs, including many kind relatives and friends with their ever-ready little Kodaks. Master Ruffy steadfastly refuses to face the camera. Again and again the button is pressed in vain, and only the glimpse of a vanishing tail upon the negative is all we have to show as Ruffy's portrait. But we only have to look at Birkdale Ruffy's picture, and we have Master Ruffy too. The only difference between them is that the latter is a very cobby little fellow, being perhaps shorter in the legs, which makes him appear to be a somewhat smaller cat than his father. In fact, at the Crystal Palace show he was pronounced by the judges to be perfect in every point. Birkdale Ruffy was noted for the extreme beauty of his expression. He had certainly one of the most characteristic faces ever seen in a cat, and his son inherits the same. The former was constantly the subject of sketches in the illustrated papers, those by Mr. Louis Wain being especially lifelike. Some of Master Ruffy's descendants are, I believe, in the possession of Miss Whitney, and have met with great success in the show pen. Our cattery is built on the principle of shepherd's huts, each house having a separate wire run, with shrubs planted, and a thick wall of ivy in the background, which gives a picturesque appearance to the whole of the little colony. In summer, a mass of luxuriant hops makes a welcome shade from the hot sun. The houses are warmed by gas stoves, on which the cats love to sit, purring contentedly, and with the pretty curtained windows, carpets, wickerwork armchairs, and cozily cushioned benches, I think Master Ruffy and his 7 feline playmates have a pretty easy time in this tempestuous world. The one bone of contention is that the cats have appropriated the sunniest corner of the garden, their houses having the much desired southern aspect, which our gardener looks at with longing eyes for his beloved peaches and early peas. Happily he bears the little occupants no grudge, and when we go from home takes over the whole of the cattery into his charge. Here let me give a few details of my dear departed puss. Persimmon was a well-known character in the fancy, and had the distinction of being a champion in the National Cat Club and the Cat Club. It was in 1899 when, judging at Brighton, I was greatly taken with a wonderful-headed brown tabby that came under my awards. I gave him first in his class, and when later I obtained a catalogue and saw his price was a very reasonable one, I purchased him, and I may say I never made a better bargain, in or out of the cat fancy. Persimmon, as I afterwards called him in memory of the Derby winner, was bred by Mr. Heslop of Darlington, that astute and clever cat fancier, and his grandsire was Brown Prince, a noted northern prize-winning tabby. I have never seen such a wonderful head as that which made Persimmon's chief glory. His face was very round and his nose quite a snub, and he was blessed with tiny ears and a short tail. His shape was perfect, but the markings on his back were rather too heavy, and, alas, he had a white underlip. But, taking him all round, he was a grand specimen and a most lovable puss. He fretted himself to death when a change of residence from the country to London obliged me to board him out. Persimmon sired some splendid kittens, which whenever shown proved themselves worthy of their sire's long prize-winning record. At the Crystal Palace show of 1902, Miss Whitney exhibited 2 of his progeny, a superb neuter Persimmon laddie, who covered himself with glory and his cage with cards, and a beautiful kitten that had previously won at Manchester, and has since been purchased at a high figure by a lover of the brownies. At the Specialist Show in Bath in January 1903, Persimmon laddie was again to the fore, and won in the open and ring classes. Persimmon was a great loss, for good brown tabbies are rare. I hope, however, to purchase a fine, well-grown son of my dear Simmy, and as Persimmon too. I trust it may be a case of like father like son, and that by and by we may find quite a long list of brown tabby Persians at stud in the columns of the catty papers. I think I may with truth assert that brown tabbies are more appreciated, and that better specimens are produced in the north than in the south of England. I have mentioned Mr. Heslop as having owned some splendid specimens, and at one time he used to exhibit quite a number at our southern shows. Miss Eggett of Manchester has a grand tabby of the Golden Order named Cleopatra. Mrs. Whittaker has some nice specimens, and Mrs. Mackenzie's Cleo was much admired at the Westminster show in 1900 when she took first in her class. Mrs. Ricketts has always been partial to the breed, and Mrs. Stead's Timber has done some winning. Miss Gray's Lady Babby was one of the finest brown queens that used to visit Persimmon, and another was Miss Meeson's Jolie, whom I used greatly to admire. Miss Derby Hyde exhibits a wonderful copper-colored brown tabby called Marquetta, who, if only possessed of a good head and shorter face, would be a splendid specimen. Mrs. Davies formerly owned Susan, a cat now in the possession of Mrs. G. Wilson, very good in color and markings, but failing in head and face. Mr. Western of Sandy has a good male in Winsty Monarch. In the west of England, Mrs. Hellings and Mrs. Gregory are admirers and breeders of brown tabbies. Mrs. Gregory of Bath started breeding brown tabbies in 1899. Her female, a black, she mated to her stud cat, Azor, and, curiously enough, all the litters have consisted of brown tabbies, the kittens numbering 16 in all. When, however, Queen Caterpillar was mated to Mrs. Gregory's blue Persian, her kittens were all black. A picture of 2 pretty brown tabby kittens bred by Mrs. Gregory appears in this chapter. I am happy to say that Mrs. Gregory intends to continue breeding brown tabbies, and has kept a handsome specimen from one of her recent litters to perpetuate the strain. Mrs. Drury of Grapham is very faithful to the brownies, and in her lovely old-fashioned cottage near Petworth she is always surrounded by several of her pet pussies. She writes as follows. When first I received a margarine basket, and out of it came a little brown fluffy kitten, I knew no more about Persian cats than the man in the moon. In fact, he probably knew more, as he is frequently the only witness to their nocturnal gambols. I have heard of such things as Persian cats, yet never remember having seen one. However, kind friends soon gave me a helping hand, and as time went on and my fluffy kitten became a fluffy cat, being passionately fond of animals, I soon found out the very fascinating ways of dear Miss Wiggs, so named because the fur on her head in her kitten days would stand erect, and it is the only name she condescended to answer to. She has been, and is so still, in spite of all her maternal cares and 5 years' experience, one of the healthiest pussies imaginable, and has never had one day's illness since she came into my possession, though I believe in her babyhood distemper nearly carried her off, and all her children have been equally healthy. In fact, I have never lost one of her kittens, which is, I imagine, almost a unique experience. Miss Wiggs came from a blue father and a silver mother, but has, with one exception, always had brown tabbies, even when mated to a silver. The varied beauties of blues, silvers, whites, and blacks has never taken such a hold upon me as compared with the fascination of the browns, and it is quite a wonder to me more fanciers do not breed them. Nothing looks handsomer to my mind than a rich brown tabby male with tawny markings, like a young lion, and, judging from my experience, they amply repay any trouble taken by their loving ways and robust health. I have a son of Miss Wiggs, and poor old Persimmon now, who follows me like a little dog even out in the road, and goes for a walk running by my side. Perhaps what would astonish a stranger most on coming to see me is the way my catty family lives in peace and contentment with the dogs. And very often I find 2 or 3 kittens in the dog's basket, very busily occupied cleaning my little bull terrier. It is a point of honor amongst the happy family that they never touch each other's food, and very rarely this is broken. And not infrequently we see 3 and perhaps 4 cats sitting round the dog while he eats his dinner, watching for any leavings, and the same with the dog. Persians have the reputation of being bad mousers. Miss Wiggs makes quite the exception, and on one occasion caught and killed 2 mice at the same time. One she held in her paws and the other in her mouth. Young rats also she has many times brought in to show what a useful little person she is, and her children follow in her footsteps. In a great measure I attribute my brownies' good health to the open-air life they lead. From early morning to when darkness approaches they have the run of a large garden, even on a wet day. They go in and out of the house as they like. Never sleep indoors, always in a very dry little outside cattery, in summer on benches, and in winter in nice boxes with straw. Perhaps financially blues or silvers may be greater successes, but brownies have been my first love and will always remain so. I am only sorry I cannot show what a lovely head and sweet face dear Miss Wiggs has, but she absolutely declines to be photographed. In time, I hope more fanciers may realize how rich in color and markings a good brown tabby is, and then we may hope to see this beautiful breed brought more to the fore at all the leading shows. As Miss Wiggs has been the foundress of my cattery, perhaps a short description of her would not be amiss. She is a ticked tabby, that is to say, she has not the broad, dark stripes with tawny splashes. Her ground color is a beautiful golden brown, and down the back and sides are penciled stripes, more like the markings on a silver. Round her face, nose, and ears she has most lovely golden brown shades. Eyes are green, they used to be amber. Her head is very broad and well-shaped, and her expression is very sweet. When mated to a silver, as she has been twice, the litters have been equally divided, 2 silvers and 2 brownies, but both silvers and browns in that case had broad, dark, and light markings, in no way resembling the ticking of the mother. But when mated to poor old Persimmon, the kittens have been equally divided, always 2 resembling the maternal side exactly, and 2 following out Persimmon's beautiful splashes. When mated to a brown tabby, all the kittens were brown. She has never thrown a black, but her daughter, whose father was Abdul Zephyr, and who I also mated to Persimmon, had 2 blacks and 2 very dark tabbies in her litter. Wiggs has, in all her 5 litters, had only 2 females. Her average is 4 or 5 kittens. She looks after them entirely herself and has never been the worse for doing so, but I do not allow her more than 1 family a year, and until the kittens can lap she is fed every 2 hours. The best marked brown tabby I have ever seen was Lady Marcus Beresford's Basara, who was unfortunately given away and lost. Her markings looked like oil painting. They stood out in such distinct relief. Another specimen of a different type was imported by Lady Marcus Beresford, namely Kismet. She was of the ticked order, with small penciled markings, very compact and cobby in shape. Mrs. Herring has always possessed good brown tabbies. To begin with, Adolphe, who used formerly to win everything until his son, Prince Tawnyboy, stepped into his shoes, to be displaced later by his own son, Prince Adolphe, and his exquisite daughter, Floriana, now in America. Another good son of Adolphe's was Mrs. Bernard's Lord Salisbury. To go back as far as I can recollect, there was Mr. Horrell's Nero and Mrs. Pierce's Juliet and Rosebud. Also Miss Maloney's Linfield's Lion and the Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison's Cetewayo and Mazawaddy. This latter a really wonderful cat, which was imported by Mrs. Davies at the same time as the celebrated Nizam, and reported to be his brother. Anyway, he resembled him greatly in everything but color. For sables, we of course go to the Birkdale strain. I remember the incomparable Birkdale Ruffy in his full glory at the Crystal Palace, a mass of red-brown fur of the style of Persimmon Laddie, but with more distinct markings and a very keen, almost fierce expression. In fact, he looked like a wild animal. Then Master Ruffy appeared as a kitten, and later as a mild edition of his sire. From this celebrated strain Miss Whitney's lovely sables are descended. This enthusiastic fancier has kindly written some notes on her favorite breed. Her cats are all pets and lead a life of luxury in their town and country houses on the other side of the Irish Channel. Mrs. Whitney says, "I am pleased to see that brown tabbies are coming to the front again after being such a long time in the background. It now rests with fanciers of this charming variety of the feline species to improve them in all points. We often hear that they should be a rich tan in ground color, clear and dense in markings, profuse in coat, rough and frill, large round head, small ears, and no white lip. I should consider this a perfect specimen, but where is such to be had? I do not say it will not be obtained, but up to this I have never seen it. Now what we are to endeavor is to breed up to this high standard. This will take time, no doubt, but above all, do not let us give up everything for markings, though they are very essential. My idea of a brown tabby is that it must be of a rich tawny ground color. How could a brown tabby be called a brown if it is only a grayish drab? I should prefer to do without such perfect markings, but to have the more desirable rich color, and, above all, plenty of coat, ruff, and frill. If it has not these latter qualities, it could not be called a Persian, which must have an abundance of fine, soft textured coat. If we only breed for marking, why not mate to a short hair, which is more likely to be perfect in that point? But then, where would be our true Persian? Now as to the white lip, I have never seen a good brown tabby without it, but I hear that there are such, though they fail in color. I would prefer the well-coated cat with good color and markings and a white lip to one that failed in these other points and had no white lip. I do not mean when it extends to a white throat. Now if we happen to breed a good kitten without a white lip and should strive to mate her to a really well-marked stud cat, even should he fail in color, perhaps we might get even one kitten nearly reaching perfection as the result. It would reward the patience, expense, and time, but we need never expect a profusely coated cat to show as distinct markings as an inferiorly coated one will. I breed nothing but brown tabbies, and cannot say I have yet obtained perfection. I have, however, secured coat and color, and expect to attain the other desirable points in the near future, as we all must persevere, but always let us breed up to the standard of the true Persian. I first became interested in cats by being given a nice brown tabby Persian kitten, which I called Ruffle, and got very fond of him. But as he seemed lonely, I thought of getting another kitten as a companion for him, so I then purchased a pretty little silver tabby from Miss Cochrane. But after some time, of all the varieties I saw, none pleased me so well as the brown tabbies. This breed I have gone in for altogether during the past few years, and I feel sure I shall remain faithful to them to the end of my career as a cat fancier. At present I have not a cat of any other color in my cattery. I still have Ruffle, who is now a very large neuter, splendidly marked, but perhaps not quite up to the standard in other points for the English show bench. Brayford Fina is, I may say, a sable tabby, being particularly rich in color all throughout. Indeed, more often of an auburn tan than brown. She is very profuse in coat, carrying a long body coat and a big ruff and frill. She is a very large cat, with plenty of bone and well made with a fine-shaped head. She was once mistaken for a male by a well-known judge. Fina was bred by Miss G. Sotham, and is by Master Ruffy, ex Bluet, her sire being a son of the famous Champion Birkdale Ruffy. She was already a winner when I purchased her, and has since won many times, including second and special at Bristol 1899, and in the mixed-sex class being beaten by a male. At Belfast in 1900, the following year, she was beaten out of first by her sister, Brayfort Princess. She then took second at Westminster 1902, first at Reading, and first in championship at the Crystal Palace 1901 and 1902. Again first at the Bath Specialist Show in the same year, where her gorgeous coloring was called in question, and an unsupported protest was made that she was dyed. She is a most successful breeding cat, her produce being usually winners. Her sister, Brayfort Princess, is also a sable tabby and carries an immense coat, ruff, and frill. It is denser than Fina's, and I fancy but for the latter Princess would have been more heard of as a winner, as, except on one or two occasions, she has been usually beaten by Fina. Brayfort Persimmon Laddie is by Champion Persimmon, ex Brayfort Fina. He made his public appearance at Bristol when he was 4 months old, taking first and special in a tabby kitten class and third in novice, against an entry of 25 adults. Then he won first and special in kittens, and second in open to his mother's first at Belfast in 1900. Also, he took first and special for Best Long-Haired Neuter at Manchester in 1901, first Liverpool, and first and 2 specials at the Crystal Palace 1902. He is too well known to comment on. He is a wonderful sable color and is superb in coat. Brayfort Sable Boy is also by the late Champion Persimmon ex Fina. He won first and special at the Kitten Show in October 1902, and first and 2 specials at the Crystal Palace Show 1902. His wins speak to his merit. I find all my cats very strong and healthy, and even in the coldest winter they never have artificial heat. I attribute having never lost a pet after a show to taking them away at night. Unless something very unforeseen occurred, nothing would induce me to leave a cat of mine in a show. I have found mating to a good brown tabby much the most successful. I tried mating to an orange, but did not like the results. I always mated to the late champion persimmon, and had never fewer than 6 kittens in a litter, sometimes 8, all strong and healthy. Twice only have I lost any, and on these occasions the fault lay with the foster mothers. In the spring and summer, my cats get a run out in the garden every day. The 2 neuters go on leads, but the females have their liberty. Indeed, unless I were present, Fina would not leave the house. Their rooms look out on the grass terrace, so they can come in or out as they please till their breakfast time, which is at about 10 o'clock. They are groomed every morning between 8 and 8:30 o'clock, winter and summer, and always fed regularly. Their sleeping houses, as in photo, are about 4 feet long, lined round with oilcloth so they can be washed when necessary. In the winter, the bedding is hay, and in summer, shavings. The houses are sufficiently long to allow for sanitary boxes during the breeding time. I find Hall's washable distemper very nice for the cattery walls, and it looks so bright and fresh. The floor covering is linoleum. In America, brown tabbies are beginning to find favor, and several good specimens have been exported. Arlington Hercules, who took first at Westminster in 1901, was shipped to Mrs. Sarmiento and Mrs. Cutler, and I sent a persimmon kitten out by Mrs. Robert Locke to Mrs. Clinton Locke, the president of the Beresford Club. He was passed on to her honorary secretary, and in Field and Fancy of December 1902 the following notice appears. Miss Lucy Johnstone is the fortunate owner of Persimmon Squirrel, a son of the noted brown tabby Persimmon, who lately died. Good brown tabbies are very scarce, and she should congratulate herself on this possession, as, according to all accounts, he is destined to make a good hit. Another American lady, Mrs. Gottwaltz of Pittsburgh, wrote to me for a brownie, and I sent her one bred by Mrs. Bingle, and the cat has, I believe, had some good litters. The most famous brown tabby, however, over the herring pond was Mr. E. N. Barker's wonderful King Humbert. This cat arrived in America in 1885 and made a considerable stir in catty circles. Mr. Barker is said to have refused $1,000 for him from a New York millionaire. I remember when Mr. Barker was over, acting as judge at the Westminster Cat Show. He sought but did not find anything to beat his noted brown tabby, now gone to its last home. Mr. Barker, writing of this breed, says, "If I were asked suddenly why I admire brown tabby Persians, the liking must be partially attributed to face markings and color, and to one who grows accustomed to these, they are fascinating and add to the general beauty of the cat, and seem natural as though they ought to be there, and one is not so overweighted with a sense of continual sameness as may be apparent in a whole color. I must confess, personally speaking, that I have become used to bars and stripes. I miss them when I contemplate a self-colored Persian. I once had a good many brown tabby Persians, and people did not fancy them, as they said, they are so like ordinary cats. A great mistake, but by gentle persuasion I managed to get 1 or 2 adopted. One lady some time afterwards candidly confessed, "I could not now be satisfied with any other kind. I should miss the stripes so much on the face." That is just it. In a tabby you have a little more than your neighbors, who go in for self-colored cats. And though for the time being they are not quite so fashionable, you can chuckle to yourself if you own one, and feel quietly superior to fashion and the common herd, and hold your tabby still closer to your heart, and purr softly to yourself with satisfaction at its possession. For I think one may say that for good all-round, everyday, reliable qualities, the brown tabby stands preeminent. His constitution being good, he is not peevish. He stands cold and heat, change of climate and surroundings, better on an average than any. Brown tabbies should have the undercoat a good golden hue, the markings black, clear, and distinct, rather too many than too few. A good-shaped body, lots of bone, a bold head, red nose, golden eyes, well marked on the chest, and no light color on the lips and chin. These cats may with advantage be a good size. With care, the undercolor may be bred to a grand copper color. A gray hue in brown tabbies is most undesirable. As regards brown tabbies in America, King Humbert and his children has always held their own. Humbert was bred in England, and as he is now dead, I may be allowed to say that when fit and in good condition, a better colored and smarter show cat never stood in a pen or outside, and he loved to show himself off. The best kitten bred from him was Jasper. He was very short in leg and quite lost in coat, his feet being hardly visible. To the readers of that very excellent American publication, The Cat Journal, the handsome portrait of Crystal, the brown tabby, is very familiar. The editor, Mr. C.H. Jones, writes thus to me, "I am sending you some pictures as promised. The large photo is Champion Crystal, the son of Humbert, a beautiful cat as to type and disposition. A particular thing about Crystal's kittens is that they do not show very long hair till they are several months old. And now a few remarks as regards to the mating of brown tabbies. I have tried several experiments, but if I were wishing to breed fine specimens, I should continue to mate brown tabbies with brown tabbies. Such mating frequently results in a black or two, and these are generally good ones. The orange cross is sometimes successful in introducing a brighter tone, but I confess I have not had very good results from these attempts. I have on several occasions mated blues to my brown tabby stud, and although blue tabbies have appeared in the litters, I have also obtained blues with very grand heads, plenty of bone, and massive build. My famous Beauty Boy, a well-known winner and sire of bygone days, was bred from Raja, a brown, and Mater, a blue. I have been told by silver breeders that a brown tabby cross with chinchillas has often proved advantageous. It might be imagined that the silvers would be tinged with brown or streaked, but I have been assured that this is by no means usual, and that the litters consist of good brown tabbies and equally pure silvers. A well-known breeder of silvers says, although it may be incorrect to cross silvers and browns, it is often most successful. My first Tom was a brown tabby with a white chin, and being mated with a silver queen, the kittens were good browns and exquisite silvers, and there were lots of winners amongst them. Many of the silvers were very pure in color with lovely markings. My old Climax, whose pedigree was pure silver, Topso, and Lady Pink, was the sire of the noted brown tabby, Birkdale Ruffy. Before closing my article, I would remark that the brown tabby and sable, though often classed together, must not be confounded. The brown tabby is supposed to be the common ancestor of all our cats, and hence the tendency to revert to that color, as in the case of the blue rock pigeon. This being the case, surely we should have brown tabby cats more nearly approaching perfection than any other color. They appear in very unexpected places, in a litter of chinchillas or blacks, or among our oranges, and sometimes where no brown ancestor can be traced. In the brown tabby there seems to be little or no inclination to lose the markings, as in other tabbies. Rather the contrary, for they overdo themselves sometimes, and form into solid black patches, thus causing the dark saddle, which is a serious fault in this breed. Query: would generations of inbreeding produce a self-brown, as with oranges and chinchillas? I rather doubt it, as I think the common ancestor would, so to speak, chip in and assert himself. As regards the sables, I may remark that they are late in maturing and do not acquire their marvelous coloring till about the second year. Anyway, they rarely make a sensation on their first appearance. As I write, I am thinking of Persimmon Laddie, who seems to have developed his glorious copper coat in the course of a year, and when seen at the Crystal Palace show of 1902, was as near perfection in the matter of coloring as could be desired. I hope that in time this breed of Persians may find more admirers, and that with patience and perseverance a really good strain of grand-colored, dark-chinned, and above all splendidly marked brown tabby cats may be seen at our shows. In America, as will be seen from the following extract from Field and Fancy, the brownies are making good headway. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grass. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Any Other Color Persians. Chapter 20. Any Other Color Persians. In the early days of the fancy, all sorts and conditions of cats were entered in this class. Blacks, whites, and tabbies were considered important enough to have classes assigned to them. Then the rest were all huddled and muddled together in the any other variety class. Even in these days, it is no easy matter to place the awards in a mixed class, but formerly the judge must have felt puzzled over the prizes, and probably finally gave the highest awards to the breed of cat which he most admired. I do not mean anything personal, but as I write, I recollect a very large class in 1887 at the Crystal Palace, 2 years before a class for blues was instituted. Mr. A. Clark was judging, and a female blue, Fenny, which I had given to Miss W.M. Hunt as a birthday present, was awarded first. She was a beautiful specimen, and but for her green eyes would have been a remarkable cat even in these up-to-date days of the fancy, whereas, therefore, for many years this any other variety class was the largest in the show. It has gradually become beautifully less, and rightly so, for by degrees the various breeds have been improved, and the number of specimens have increased, and the executives of shows have gone with the times and provided separate classes for each breed as occasion seems to arise. So orange and cream cats are no longer relegated to what we now call the any other color class, and tortoiseshells and tortoiseshell and whites are separately dealt with. Therefore, it is only tabby and whites, nondescript smokes, blue tabbies, and black and whites that are received into the fold of the somewhat despised any other color class. Blues and blacks with white spots used to be entered in this class, but of recent years both cat clubs have wisely decided that such cats must be entered in their own classes. For a blue is a blue and a black, and having a blemish does not alter their breed, but takes so many points away from them, and of course their chances of success, even with every other quality, is small indeed when in competition with pure self-colored cats. I am of opinion that ere long the any other color class, at least at our principal shows, will cease to exist, and mismarked cats, white-spotted cats, and doubtful smokes will no longer be considered worth entering, and fanciers owning such specimens will make up their minds to keep their pets at home. For instance, Miss Butcher, a silver breeder, owned a magnificent cat, a son of Lord Argent. He was a superbly shaped and grandly coated animal, and was neither a silver nor a smoke, in fact, what might be termed a silver smoke. His face was dark, and tail and paws, and his body was a pale silver grey, shaped to almost white at the roots. His owner entered him in the any other color class one year, and he was disqualified by the judge when he was next located in the smoke class. But as a different judge was making the awards, he was again marked wrong class. This noble Lord Sylvester was the cause of much correspondence in the cat papers, and discussion ran high as to what manner of cat he was. One of our ablest judges, now alas no longer in our midst, wrote thus in Our Cats of December 1900. Sir, in your issue of the 24th, I noticed at the meeting of the Silver Society, Mr. Butcher asked the opinion re the decision of myself at the Palace as against that of Mr. House of Brighton. In defense of my own award, I unhesitantly say that in the same classification as at the Palace, Lord Sylvester's class was the AOC, in which I fearlessly awarded him first prize. Of course, Mr. House has just as much right to his opinion as I have to mine, but whether right or wrong, I do know Lord Sylvester is not a smoke. Both on my own knowledge of colour, and of that set forth in the standards, I am, yours truly, E. Welburn. Surely this is the common sense view to take. A year later, Lord Sylvester was purchased by Miss Champion, and travelled out with her to America, where, no doubt, this splendid animal receives all the admiration he deserves, in whatever class he is entered on the other side of the herring pond. Since writing these lines, I have read an article in Field and Fancy on the New York Cat Show of January 1903, and the following mention is made. In any other color, Lord Sylvester was to the front, looking splendid. As regards the advisability of doing away with the any other color class, I will quote from a letter written by that well-known fancier, Mr. W. R. Hawkins. Why should one class in a show be given up to the bad specimens or mismarked cats of each color? Surely the intended use of the any other color class was that when any definite color had no class of its own, it should not be excluded from the show, but take refuge in the any other color class. For instance, at the Brighton show 1900, we had no class for cream, orange, or tortoiseshell. They were, therefore, shown the any other color class, and being good cats of definite breeds, were a credit to the class, and in no way a disgrace. But what do we often see? A blue with a white spot or some other freak winning. I say this is absolutely wrong, and that a blue with a white spot is in reality a bad blue, and should not be encouraged. In the same way a tabby and white is a bad tabby, and ought not to go to a show at all, but even if shown has no right in the any other color class, according to my ideas. There is one cat that is fast vanishing from our midst. I mean the black and white Persian. And yet, I confess, an evenly marked specimen is a handsome animal. By black and white, I mean the ground should be black, dense, and glossy. The feet, chest, and nose white, with a blaze of white coming to a point up the center of the face. The eyes of such a cat should be orange. Another type is the white and black cat, but unless the black patches are evenly balanced, especially in the face, the effect is not pleasing. See illustration page 232. Harrison Weir gives particulars of some curiously marked cats coming under his notice. One entirely white with black eyes, another white with a black tail only, another had the two front feet black, all else being white. I cannot say I have any leaning towards tabby and white cats, or orange and white, these being the least attractive of any in the fancy. Blue and whites are seldom seen, but the photos on page 234 to 5 represent some sweetly pretty kittens of this variety. Their sire was Yanni, a noted blue owned by Miss E. Goddard, and their mother a black and white. Blue tabbies, so common 15 or 20 years old, are no longer to be seen, at least only here and there at shows, and they have really no value beyond being pretty pets. A cat that has done some winning and has sired some lovely kittens, but must strictly speaking be considered an any other color cat, is Blue Robin, formerly the property of Miss H. Cotran, and now in the possession of Mr. C. W. Witt. This is a blue cat with a tabby-marked head. He was bred with blues and silvers, and his chin, ear, tufts, and eyebrows are silver, and his nose pink. As will be seen from his picture on page 236, he has a grand head and beautiful expression. I am indebted to Miss Hester Cotran for the following notes on any other colored cats. The cats known as AOCs, or any other color, because they are of a color for which no class is provided, are hard to write about, because they have no history. They are not bred from AOCs, and AOCs are not bred from them. They are either pedigreeless, or more commonly the result of indiscreet crossing of two definite colors, as, for example, when the owner of a white queen wishes to breed a litter of blue kittens. More rarely they result from a cross which has been resorted to fix some special point, as when a white and a blue with particularly massive heads or wonderful orange eyes have been mated with a view to producing a strain noted for their eyes. Years ago, the classes were interesting, as they introduced all new colors. I remember an AOC class at the Crystal Palace not many years ago, containing 7 entries, all good smokes. Some after-smoke classes were given. And then chinchillas began to appear in this class, these cats being specially produced for. Creams were the most noticeable. AOCs, But now the blue tabbies and broken colored cats, that is, some color and white, usually occupy the AOC class. Notable instances of cats with white spots were cane, Nankimpu, and Kingfisher, all grand blues with this blemish. In 1892, Miss Patterson's exquisitely shaped and coated orange and white Chigot pedigreeless, then shown as tabby with or without white, established a record by winning as best in show at the Crystal Palace. Other tabby and white cats have done well. Miss Maloney used to show some good ones. The best, Linfield Sweet William, was a blue tabby and white, very massive and heavily coated, son of the smoke Linfield Bogey. Miss Pierce of New Barnet also used to win with tabby and white cats, and Mr. Lawyer's Buffer was a celebrity in his day, but whether he was a brown tabby or an AOC is doubtful. He was later known as Leopold. The Hun, Miss McLaren Morrison, had a really good silver tabby with white feet in Kepwick Silver King, and later Miss Snell's grand-headed Wonderland made a small sensation. Another good cat, which won in an AOC class, is Lady Maitland's Cheeky Blue, a lovely blue with a sprinkling of white hairs on her body. Blue and smoke tortoiseshells are freaks, and not really exhibition cats at all, but are by some people considered useful for breeding. Personally, I do not think they are capable of producing anything which a definitely colored cat of proper ancestry cannot produce as well or better. When green queens were unavailable, they had to be used, but now they are becoming unnecessary. Perhaps the best is Miss W. Beals R. Fluffy. Miss D. R. C. Hildyard's Sengo of the Durhams was another. Miss Taylor Tawney began life as a blue with a few yellow marks, and wound up as a good tortoise shell, though a trifle too red. Miss Cunliffe Lee's tiger, a kind of yellow-brown, more ticked than marked, and principally distinguished by his great coat, made his mark in the AOC classes. Of blue tabby cats which have won well, mostly bred from blues and silver tabbies, there is a long list. They became common through the craze for blues as silver queens were sent to blue toms. Later the desire for chinchillas started them afresh as blue queens were sent to chinchilla toms. Miss Herring's Braemar was a son of Corylus by Turco. Upwood Drew and Camera are from the Tin Kims strain. Miss Jebb's Julius Caesar, Miss Ray's Romanoff, Miss Nicolay's Satcho, and Miss J's Holmwood Skittles were all celebrated cats. Some of these have thrown beautiful kittens, both blues and chinchillas. And as a makeshift when a correctly colored cat of the required pedigree is unavailable, they may, when judiciously mated, be found useful. But good breeders will part with all mismarked kittens for pets. The best and most definitely colored AOC I ever saw was Miss Davies' Sin Lee, a deep self-colored chocolate brown cat. He was supposed to be one of 3 Swiss mountain cats imported to this country, and he was a most handsome and interesting animal. Unfortunately, he died young, leaving no progeny. Another interesting AOC cat I've seen was a short-haired neuter red with black stripes and white paws and chest. In the future, I hope to see a variety of strange cats in the AOC classes, but at present they are very uninteresting. Good suggestions for future colors are red, orange, blue, or white with black stripes, chestnut brown self-colored, and black with white tips to the fur. So far as I can see, it should be possible by crossing with various foreign breeds to produce in a few years' time cats of all these colors. One of the finest any other color cats of the present day is now in the possession of Miss Moxon of Ithacombe. Cinder was purchased from Miss Davies, who has a rare facility of picking up uncommon-looking cats. Miss Moxon writes, I am sending you a detailed description of Cinder, who is a difficult cat to describe, and is quite the handsomest cat I have ever seen. By handsome, I mean striking, as she attracts everyone's attention, and very often visitors to our well-filled cattery have not a glance to spare for our other specimens. The following is the description of this very uncommon, long-haired cat. Doors Side Cinder, winner of many prizes, including second Brighton AOC kitten class, 1899. First AOC kitten, medal and 2 specials, Westminster, 1900. First and special for best cat in show, Maidstone, etc. Cinder was described to me by the lady from whom I bought her in 1901 as a very peculiar color, a kind of tortoiseshell creamy smoke. She has a dark seal brown mask and eyes, except for one creamy orange tortoiseshell splash above left eye and another under chin. These give great expression to her face. Head exceptionally fine, considerable breadth of skull, small tufted ears, short brown hair, short broad face, very sweet expression, round orange eyes for which she has won more than one special, fine outstanding frill of a creamy smoke color, fur on chest very long and feathery, of a creamy bluish smoke shade, with a pale cream knot in center, seal spine line, splashed with creamy brown, shading gradually lighter to shoulder knots, and side puffs which are of a rather darker tint than the frills. Paws and legs of a dark seal brown, waistcoat and knickers of a bluish cream, splendid thick brush, upper side to match spine line, underside of a bluish cream shade, slightly bluish tint all over, distinct undercoat of palest cream shading to soft creamy blue. American fanciers have always shown a partiality for broken-colored cats, and orange and white and blue and white cats have classifications given for them at the leading shows. In England there is a marked antipathy to these cats, chiefly because they have little or no value for breeding, though they undoubtedly make pretty pets. As a sign of the times, I may mention that at the Westminster Show in 1903, the 3 any other color classes for males, females, and kittens had to be cancelled, no entries having been made. Speculative, but I must add, persevering fanciers might derive interest and amusement from trying to breed out of the common specimens. A black and white spotted like a Dalmatian hound, or a cat marked with zebra stripes, could undoubtedly be produced in time by careful and judicious selection. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Neuter Cats. Chapter 21. Neuter Cats. It has been my experience in the past year or two that the demand for neuter cats, or, in other words, household pet pussies, is on the increase, and I am inclined to believe that if some fanciers made a speciality of these cats, they might do a thriving trade. As it is, owners of male kittens do not care to undertake the trouble and responsibility of having them gelded, or doctored as this process is sometimes called, and novices in purchasing are always very anxious that the operation should have taken place before they become possessed of their pets. A selling class for neuters at our large shows would not be at all a bad idea, but the age should be limited to 8 months, or at most 10 months, as it is only natural that purchasers should desire pussies before they reach the prime of life, so that they may grow up as pets in the home. For reasons that are easily understood, It is necessary, if you wish to have a house pet of unimpeachable manners, to have your male cat doctored when he arrives at years of discretion. For my own part, I consider between 5 and 8 months the best time for a cat to be gelded, but I have often known successful operations taking place much later. It is, however, most important that the tom should not previously have shown any desire to mate. In all cases, a cat should be kept on a low plain diet for 2 or 3 days before being neutered, and it is more humane to pay the extra fee for the use of an anesthetic. I have been told on good authority that if a female cat is to be made neuter, she ought to be allowed to have 1 litter before the operation is performed. Neuter cats are essentially for the one-cat person. They undoubtedly make a grand show when exhibited, but those who are possessed of these pet pussies are generally very disinclined to let them run the risks and discomforts of a show pen. I have advocated having neuters shown only in the ring, on the lead. If this course were adopted, I think owners would not mind exhibiting their precious cats, as they could be sent or taken home after their turn round. Certainly neuters are the only cats that ought to be led into the ring, and in this way their fine proportions and generally heavy coats can be seen and judged to the best advantage. It is too often a practice with fanciers to have the worst of the litter kept for a pet and made neuter, and therefore we see many blues with light green eyes, and cats with the blemish of a white spot in the classes set apart for gelded cats. And if a beautiful, almost perfect neuter is exhibited, fanciers are apt to protest at what they consider is a grave mistake. From the lips of some noted and overwrought breeders of Persian cats, I have heard the exclamation, "I shall go in for neuters only." This has been called forth, perhaps, by a succession of failing litters, or by a rampageous stud cat that has fought with the neighbor's tom, or has wandered off on amorous thoughts intent, perhaps never to return, or, on returning, to bring disease to the cattery. Certainly, for a thoroughly comfortable domestic pet, there is nothing like a neuter cat. They are more affectionate, and with children more docile, not less keen in catching rats and mice, and they are proverbially very clean in their habits. One great advantage that neuters have over the other long-haired breeds is that they retain their lovely coats nearly all the year round. In spite, however, of the many points in favor of neuter cats, they are nevertheless rather looked down upon in the fancy. Certainly, at our shows no cats are more attractive to visitors than the big burly neuters, and I would fain see a better classification for these really fine animals. A specialist society was started in 1901 by an admirer of these cats, but either through lack of energy or want of enthusiasm, the work was not carried on and the club died a natural death. It remains for some other fancier with a love for pet pussies to start a society, for as it is, the neuters fare badly at our shows, the classes provided never numbering more than 2, and the special prizes being few and far between. Formerly, neuters were judged by weight, and I remember some specimens exhibited at the palace that really looked like pigs fatted up for market. It was in 1886 that the classification for neuters at the Crystal Palace show ran thus: gelded cats, not judged by weight, but for beauty of form, markings, etc. Happily, therefore, this state of things has been abolished, and though neuters should be big, massive cats, yet they need not, and should not, be lumps of inert fat and fur. It is true that a big show cat appeals to the non-exhibitor, and visitors to our shows are always greatly impressed with huge animals overfilling their all-too-small pens. The heaviest and biggest neuter I have ever seen was possessed by Mrs. Ray Green. This enormous silver turned the scale at 20 pounds. I believe the record weight at the Crystal Palace was 25 pounds. It is a libel to say that neuter cats are lazy and uninteresting. I have always possessed a neuter, either a blue or a brown tabby, and these beloved pets have ably fulfilled their duties as mice catchers of the establishment. My bonny boy, who but recently joined the noble army of neuters, is as keen as a knife, and will sit for hours watching a likely hole, and never a mouse escapes his clever clutches. He kills them instantly, and then amuses himself for hours dancing about and throwing his dead prey with wild delight into the air. Then again, he is, I am sorry to say, just as destructive with the poor London sparrows, and many a time I have had to chastise my pet for stalking the game in our little back garden. Miss H. Cochrane, writing of neuters, says, "There are, without doubt, a great number of people who like to keep a cat, especially a Persian, for a pet. Pure and simple. One that will be the admiration of all and of service in ridding the house of mice and rats. They will attain a greater size, and in 9 cases out of 10, retain all the pretty habits and antics of their kittenhood. Neuter cats are often very troublesome in a large cattery. They fight with each other and with the queens, which have a poor chance against their superior size. I think they do it for fun. In Fur and Feather, Zaida thus writes of neuters. Undoubtedly, it is a crying mistake for neuter cats to be allowed to compete in open classes, but personally, I should be delighted to see more classes for them at shows, and much greater interest taken in them. Sometimes one is tempted to think the ordinary run of cats has deteriorated in general beauty, remembering the splendid animals, both English and foreign, which we used to see in friends' houses in our childhood. But the real explanation lies in the fact that formerly house cats were almost entirely kept as pets, and handsome kittens were obtained for the purpose. Nowadays, anything not good enough for breeding from is made a neuter, and fanciers undoubtedly look on them with a certain contempt. Why should this be more the case with cats than with horses? For a perfect household pet, the neuter cat holds its own, if only the public would universally acknowledge it. But too often, every purchaser of a kitten starts breeding and multiplies a race of weedy, ill-kept animals who do little credit to their owner. A cat with kittens is undoubtedly a charming sight, but a female cat is more or less of a worry and is, besides, only in coat for a very short time each year. Then a tomcat roams, fights, and is often objectionable, but the stay-at-home cat is always a thing of beauty, never requires periods of seclusion, will mouse and rat with the best, and be a credit to any establishment. In short, we should like to see more of them, not fewer, and a neuter class for every color in a show. In many a household, cats are now disliked through the ill-advised action of some member of the family in starting breeding with more zeal than knowledge, and without proper convenience. If a lovely neuter, or even 2 or 3, reigned in their glory, there would be an end to the trouble, to the groans of the other members of the family, to the wasn't engaged to wait on cats of the servants. In the schedule of the Beresford Cat Club show, held at New York, January 1903, the classification for gelded cats reads thus: Class 25, neuter, white or black. Class 26, neuter, blue or smoke. Class 27, neuter, any other color. Class 28, neuter, any color tabby with white. It will be seen, therefore, that in America a much more liberal classification is given for long-haired neuters, and for short-haired there are 3 classes provided. I do not know, nor have I heard of, any remarkable American neuters, and no photographs have been received by me for reproduction in this work. If we go back some years in the fancy, I remember Miss Sangster's Royal Hector, a blue of great celebrity, also same owner's Royal Bogey, a handsome black with a white star. Miss Boddington's cobby, woolly-coated white Baba appeared later in exquisite form, winning well till he was 11 years old. At this same period, Mrs. Herring's little smoke, Allie Sloper, and Miss Maloney's big, heavily coated black Uncle Quiz were noted winners. Then we come to Mrs. Wilman's Charlie, a fine blue of Beauty Boy strain, and Miss Knight's Albion Joey, one of the finest neuters ever exhibited, a huge smoke with the roundest of heads, a trifle marked and not good in eye, but a glorious animal. A little later came Madame Portier's Blue Boy, and as I have received some notes from the owner of this magnificent cat, I will give them. I am very proud of my Blue Boy, born on St. Patrick's Day, 1895. He has won 28 first prizes and many specials, and his championship before he was a year old. I had an offer of £20 for him. The greatest honor Blue Boy received was a caress from Her Majesty, then Princess of Wales. I often take my pet out for a walk on a collar, and he is quite easily led, and people often stop and ask if it is really a cat. I send you his photo for reproduction in The Book of the Cat. One of Blue Boy's wins was at the Richmond Show, 1902, where he was greatly admired for the dignified way in which he comported himself on a lead. In these up-to-date days, however, Blue Boy has to run the gauntlet with superior colored eyes, but in shape, size, and coat he holds his own. Miss Kirkpatrick's Chili, now no more, was a beautiful creature, a silvery smoke, almost a smoked tabby, with a wonderful fleecy coat and grand frill. Mrs. Ray Green has always been the proud possessor of superb neuters. Mosca, a blue, Abdul Zephyr, a chinchilla, and later Ajax, who has done some winning. Viscountess Escher also has quite a cattery of neuters. I procured for her a sable, almost unmarked and very rich in color, a white with limpid sea-green eyes, and a Siamese with perfect points. Miss Cochrane's Pat Paw, now in the possession of Viscountess Escher, a son of the celebrated Tortoiseshell Tawny, is rather small for a neuter, but full of quality, with wonderful orange eyes. Persimmon Laddie, owned by Miss Whitney, is perhaps the most perfect specimen that has been seen in the pen of the neuter classes. He is not a brown and not a tabby, but a sable, and, having the blood of the Birkdale Roughies and Championship Persimmon in his veins, it is no wonder he carries all before him. No photograph can do him justice. Mrs. Boyce's Fur could beat any male chinchilla now on the show bench, for in color, shape, and head he is well nigh perfect. Mrs. Miller's Lord Bute is a monstrous black, and in spite of his green eyes, is generally in the prize list. But in Mrs. Curtis's Baron Bonelli, he met more than his match at the Crystal Palace in 1902. This black cat, a son of Johnny Faw, has all the good points of Pat Paw, including his gorgeous eyes, and he is very large. Miss Holmes's Blue Tut has won many honors, and Miss Chamberlain's Tiger is a handsomely marked brown tabby. Miss Meeson's Fluff Duval's, another brownie, won first at the Crystal Palace and Brighton, and, after a second at Westminster, came home to die. Miss Avery Jones has a splendid chinchilla neuter, King Sai, a possession too precious to be risked at any exhibition. So much for the long-haired pet pussies, and we will take a glance at past and present short-hair neuters. A lovely coated cat was Tiger of Kepwick, owned by Mrs. McLaren Morrison, a brown tabby, as his name denotes. Then Mrs. Butler's Orange, which for many years won at the Crystal Palace and Brighton. Mr. Lane had a good yellow-eyed white, Leonidas. Mrs. Herring owned a well-marked brown tabby in Sir Peter Teazle. Of late years, the most remarkable short-hair neuters have been Miss Cartwright's really lovely Siamese Choate, and Lady Alexander's Blues, Brother Gamp, and Tom Gamp, who are rarely, if ever, defeated. A richly colored orange tabby neuter, Red Eagle, also hailed from the same cattery. In judging neuters, I think it is rather a mistake to go too much by points. I consider size should be a most important factor, also coat and general effect. Of course, in close competition, points would come into question, but I really think that a large, heavily coated neuter, whose color was a trifle unsound, or whose markings or eyes were below par, should not be placed below a small, mean-looking cat who, however, excelled in these points. Louis Wain, writing on a general survey of the Crystal Palace show of 1900, referring to the neuter class that he judged, says, "Neuters have suffered somewhat through the extended schedule of the whole cats. At one time, it was quite a usual thing for exhibitors to have their cats neutered to preserve the natural beauties of a fine cat, and very often a really handsome cat was neutered because he stood no chance in a class of 20 or 30 cats, and yet would take first as a neuter in a class of 6 or 8. The neuter classes have not grown as have the other classes. As home cats, neuters should be encouraged, and I feel sure that many are kept at home in fear of the dreaded blues, which are usually unbeatable." Mr. Wain also complains of the poor classification for neuters at our shows, and on this particular occasion he states that the cats were such extremely fine animals that they needed classes of their own for him to do justice to their merits. Certainly there ought at least to be 3 classes provided for neuters at our large shows, viz., neuters, self-colored, blue, black, and white; neuters, tabby, any color; and neuters, any other color. End of section 25. Read by Clark Essman, Colorado Springs, Colorado, March 13th, 2026.
Section 26 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Manx Cats. These quaint cats are rapidly and surely coming into notice in the fancy. As a breed they are intelligent and affectionate, and I believe splendid sporting cats. They are undoubtedly great favourites amongst the sterner sex, perhaps because they are such keen and plucky ratters. As a breeder of Persian cats, and having become used to the beautiful wide-spreading tails of these cats, I confess there's something grotesque and unfinished to my eyes in the Manx, and from choice I should not care to keep these tailless pussies as pets. They do not appeal to me and to my sense of the beautiful. Having, therefore, never kept or bred Manx cats, I feel diffident in writing about them, but I have carefully studied those exhibited, and have also had opportunities of judging of their points whilst visiting friends who have fallen victims to the fascinations of these curious felines. I know a good Manx when I see one, and to prove this assertion I will tell an incident in connection with a prize-winning Manx of today. A friend of mine living in London took compassion on a little stray black kitten who came crying for food. She fed him and repeatedly tried to find poor pussy's owner, but in vain. I was appealed to know what had better be done, and when I saw the little black fellow I strongly recommended my friend to keep it and exhibit it at the next large show, as I considered he would go in and win easily. She followed my advice in the latter respect, but placed too low a figure on Nig, as she declared she did not wish to go in for Manx. I warned her he would be sold, and sure enough that clever and astute judge of cats of uncommon breeds, Mrs. H.C. Brooke, snapped him up at catalogue price, and since then he has blossomed forth into a champion, and as King Clinky has taken highest honours whenever shown. It is only just to state that Mrs. Brooke most generously handed over some of her winnings to King Clinky's former owner. I will therefore proceed to give my opinion of Manx cats, but with all due deference to my fellow fanciers who have had personal experience with the breed. I think I have judged every species of cat, long and short-haired, except Manx, but if I were given a class of this breed upon which to adjudicate, I should first closely examine their tails, or, to be more correct, the place where the tails ought not to be. I remember in former times stump-tailed cats called Manx used to win comfortably at shows, but in our up-to-date times I should make a black mark in my judging book against those cats with a stump or an appendage, or even a mere excrescence. I do not fear contradiction when I state that a Manx cat of the true type should have no particle of tail, only a tuft of hair, which ought to be boneless. The next point for which I should search would be the length of hindquarters, which lends such great individuality to this breed of cat. No doubt the lack of tail in itself makes a cat's hind legs look long, but we want more than that. We need a very short back, so that from the point of the quarters to the hocks there is a continuous and decided outward slope. In fact, the hind legs stand right back from the body like a well-trained hackney's in the show ring. Coat I should next consider, as this differs, or should differ, considerably from both the long and short-haired breeds. It should bear more resemblance to the fur of a rabbit, being longer and softer than that of our common or garden cats. I think a good-shaped round head is desirable in a Manx as in other breeds. As regards colour, the most common would seem to be tabbies, either silver, brown, or orange, and often there is a mixture of white. Self-coloured Manx seem to be much rarer, and Harrison Weir tells us he does not recollect having seen a white Manx. As regards the colour of eyes in Manx cats, it is the custom to say that they do not matter in this breed, but nevertheless a cat that has the correct colour of eye must necessarily beat an animal that has just the opposite to what is set forth in the standard for short-haired English cats. A lady friend of mine who was brought up in the Isle of Man has told me that she always understood that Manx cats came from a cross with a rabbit, but if this supposition is correct, it seems too strange to be true that cats and rabbits should only form matrimonial alliances in the little island off our coast. It would appear more probable, therefore, that a foreign breed of cat was brought to the island, and the following article from the pen of Mr. Gambier Bolton gives his ideas on the subject. Quote, In the Isle of Man today we find a rock named the Spanish Rock, which stands close into the shore, and tradition states that here one of the vessels of the Spanish Armada went down in the memorable year 1558, and that among the rescued were some tailless cats which had been procured during one of the vessel's voyages to the Far East. The cats first swam to the rock, then made their way to the shore at low tide, and from these have sprung all the so-called Manx Cats which are now to be found in many parts of Great Britain, Europe and America. The tale seems a bit tall, and yet the writer feels so satisfied of its truth that he would welcome any change in the name of this peculiar variety of the domestic cat to sweep away the idea that they sprang from the Isle of Man originally. Any traveller in the Far East, Japan, China, Siam and the Malay region who is a lover of animals must have noticed how rarely one meets with a really long-tailed cat in these regions, for instead one meets with the kink-tailed, that is, those with a bend or screw at the tip of the tail, the short kink-tailed, that is, those with a screw tail like the bulldogs, the fork-tailed, that is, those having tails which start quite straight but near the tip branch out into two forks, and finally the tailless or miscalled Manx cats. And the naturalist Kempfer states definitely that the specimens of this breed, now so common in parts of Russia, all came originally from Japan. Again, anyone who breeds these tailless cats and keeps the breed quite pure must have noticed how they differ in appearance and habits from the common short-haired cats. They are, and should be, much smaller in size. The coat should be longer and more rabbity. The call is much nearer that of the jungle cat of the East than that of the ordinary cat, and their habits, like those of the Siamese cats, are much more dog-like. In all these points they keep closely to what the writer firmly believes to be their original type, the domesticated cats of the Far East. The photographs illustrating this article give some idea of the general appearance of these delightfully quaint little creatures, and one notices immediately the great point that all judges look for, namely the high hind quarters, which is so typical of the tailless breed of cats, the few hairs which represent the spot where the tail should be, constantly appearing even a few hours after birth, although there is not a sign of a caudal appendage beneath them. Kink-tailed, screw-tailed, fork-tailed, and absolutely tailless cats have all been exhibited at British shows of recent years, and the writer, from a personal knowledge of nearly all breeds, has no hesitation in recommending the latter as companions, their quaint and dog-like ways making them general favourites wherever they are met with. There are, at present, 6 distinct types of Manx or rumpy cats being exhibited at our shows, namely the long straight-backed cat, the long roach-backed cat, the long straight-backed cat with high hindquarters, the short straight-backed cat, the short roach-backed cat, the short-backed cat with high hindquarters. The last type is the correct one. The first is the worst and commonest type. The others are intermediate and should be judged accordingly. Manx cats should always be judged in a good, large, empty pen, and never in their own pens or when held by the judge. Coat. Exactly the opposite to the ordinary domesticated short-haired cat. A long and open outer coat and a soft, close undercoat is the correct thing. End quote. At one time, we may presume, the Manx cat was kept pure in the Isle of Man, but alas, the natives, with an eye to the main chance, have been led into manufacturing a spurious article, and many more tailless cats and kittens than ever were born have been sold to tourists eager to carry home some souvenir of the island to their friends on the mainland. I have been told that the landing pier is a frequent resort of dealers in so-called Manx cats, where the unwary traveller is waylaid and sold. On some out-of-the-way farms on the island, I believe none but tailless cats have been kept for generations, and some genuine specimens may thus be picked up if the tourist gives himself the trouble to go off the beaten tracks. The following letters, which appeared in Our Cats in the issue of June 30th, 1900, will be read with interest. They were written by 2 gentlemen of prominent position in the Isle of Man, but as they did not wish to be identified as authorities on cats, their names were not given. Letter 1. Castletown, Isle of Man, 12th July, 1898. I received yesterday your letter respecting Manx cats. I fear I am unable to aid you much in your inquiries as to the Manx cat for any personal information I can give. When I was a boy, there was a kind of tradition that the tailless cat was brought here by the Spanish Armada. We have a headland called Spanish Head, where it has been believed that some tailless cats escaped and took refuge here, and that from such cats all the so-called Manx cats have been derived. During my life, I have frequently met persons who have travelled in Spain, and I think I've always asked from such persons if they had ever met with tailless cats there, but I never met anyone who'd seen them. I never heard any other traditional origin of the Manx cat alleged. They are very common here, but not so common as cats with tails. Both cats with and cats without tails associate together. In my own house we have always kept cats, and in almost every litter of kittens there are some with and some without tails. I have 2 tailless cats now. One is a kitten of a few weeks old. It has no sign of a tail, but is, as designated here, a pure rumpy. The mother is one also, but she has a little fur tuft. I have frequently seen kittens having a very small rudimentary tail, such as 1 or 2 bones. I have seen, I think, Manx cats of most of the colours mentioned by you, but the most common are the grey or tabby. I have never heard of wild cats found here, and I do not think there is any tradition about them. A few years ago I had a very fine tomcat bred in my own house, black all over and with no sign of a tail. I lost it. I presume it was stolen by some tripper. Trippers are frequently on the lookout for Manx cats, and I fear that many tailed kittens are deprived of their tails to meet the demand. Letter to Ramsey, 17th July, 1898. Thank you for letting me see the interesting letters about Manx cats. I suppose the Society wants to have a standard by which to judge them. I am sure we should all be interested to hear what they have to say on the subject, and we may be able to add some general information. To take the questions in order, I should say that grey tabby, barred, not spotted, is the most natural and correct, if one may so speak. I think it is certainly most common. I have known tortoiseshell, black and white, black, white, and perhaps others which I now forget. The eye, so far as I know, is the same as in the common English tabby. Certainly we have cats with tails, the rumpy being the rare form, perhaps 1 in a litter, and 1 or 2 of them with half-tails. As to what they're supposed to be, I have of course heard the Spanish Armada story. My own belief is that they have originated in a sport, that is, as we find in dogs and fowls, and have been perpetuated as curiosities, and in modern times on account of their commercial value. I do not know that there is any type which can be said to be more true than another with regard to size and shape of head, etc. The height at the hind legs is perhaps more apparent than real, caused by the abrupt ending, without the falling tail as in ordinary cats. Professor Owen made a preparation which may be seen at the British Museum, showing the bones, if any, of the tail. I think in a perfect specimen there should be no bones. Of course, there are all degrees of stumps. It is only of recent years that any English fanciers have tried to breed true Manx cats. Miss Samuel has been very successful in establishing a strain which again and again breeds true to type. The Golf Sticks and Kangaroo, 2 noted winners, are owned by her. In former days, Miss Budgeon's Gory, Mr. Woodiwis's Manx King, Pickles, Belle, and Beauty, all good cats, accounted for most of the prizes. Miss J, whose name is more familiarly known in connection with blue Persians, has always been partial to Manx cats and used to exhibit at the Crystal Palace. The last time I visited the Holmwood Cattery, I was much struck with the number of tortoiseshell Manx cats running about the stable yard. Miss J has quite a family of these, but needless to say they are all of the female sex. Mrs. Herring has not been unmindful of this breed and has exhibited some good specimens. Miss Dresser has owned Manx cats for many years and shown some good ones. Her Belle Mahone and Moonlight were nice tabbies, free from tail, and Bonhaki Jr. was a very fine-shaped silver tabby in white, but unfortunately he had a stump which always kept him back. Mrs. Mosley has exhibited some good blacks. Lady Alexander owned several prize-winning Manx, but these have passed into the hands of Miss Hester Cochrane. The best of these are Ballochmyle Bell Stump, a curiously spotted tabby, absolutely tailless. Bell Spitz and Strathcona are also good specimens in Miss Cochrane's possession. Mr. Gambier Bolton owned and bred some fine cats, Manx Primrose, a black, and D-tail, a silver tabby. won respectively first and second at the Westminster Show in 1902. It is so usual to see breeder and pedigree unknown after almost all the entries in the Manx classes that these two cats were distinguished by having a certified pedigree. It was a grievous loss when Detail disappeared very mysteriously from his home in St. John's Wood. Manx Silverwing passed from Mr. Bolton's possession to that of Mr. Foulstone's, and was later purchased by Mr. A. Ward, the well-known cat specialist. As will be seen from the illustration on page 251, this puss is almost a spotted tabby. Lady Marcus Beresford has lately shown a great partiality for Manx. I think I am right in stating that the first one that inhabited the Bishopsgate cattery was a beautiful white called Mona that I procured for her. This fine specimen was brought from the island direct, and proved herself a splendid ratter, but alas, she did not live long to enjoy the luxuries of her new home. There are, however, no fewer than 5 Manx now at Bishopsgate: Jack, a silver tabby; Patch, a tortoiseshell; Satanella, a black female; and Stumps, a brown tabby male. The most recent addition is King Clinky, whom I have before mentioned as being owned by Mrs. H.C. Brooke. Does he ever think of his former struggling existence now that his ways are those of pleasantness and peace? One of the latest of the specialist clubs is the Manx Club, formed by Miss Hester Cochrane in 1901, with an annual subscription of 10 shillings. This has been reduced to 5 shillings, and the members in the beginning of 1903 numbered about 20. The club has, as far as possible, devoted its limited funds to guaranteeing a better classification for Manx cats at the principal shows, and when unable to afford a guarantee has given special prizes for competition. The efforts of this small body of fanciers have been substantially rewarded by the great improvement in the quantity and quality of the Manx cats exhibited during the last 18 months. Miss H. Cochrane, who's given up all other cats for Manx, is the Honourable Secretary, and Lady Alexander, Honourable Treasurer. Committee: Lady Alexander, Miss H. Cochrane, Mrs. Herring, Miss White Atkins. No doubt in time the officials and members of the Manx Club will be able to add to their number. The following is translated from a paragraph in a German weekly paper called Mutter Erde, and appeared in Our Cats of March 1st, 1900. The progeny of a tailless cat of the Isle of Man. Quote, a cat brought from the Isle of Man, Felis catus anura, to South Germany in Ley, of which the pedigree is unknown, was mated with ordinary long-tailed cats, and among 24 kittens the 4 following different kinds appeared: 1. Kittens with ordinary long tails; 2. Kittens with short and stump tails; 3. Kittens without tails like the mother; 4. Kittens without the least sign of a tail. The comparison between the influence of the sire and that of the dam on the young is interesting. First litter, 1 kitten like the mother. Second litter, 6 kittens, 5 like the mother, 1 like the father. Third litter, 5 kittens, 3 like the mother, 2 like the father. Fourth litter, 3 kittens, 1 like the mother, 2 like the father. Fifth litter, 4 kittens, 1 like the mother, 3 like the father. Sixth litter, 5 kittens, 3 like the mother, 2 like the father. It will be seen that the influence of the mother predominates. End quote. Manx cats may be considered shy breeders, and constantly the litter will consist of 1 kitten only. I have been told that they are excellent mothers, but in the words of a Manx fancier, quote, they only care to have 1 family a year. Many queens won't breed at all, and heaps of males are very funny and take no notice of their wives. End quote. Another breeder of Manx informs me that these cats seem entirely fearless with dogs, and that her canines and felines live together in perfect amity. I believe Mr. H.C. Brooke once exhibited a Manx in the same pen as a bulldog at the South London Bulldog Show of 1893, and now, having mentioned Mr. Brooke's name, I am pleased to say that this well-known and successful fancier of Manx, as well as foreign cats, has kindly written an article on this variety, which is his pet specialty. Quote, on this breed I think I may claim to write with some authority, as I have kept it for a number of years, and it has always been my favourite breed of cat. I believe I may, without boasting, say that I have of late years been of some service to the breed by constantly agitating for the Manx classes to be entrusted to judges who take some interest in the variety, for it is a lamentable fact that there are numbers of people, good judges of the more popular breeds, who are quite willing to adjudicate upon the Manx classes without possessing the slightest qualifications, and these usually merely judge the Manx as a tailless cat, which is all wrong. During the last few years, I am glad to say that the National Cat Club, at almost all its shows, instead of tacking the Manx classes onto the list of any all-round judge, has appointed capable judges, and whilst, of course, no judge has ever succeeded in pleasing all concerned, except when there was only one entry in the class, the awards at these shows have always been reasonable and sound, and free from the absurdities which too often sicken fanciers and render the judge ridiculous at other shows. When we find an all-round judge openly stating that a Manx is but a tailless cat, and that he could manufacture perfect specimens, it is high time that the judge's name, however excellent a judge he may be of other breeds, should be inscribed upon the tablets of every Manx fancier's memory, and when he again officiates he should be saved the trouble of going over cats which he neither likes nor understands. What is a Manx but a tailless cat, some may ask? Well, a cat with perhaps an inch of tail, though, in my opinion, unfit to win a prize, may possibly be really a better Manx, more calculated to do good to the breed than an absolutely tailless cat. It may possess more Manx character, and this Manx character is a thing not understanded of the people. And here it is that those judges score who have taken a real interest in and studied the breed. A cat may have a couple of joints of tail, crooked or straight, and yet be a pure Manx, though as we strive for perfection I consider that such cats should be relegated to the stud, or at most only be placed in the money if the competition be very weak, and then never awarded any high prize. If breeders of Manx were more careful, there should be no difficulty in obtaining litters without any tail whatever. No cat can be a really typical Manx who is long cast in the body. A short, cobby body is an essential in a show Manx. So also is a round, short skull. These points are usually noticeable when the kittens are young. As they grow older, they disappear, frequently to return when the cat has outgrown its kittenhood. But the most important Manx property is the great length of hind leg, which absolutely marks the typical Manx as a cat quite distinct from a tailless cat. With this should be coupled a round guinea pig-like rump, round as an orange, which of course can only be obtained when there is absolutely no tail. Even a tuft of gristle or hair, as found in many of the best specimens, though in itself but a very trifling defect, detracts from this typical rumpy appearance by giving a more or less angular appearance to the hindquarters, unless, that is, it be situated so far back between the hip bones that it in no way projects. As typical specimens showing this rumpy formation to perfection, I may mention the late champion and premier Katzenjammer and Balochmal Bell Stump, probably two of the best ever seen in this respect. Had these two been mated, what glorious progeny should have resulted? Now, these two cats, whilst possessing the round rumpy formation to perfection, did not excel so much in length of hind leg, and for superlative excellence in this property we must turn to another celebrated couple, the late Silver Tabby, champion and premier Bonhaki, and King Clinky, who has just passed into the possession of Lady Marcus Beresford, and who, at the age of about 15 months, has already twice won championship awards. Now these two cats exhibited the great length of hind leg which gave them, when in motion, the desired comical rabbity action, but in roundness of rump they lost to the other two, being somewhat more angular. To gain absolute perfection we require roundness of rump united to great length of hind leg. These are the great characteristics of the Manx, to which every Manx judge worthy of the name will attach the greatest importance. Then come other body properties, shortness of back, general cobbiness, roundness of skull, small ears, shortness of face, then, last of all, colour. And here it is that the average all-round judge goes astray, for in too many cases he attaches too much weight to colour, a good instance of which occurred when Balochmal Bell Stump, above referred to, whose colour, though quaint, is not very pleasing, was placed below a long-cast cat of a taking colour, but in no wise a typical Manx. As I before remarked, colour should be considered last. I think a good black is the nicest colour for a Manx, and of course the eyes should be of the colour sought for in ordinary black cats. A pure blue-eyed white is very pretty and also very scarce. Tabby and white I personally do not care for. Silver tabbies are uncommon and very handsome. Tortoiseshells are also pretty and quaint. The fur of the Manx should be just a little longer and softer than that of the ordinary short-haired cat. Now and then we see long-haired Manx advertised, but these are of course mongrels or abortions, and by no means Manx cats. What is the origin of the Manx? That is a question which in all probability will never be answered. The theory that it originated from a cat or cats having lost its tail by accident I do not consider worth a moment's consideration. Such a cat might well have tailless progeny, but that would have nothing to do with the abnormal length of the hind legs, which in good specimens is patent to the most superficial observer, and which makes the gambols of a couple of Manx a comical sight, calculated to excite laughter in the most mournfully disposed person. Quaint is the old versified explanation which I remember hearing some years ago. It ran, if I remember rightly, somewhat like this. Noah, sailing o'er the seas, ran high and dry on Ararat. His dog then made a spring and took the tail from off a pussy-cat. Puss through the window quick did fly, and bravely through the waters swam, nor ever stopped till high and dry she landed on the Isle of Man. Thus tailless puss earned Mona's thanks, and ever after was called Manx. The most feasible explanation, in my opinion, though of course it can be but a theory, is that these cats were originally imported from the East. Asiatic cats of domestic varieties show remarkable variety in the shape of their tails, as witness the kinks often found in the tail of the Siamese cat, and the knot tails of other varieties. This subject will be referred to again in a subsequent paper. It is also noticeable that many Manx, like the Siamese, are very dog-like in their habits, showing extreme affection for their owners. Poor old Katzenjammer, for instance, would follow me to the railway station, and many a time on my return from town have I found him sitting in the middle of the field waiting for me, and on seeing me he would accompany me home just like a dog. To return to the question of the Manx cat's tail, this should, of course, be like snakes in Iceland, absent. What we want is for the spinal column to come to an end high up on the back, so that on placing the finger where the tail would begin, a hollow or depression is felt. This is the perfection, but it is not always obtainable in even the very best specimens. Next to be desired is when only a little tuft of gristle and hair, with at most a suggestion of a twisted and withered bone, is present. Then comes a distinct caudal vertebra. If twisted or abnormal in shape, so much the better. But in my opinion, more than 2 joints should not be allowed in show specimens at all, though such cats, as I remarked above, may be valuable at stud for breeding from. But I see no reason, if Manx breeders would pay more attention and incompetent judges were barred, why absolute taillessness should not be attained in 99 kittens out of each 100. I have bred many, but none have had the crooked stumps we often see in otherwise good specimens. I do not care for large Manx, which generally look coarse. Here again the all-rounder often goes astray and unduly favours a large cat. I can heartily recommend the Manx as a pet, and the quaintness of his movements are certainly a recommendation. My cats are all house pets, so that I can watch them and enjoy their company. The cattery cat is abhorrent to me. I cannot understand why so few people go in for rationally breeding this quaint variety. I had hoped that the recent purchase by His Majesty of 2 couples of the breed might have given it a fillip. To illustrate the breed, I may perhaps be accused of egotism in giving the portrait of one of our own cats, but as he is dead, it is less invidious than if living specimens were selected, and as they were awarded the very highest prizes by the very greatest authorities, they may safely be taken as near perfection. The silver tabby, champion and premier Bonhaki, was bred by Mr. Jungblut, one of the keepers of the monkey house at the zoo. He made his debut at the Botanic Gardens as a kitten, when he was much admired by the then Princess of Wales, and Mr. Wayne awarded him the championship. This success he followed up by winning 4 others under various judges, and died at the early age of 27 months. Champion and Premier Katzenjammer was bred at home. He did not commence his show career till late, and then he had to meet Bonhaki, after whose death, however, he was unbeaten, and had earned his champion title at the time of his death from gastritis last year, which robbed me of one of the most affectionate pals men ever had, and I am not ashamed to own that many and bitter were the tears I shed over his grave. In conclusion, I would advise Manx fanciers to do their best to accustom their cats to seeing strangers, to being handled, and to the show pen. For when a cat is nervous and crouches in a heap, it is most difficult to see whether the desired shape of hindquarters and rabbity action are present. They can best be seen when the cat holds itself fearlessly and boldly, and when a judge has a large number of classes to get through in a short space of time, in very likely an ill-lighted building, he cannot spend half an hour coaxing each cat to show its action. End of quote. End of section 26. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2026.
Section 27 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Section 27. Siamese Cats. I have often remarked at our cat shows that strangers in the fancy will inquire and ask to be directed to the Siamese class, and many and varied are the exclamations of surprise and admiration expressed by them on seeing, perhaps for the first time, a row of Siamese cats seated in their pens. Nor is it always necessary to direct visitors to the Siamese classes, for generally these animals will betray their whereabouts by the unique tone of their voice, which is distinguishable at a great distance. There is certainly a great fascination about this peculiar breed of cats, which is yearly becoming more popular and fashionable. But fanciers are also learning a lesson in the school of experience, where frequently the fees are high, that they dare not trust their valuable specimens on the show bench. Siamese cats seem to be more sensitive than even the most delicate of long-hair breeds, and if attacked by any of the ills that catty flesh is heir to, they do not appear to have any stamina to bear up against the ravages of the disease. Their recuperative powers are almost nil, and they rarely pull through a severe illness. I have never kept Siamese myself, but I have had many opportunities of observing them in sickness and in health. I have seen grown-up specimens go out like the snuffing of a candle with acute pneumonia, almost before one has realized they were even ailing. These creatures are quite human in the way they look at you with those bonny blue eyes, and when you talk to them they seem to answer in their croaking voice. I can well understand what companionable cats these may become, and to fanciers of this unique breed, other cats must appear lacking in interest and wanting in intelligence. From time to time there have been discussions in our cat papers on Siamese cats in general, and on their kinked or kinkless tails in particular. It is certain that those cats known to us as Royal Siamese are not the only species in Siam, the common cat of the country being tabby or black. So many of my friends who are fanciers and breeders of Siamese have kindly supplied me with interesting facts concerning this variety that I do not intend to enter into any details, but will state that in 1902 a Siamese cat club was started by several enthusiastic admirers of this breed, and the members have certainly done much to improve the classification at shows by offering prizes and guaranteeing classes. The following is a list of the officials of the Specialist Club with a standard of points for Royal Siamese Cats. President, Mrs. Very Campbell. Vice Presidents, the Lady Decease, Mrs. Vian, Miss Sutherland, the Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison, Mrs. Chapman, and Miss H. Cochran. Committee, Mrs. Parker Brough, Mrs. Carew Cox, Miss Derby Hyde, Mrs. C.B. Robinson, Mrs. A. Spencer, Miss Forestier Walker, Mr. Gambier Bolton, and Mr. C.W. Cook. Honorable Treasurer, Mrs. Parker Brough, Springfield, Kettering. Honorable Secretary, Miss Forstier Walker. Honorable Auditor, Conrad W. Cook. Standard of points for the Royal Siamese Cat. Body color as light and even as possible, cream being most desirable, but fawn also admissible, without streaks, bars, blotches, or any other body markings. Points, i.e. mask, ears, legs, feet, and tail, dark and clearly defined, of the shade known as seal brown. Mask, complete, i.e. connected by tracings with the ears, neither separated by a pale ring, as in kittens, nor blurred and indistinct, the desideratum being to preserve the marten face, an impression greatly aided by a good mask. Eyes, bright and decided blue. Coat, glossy and close-lying. Shape, body rather long, legs proportionately slight. Head rather long and pointed. General appearance, with points emphasized above, a somewhat curious and striking-looking cat of medium size, if weighty, not showing bulk, as this would detract from the admired svelte appearance. In type, in every particular, the reverse of the ideal short-haired domestic cat, and with properly preserved contrasts of color, a very handsome animal, often also distinguished by a kink in the tail. Remarks. While admitting that blues, blacks, whites, tabbies, and other colored cats may be also cats of Siam, these being common to all parts of the world, this club recognizes only as Siamese cats those cats the points of which conform to the above standard, and is, in fact, desirous of encouraging the breeding of those particular cats first made known to British fanciers as the Royal Siamese. The points of the chocolate Siamese are the same as above, with the exception of body color. Value of points. Body color, 20. Shape, 10. Coat, 10. Head, 10. Eyes, 20. Mask, 15. Density of points, 15. Total, 100. Any cat failing to obtain 75 of the above marks shall not be eligible for the club's challenge prizes and medals. It was shortly after the formation of the Siamese Cat Club that the following letter appeared in Fur and Feather. Points of the Siamese. The committee of the Siamese Club wished to draw attention to the unfortunate diversity of opinion concerning Siamese cats expressed in articles which appear from time to time in some of the papers which devote a portion of their issue to cat news. One great object of the Siamese Club is to encourage the distinct breeding of the Royal Cat of Siam and also of the Chocolate Cat of Siam, both beautiful in their own way, but recognized as distinct breeds. The Siamese Club is young and not infallible, but containing as it does most of the principal breeders and exhibitors, its committee would like to record their opinion on some few points which have appeared in the press, in order to avoid a silence which might be construed as consent. With regard to color, they cannot agree that a royal can be too light in body color, nor can they endorse, "We like a rich cream body, chocolate saddle, and the points glossy black, shading away to chocolate." Another paper advises the mating of Royal Siamese with the chocolate variety. It is true that the young kittens are very pretty, but after 6 months old quickly become dark and blurred. The great beauty of Royal Siamese is the contrast between the sharply defined, deepest brown markings and a body of as light a cream as possible. The third paper gives the information that an exhibitor known to it has bred prize-winning Siamese from a cross between a white cat with blue eyes and a Siamese queen. It also mentions another case where such crossing has produced good Siamese kittens, and thinks that many other people have, with more or less success, followed the same tactics. The above experiment has often been tried, purposely and accidentally, but no case is known to the writers where the result has been anything like Siamese, the kittens always favoring the English parent. All Siamese are born white, and therefore, if the children of one white parent died quite young, such a mistake might be natural. It certainly would be very unfair to sell such kittens, as their progeny would inherit and might pass on an English parentage, not even necessarily white. A white is or may be merely an albino variety. Signed, A. Forestier Walker, Jean A. Spencer, May Robinson, L. Parker Bro, S. E. Backhouse, Constance Carew Cox. Miss Forestier Walker and Miss Vian were amongst the first to introduce Siamese cats into England, and they have always owned a direct descendant from the first and famous Tyam O'Cheyenne, and many are the prize winners they have reared and shown from this celebrated strain. Miss Forestier Walker has frequently acted as judge of Siamese and took a very active part in the formation of the specialist club for this breed. She has kindly furnished me with the following notes and given me some photographs of Mrs. Vian's cats. Siamese cats were first introduced into England about 25 years ago, but were not often seen until a few years later. Among the earliest were those belonging to Sir Robert Herbert, Lady Dorothy Neville, and Reverend S. Baring Gould, Mrs. Cunliffe Lee, Mrs. Vian, and myself. Since then, they have become fairly common. There are two distinct varieties in the present day. One, the Royal Cat of Siam, cream-colored in body, with sharply defined seal-brown markings on head, ears, legs, feet, and tail. Eyes a decided blue. The cats generally become darker after 2 years old, but where great care has been taken in breeding, the true royal cats keep the light color longer. In any case, the body coloring should be even, not blotched or striped. The larger, lighter color cats have china or ultramarine blue eyes. The more slender, darker cats have deeper colored eyes. 2. The chocolate cats are deep brown in color, showing hardly any markings, and have blue eyes. All Siamese kittens are white when born, but in a few days slight markings appear on tail, ears, and paws, and by 4 months old the markings are dark and complete, excepting those which connect the face and head. These are seldom perfect before 8 months old. The tails are sometimes straight, which is not a fault, but a knot or kink in the tail is a peculiarity of the breed, and therefore desirable. In England it has been asserted that this is a defect, but in Siam it is highly prized, and cats from the royal palace which have been given by the king as presents of value to important people have had this distinction. In the East, a cat with a kinked tail fetches a higher price. The Siamese have a great affection for animals, and there is no doubt that the cats are much valued, those in the royal palace having been kept exceptionally pure. There is a legend that the light-colored cats with blue eyes represent silver, the dark cats with yellow eyes gold, and that the possessor of both will always have plenty. This rather gives the idea that originally the eyes of the pure chocolate cat were yellow, and that the present variety has been crossed with the royal cat. Mr. Young of Harrogate had some years ago a chocolate cat with yellow eyes. Another belief is that they received the souls of their owners at death, and it is well known that the King of Siam had one on board his yacht when visiting Europe a few years ago. It is a great mistake to mix the varieties, as the result after they become adult is a blurring of the markings and a patchy coat. The males are extremely powerful and will kill strange cats and fight dogs. They are devoted to their wives and children and to their owners. They are exceedingly intelligent. With the dogs of the house, they will be on excellent terms. The litters vary in size, but 4 to 5 is the usual number. The kittens are difficult to rear as they suffer from worms and teething, but after 7 or 8 months old, there is little danger. Some people think a meat diet best, but I find it satisfactory to bring them up on lighter food, such as Ridge's food, milk, gravy, and fish, until they begin to cut their teeth when meat is required. A pair from the palace were given to Mrs. Vian and myself in 1884 or 5, and we have been very careful in breeding, mating, when possible, with such good cats as Mrs. Lee's celebrated Meow, Mrs. Moore's Siam, Mrs. Harrington's Meshi, etc., and have bred in consequence the famous Tyam-o-Cheyennes 2, 3, and 4, Polyphema, Susa, Kityakara, Goblin, Champion Eve, Maeve King, Vishuda, Achu, Suzanne, and many others. Among fanciers and importers of Siamese cats in the past, I may mention the Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison, Lady O'Malley, Lady Decies, Mrs. Brodie, Mr. Temple, Mr. Gambier Bolton, Miss Moore, Mrs. Elliot Hill, Mrs. Cunliffe Lee, owner of the celebrated Meow, and Mrs. Carew Cox, who later in this article will give some account of her King Kesho and the breed with which her name is still associated. Mrs. Herring has exhibited good specimens from time to time. Mrs. Chapman's Wally Pug used to cross the Irish Channel to visit English cat shows. Mr. Young and Mr. Inman, both of Harrogate, favored this breed and had some lovely cats. Mrs. Nyde owned a charming little female named Minthamie, and Miss Sutherland, who lives in the south of France, used to breed a lot of good Siamese from her imported Prince of Siam. Several of her breeding have been sold in England and have won at shows. Mrs. Patton Bethune has often exhibited and is an ardent admirer of the breed. Mrs. Parker Brough, in whose care Tyam-o-Cheyenne IV is placed by Mrs. Vian, well known as a Siamese breeder, as is also Mrs. Spencer of I Vicarage, who exports quite a number of cats. One of her breed, owned by Mr. E. Ratcliffe, is a beautiful animal. Mrs. Very Campbell, the president of the Siamese Club, is a generous supporter of the breed. Mr. and Mrs. W. R. Hawkins have always had some fine specimens, and Mrs. Hankey, Miss H. Cochran, Miss Derby Hyde, and Miss Armitage are among others who owned some notable Siamese cats. Mrs. Backhouse's Champion Eve was a distinguished prize winner, and Mrs. Robinson's Ah Chew was chosen as a model for the Medal of the Siamese Club. But it is chiefly as the owner of the celebrated Champion Wanky that Mrs. Robinson is known in the cat fancy in general, and among Siamese breeders in particular. Wanky is the first Siamese to win the title of champion. He was bred in Hong Kong, his mother, Nims, being a stolen palace kitten. Wanky was 6 months old when he arrived in England and was born in September 1895. He has won over 30 prizes, but was never shown till June 1898, therefore losing the time in which most Siamese cats gain their honors, namely between 6 months and 2 years, when they are pale in color of coat. Many are the prize kittens he has sired, too numerous to mention. Mrs. Robinson, who is a member of the National Cat Club Committee, has frequently acted as a judge of Siamese, and has kindly written the following account for this chapter. One of the most beautiful of the short-haired cats is undoubtedly the royal cat of Siam, and the breed is greatly increasing in popularity, but is never likely to be common, as the cats are delicate in this country. The best description is that drawn up by the Siamese Cat Club in their standard of points. The points of the chocolate Siamese are the same as the royal, with the exception of body color, which is a dark, rich brown all over, thus making the markings less noticeable. All Siamese cats darken with age, and when they get dark, there is a tendency to call them chocolates. I know of only one real chocolate, Mr. C. Cook's Zetland Wansies, so consider them more likely to be a freak than a distinct variety. Of the royals, there seem to be 2 types in England. The one, rather a small, long-headed cat with glossy, close-lying coat and deep blue eyes, and with a decided tendency to darken with age, is generally the imported cat, or having imported parents. The other is a larger cat with a rounder head, a much thicker, longer, and less close-lying coat, and the eyes a paler blue. These cats do not darken as much or as soon as the other type, and have generally been bred for several generations in England. The kittens are born absolutely white, and in about a week a faint penciling comes round the ears, and gradually all the points come. At 4 or 5 months they are lovely, as generally they retain their baby whiteness, which contrasts well with their almost black ears, deep brown markings, and blue eyes. Some kittens are much longer than others in getting dense, these making the lightest cats. This breed is said to be kept very carefully in the palace in Bangkok, hence the title Royal, and is by no means the common cat of Siam. One gentleman, a missionary, who had lived there 15 years, had during that time seen only 3. A few years ago there was a pair of these cats in the zoological gardens at Bangkok, but they were very poor specimens. They have occasionally been given by the king as presents of great value, and several pairs have come to England in this way. Also, kittens have undoubtedly been stolen from the palace from time to time. There is a legend that these cats were kept exclusively and with great care in the king's palace as resting places for royal souls. The Siamese are Buddhists and consequently believe in the transmigration of souls, but with the growth of Western ideas and Western skepticism, I doubt this being admitted. They are very intelligent, almost doggy in their ways, and very affectionate, but not universally friendly. The males are great fighters and freely use their terrible voices, but they are well suited for house pets, as they seem happiest with their human friends. The first specimens were brought to England about 25 or 30 years ago, and Mr. Harrison Weir says that among those who possessed them were Lady Dorothy Neville, whose cats were imported and presented by Sir R. Herbert of the Colonial Office. The late Duke of Wellington imported the breed, also Mr. Scott of Rotherfield. Miss Armitage of Chaselyfield, Pendleton, has sent me some charming photographs of her pets. She writes, "I have very few cats at present. I lost so many beautiful Siamese last year, and I think I made rather a mistake in having their skins made into mats. Cora, the mother of my Siamese cats and kits, is still a beauty, and I really think she improves with age. And though her eyes are not all I could wish for in color, yet her kittens have always had the desired tone of blue. I have now a lovely daughter of Cora and Champion Wanky, aged 9 months. When she was a few hours old, I put her to be fostered by our old English garden Tabby, who makes her headquarters in the greenhouse. This kitten has never had a day's illness. She leads a wild life, catching birds and mice and nibbling the tips off the ferns, much to the gardener's annoyance. I am hoping to send her to our next National Cat Club show, if I can catch her that day, but she is generally up a tree when wanted. I find the way to succeed in breeding and rearing Siamese kittens is to only keep a few. I strongly believe in putting them forth into cottage homes. Distemper spreads like wildfire amongst this breed, and it is heart-rending to lose whole litters at once. It is strange how much stronger the females are than the males. I have never lost a female kitten yet, but alas, many a promising male. I remember a beautiful male bred by Miss Armitage that she exhibited at one of her Manchester shows. Sam Sly was as near perfection as possible, and after taking everything in the way of prizes, medals, and championships, this fine fellow came home and died. Mrs. Spencer of I Vicarage, to whom I have alluded as a Siamese fancier, has bred so many large litters of kits that I wrote to ask if she would kindly give me and my readers the benefit of some of her experience in rearing young Siamese. She writes in reply, "My Royal Siam came from the Royal Palace, and I consider him a splendid specimen. I did not breed from him until he was between 3 and 4 years old, which may be one of the reasons why all the kittens by him are so wonderfully strong and healthy. He has never ailed anything since I have had him. I have never placed him at stud, but have allowed a few friends to send their queens to visit him. Neither have I ever exhibited him, for he is far too precious a pet to be allowed to run any risks. My queen, Princess Maya Mauni, is also a fine strong cat, a daughter of Mrs. Carew Cox's King Kesho, and many are the prize winners bred from these two. I heat my catteries during the day in winter, and at night in cold weather I give the cats a hot stone bottle in their sleeping boxes, for it is the damp and cold of our English winter nights which are so dangerous. The windows of my catteries face south, and this is important in rearing Siamese. I will always allow my cats an abundance of fish. This I give, mixed with bread soaked in water, twice a day, with another meal of something different, thus making 3 meals a day. I boil all the milk. Sometimes I give a little cod liver oil over their food, with very beneficial results. If the kittens have bad colds or any trifling ailment, I indulge them with a little finely cut up raw beef. I have been breeding Siamese for over 5 years, and I have only lost 1 kitten of my own rearing. I think the reason of my success is that I never pass over the most trifling symptom of illness, and it is very necessary to take the temperature of Siamese at the slightest sign of sickness. I send a great number of kittens away to purchasers, and I am most particular in the way I pack the kits for their journey. The basket outside should be covered with thick brown paper, leaving just a square piece in the lid for ventilation. Inside I line with new house flannel and place a soft cushion at the bottom, and if very cold weather, I put an India rubber hot water bottle under the cushion. If the cats have to pass through London, I arrange with the district messengers company to meet the cat and convey it to its destination or to another station. Thus, dangerous delays are avoided at very little cost. As everyone knows, Lady Marcus Beresford has always been especially fond of Siamese cats, and many splendid specimens have inhabited the Bishopsgate Cat Cottage. At present, King of Siam and Kula, and a quaint little female called It, represent this breed. In the days gone by, Tachin and Cambodia were the admired of all admirers, and I doubt if ever a more perfect pair has landed on these shores. These cats were given to Lady Marcus Beresford 12 years ago by the late Lord William Beresford, who brought them straight from the palace at Bangkok. Lady Marcus writes, I never once had any trouble or anxiety with them. Dear, gentle, friendly little people, so clever and attractive. I have never seen any I have so admired. They had many fine, healthy litters scattered about now amongst various friends. My success all around was great with them. No illness of any kind, till one day a fiend poisoned both Tachin and Cambodia and some of their 6-month kittens. I have replaced them with some bred in England, and my opinion is that, as a rule, the imported ones are much the stronger. A pair of Siamese imported from the temple at Bangkok I purchased from Mrs. Barry Campbell, and had the great misfortune to lose them. They differed from the royal Siamese, being darker and having a more pointed head and face, and their eyes were larger and fuller. I consider that Siamese cats are much cleverer than other breeds, and with patience can be taught several clever tricks. I intend to go in more largely for them in the future. Several of Lady Marcus Beresford's Siamese found their way into Mr. and Mrs. Hawkins' possession, and were exhibited from time to time, always gaining great distinction. Mrs. Hawkins possesses a daughter of Tachin, and so hopes to keep up this unique strain. Mrs. Hawkins has some of the best arranged and very solidly built catteries in Brighton, of which I give an illustration. These are specifically adapted for the breeding of Siamese and Silvers, the 2 varieties which find favor at Shalimar. A long experience with Siamese enables Mrs. Hawkins to write with authority, and I give her notes as given to me for the benefit of my readers. The first thing you have to consider with regard to these animals is that when newly imported they are naturally delicate, and must be hardened off, so to speak, just as our delicate foreign birds have to be. That is to say, you cannot treat them at first as you would our ordinary fireside cats. If you are fortunate enough to pick up newly imported ones, even if you have to pay a good price for them, they will prove a good investment, and perhaps you may be able to get some from one of our numerous cat fanciers, though they are very scarce at present and difficult to obtain. My advice is to get the best possible pair and let them breed in the spring in the house, if you can let them have a spare room, which need not be warmed in any way. Leave the mother quietly with the kittens, and having provided a warm bed and bedding for them previously, leave them to nature as much as possible, just going in now and then to see that all is going on all right, and giving the mother warm milk, etc., and coaxing her to get used to you. Siamese cats are particularly gentle and affectionate, and if you are kind to them, they will soon get to know and love you. It is a pity their nature is not more copied by human beings. Then we should not have so much dissension and wrangling in our cat fancy. But this is a digression. As the kittens get on, it is well to have a warm place outside prepared ready for them. But do not put them out too soon, and if any show the slightest suspicion of cold, they must be brought in and allowed to get over it completely before being turned out in the garden or outhouses with the others. My own Siamese kittens were born in a cat house in my garden at Brighton, but they were June kittens, so by that time we were having very nice weather. The father and mother I had as kittens. I pulled them through their baby ailments successfully, and as the weather was propitious and sunny, I put them in their outside houses. Siamese and chinchilla kittens, both of which I go in for, must be hardened off gradually. They are just like English children brought from abroad, who have to be carefully nurtured at first and trained to get used to our English climate. What we want is to establish a really healthy, strong strain of Siamese in England, and by following the above suggestions, I think it is possible to do it, not without difficulty, as, of course, it takes a little time and trouble, like everything else. But what is worth having is worth trying for. I may say I won with my Siamese at Brighton shows every time I exhibited them, and am now starting breeding them again, and I think that everyone who will have the patience to go in for this charming variety will find themselves well repaid, as the kittens command £5 to £10 each if successfully reared, and sometimes more. Of course, one must keep a careful watch over their diet and not overfeed. This is a great point, as they will contract skin diseases if you do. But all these things apply as much to all cats, and I cannot see why Siamese should be more difficult to breed and establish thoroughly in England than any other cats. One of mine, a female, is out now, and has been all winter, in a brick cat house, and is perfectly well. I have been told Siamese are so delicate that people cannot rear them. This is often the fault of the people themselves, for if they will not take a little trouble over animals, they cannot expect to make money by them. By this I do not mean fussing and worrying your servants over them. Look after them yourselves. See that they are all right every day. A good feed twice a day is quite sufficient, and then your Siamese will soon be as healthy and strong as your other cats. All the points of a good Siamese are so well known that I need not touch upon them here. Start with a good strain, be careful, be patient, and you will be rewarded in the end. I have mentioned Mrs. Parker Brough as a breeder of Siamese cats, and I am indebted to her for the following account of her favorite breed. A peculiarity of Royal Siamese is that the kittens are born quite white, and at about 14 days the points begin to look rather gray, turning at 2 months to a deep seal brown, while the rest of the body usually remains white or cream for at least a couple of years. The whiskers and claws remain white. The coloring process resembles nothing so much as that of a meerschaum pipe. There are distinct varieties of Siamese known to fanciers, the palace or royal cat, the temple cat, chocolate, and there is likewise the common cat of the country, which is also found within the palace. The points of the chocolate cat are identical for shows with those of the royal, except body color. But the imported chocolate is often dark chocolate, with blue eyes, stumpy tail with a marked kink, short legs, and heavy, thick body. There are not many chocolates exhibited owing to the preference given to the royal variety. It must be understood that there is no definite royal breed as such, but the palace breed seems to have originated by selection. The Siamese as a nation are lovers of anything quaint or uncommon, and the white-bodied cats in Bangkok seem to have been given to or bought by the inhabitants of the palace until they have established a breed of their own and reproduced the cat that fanciers know today as the royal cat of Siam. This should explain a point which has given rise to much controversy, as travelers agree that other cats than royal Siamese are to be found inside the palace. Yet the king and Prince Damarong have given from time to time royal Siamese to friends, naturally choosing for the present the cat that has the most value in their eyes. That is to say, that the term Royal Siamese or Royal Cat of Siam is a descriptive term applied to a particular variety of cat and should imply no more than this. We have a parallel case in King Charles Spaniels. The temple cat is under the care of the Jain priests, who have the greatest reverence for animal life and whose temple is a sanctuary for all animals. Those who have kept Siamese will readily understand that, given a climate to suit them, only one breed of cat would be left in the temple, i.e., the Siamese, for this breed is distinguished as much by its pluck and activity as by hatred for any other breed of cat. The common cat of Siam is very much the same as anywhere else, except that the Malay kink in the tail is to be found in many of them. Until recently, the Siamese was but little known in Europe, but occasionally was to be found in the various zoological gardens. At present, there is a fine female specimen to be seen at the zoo at Frankfurt on the Main, having been purchased from the King of Romania. One or two are to be seen at Berlin, and we understand some are to be seen at The Hague. London has the first one it has had for 6 years, but it is not shown owing to its want of condition. A point on which the Siamese fancy is divided is whether the ideal cat should have a kink in the tail or not. The club remains neutral. Champion Wang Qi has a decided kink, looking, in fact, as though the tail had been caught in a door in his early youth. Tayamo Cheyenne IV, on the contrary, has none. This kink is a peculiarity of the animals of the Malay Peninsula, and sometimes is so marked as to make the tail appear like a corkscrew, though others of the same litter may have quite straight tails. There is a peculiarity in breeding Siamese, i.e., the rarity of female kittens in a litter, the average seeming to be 5 males to 2 females. This may be due to the artificial lives so often led by these cats, and if so, corroborates the theory of Herr Schenk, an Austrian doctor, of the probabilities of sex at birth. 3 of the most noted male cats exhibited in England have been Mrs. Robinson's Champion Wang Qi, Mrs. Vian's Tayamo Cheyenne IV, and Mrs. Parker Bro's Kashka. Probably Mrs. Backhouse's Champion Eve and Mrs. Vian's Polyphema were the best females exhibited. Kashka was, perhaps, the finest cat we ever saw, having eyes of the most glorious blue imaginable. Kashka died after the Westminster show of 1900. Owners run a great risk in sending their Siamese, especially kittens, to shows, as in addition to being more liable to take cold, are apt to fret themselves ill at being separated from their mistresses. Many fanciers are leaving off showing Siamese for that reason. For instance, the Siamese classes were cancelled at the Westminster show of 1903 owing to lack of entries. It is hard to say how they should be kept and how they should be fed. Some Siamese thrive by being treated just the same as ordinary cats, but they are few and far between. We have known cats which have been allowed to run about in the snow and in and out of drafts and remain perfectly healthy, and others who seem quite strong as long as they are taken care of, catch cold and die if they get their feet wet. However, if their cattery is kept constantly at a temperature of 50 degrees, and they are fed on scrapped beef, milk, without boric acid or preservative, water, and vegetables, they seem to do better than under any other conditions. Personally, we have 2 catteries, indoor and outdoor. The indoor one is fitted up with foster mothers, as used for chickens, on legs about 3 feet from the ground. We find this very necessary owing to the drafts on the floor. The rooms can be quickly warmed to any temperature required, even in the depth of winter. We like our grown-up cats loose about the house, but it is impossible to allow kittens their full liberty when there are many of them, as they are bound to get into mischief and do much damage to the furniture, climbing up curtains and breaking ornaments on mantelpieces and scratching leather, etc. Of course, they are allowed downstairs a portion of every day when their mistress is able to look after them. They are most fascinating, frolicsome little creatures. The outdoor catteries for use in summer consist of a house and greenhouse with covered runs leading from them, and so arranged that any or every cat can be isolated at will. These arrangements have taken a great deal of anxiety off our shoulders. This breed is certainly the noisiest, least dignified, most intelligent, and most active of all the cats. They are dog-like in their nature and can be easily taught to turn back somersaults and to retrieve, and in the country take long walks like a terrier. If they think it is mealtime and they fancy themselves neglected, they cry like children. The points of the perfect royal Siamese lie in the eyes, which should be a most perfect blue, and the contrast between the seal brown of the paws, mask, and tail, and the white or cream of the rest of the body, which should not be disfigured by bars or blotches. Age should be taken into consideration in judging this contrast. There are many beautiful kittens shown that we never hear of again after they have grown up, age having blurred their coats, thereby making the contrast less defined. For traveling short distances, there are few better traveling cases than a Canadian cheese box with holes bored in the side. They are cheap, say 4d, light and damp and draft-proof, and can be burnt after once using. It will be gathered from the accounts given by Siamese fanciers that these cats, though delicate, with the exercise of care, may be reared like ordinary ones of other breeds. Miss Cochrane is very emphatic on this point. She says, "If Siamese are treated like common English cats, given plenty of fresh air and proper food, they are hardy and healthy. And by proper food, I mean a meat diet, raw shin of beef, and as often as possible any kind of bird with the feathers on or the fowl's heads and mice. The fur and feathers act as mechanical vermifuge. If the Siamese cats are coddled, they will certainly die. They have naturally rather delicate lungs, and for these, fresh air is absolutely necessary. A close, hot atmosphere and heated rooms are fatal." Mrs. Carew Cox I have alluded to as one of the pioneers of the Siamese fancy, and she still remains an ardent admirer of this breed and often acts as a judge. She has kindly written a very valuable article specially for this work, and I have therefore great pleasure in giving her interesting experience in this chapter on Siamese. Only those who possess Siamese can understand how reluctantly a lover of this breed takes up a pen to endeavor to do justice to its characteristics. It is like attempting the impossible. One feels one must step softly, so to speak, in the presence of these wonderfully fascinating creatures, whose thoughtful yet penetrating eyes appear to see so far and so much, whose intelligence seems almost human, and who seldom stay with us for long. Unfortunately, these cats are difficult to rear, the constant damp of our climate affecting their lungs and producing frequent colds and coughs, lowering vitality and causing debility. There are two recognized varieties of this breed, the Royal and the Chocolate. The former is certainly the most beautiful in appearance, the seal brown points, sometimes black in adults, relieving the pale but rich cream color of the rest of the body, and the brown mask forming a grand setting for the superbly blue eyes. The mask on the face should circle well above the eyes, but should not extend into the ear space. The cream color should be in evidence beyond the circle. The ears should be seal and well and distinctly put on, i.e., the seal or brown should not merge into the cream. The legs, feet, and tail should be of the same shade of seal, the darker the better. The tail of a Siamese has been the subject of considerable discussion and argument, some preferring the straight tail and some the kinked. The former is surely the most to be desired for appearance sake, but the latter undeniably adds to the quaint and foreign appearance of the cat, and in Hong Kong preference is given to them and higher prices paid for kinks. The eyes should be large and luminous, of a bright shade of true blue, appearing flame-colored at night or by artificial light. Good specimens are often spoilt by small eyes, pale in color. There appear to be two distinct types, the compactly built, short in body, short on legs, and round in head, and the long-bodied, long-faced, lithe, sinuous, and peculiarly foreign-looking variety. I am informed that the small cats are held in great esteem in Siam, some of the females being quite Lilliputian. It is a matter for regret that as the cat ages, the beautiful clear cream coloring becomes cloudy and dark. There have been exceptions to this rule. The late Polyphema, owned by Mrs. Vian, retained her pale coloring and her well-defined points to the last, and was the mother of many very beautiful kittens. Male cats are generally larger than females and possess voices which demand instant attention. The chocolate Siamese are of a rich chocolate or dark seal with still more intense points. These cats usually possess eyes of rich amber. I have Miss Forstier Walker's kind permission to utilize the following most interesting and hitherto unpublished extract from a letter received by her in October 1902. I am very pleased to write and give you the following information re Siamese Cats. During a stay of some 13 years in the Straits settlements, I have visited Siam on several occasions, and on one of these visits, the present king of Siam gave a friend of mine a pair of cats. These cats were what the king called palace cats, were very valuable and perfect specimens, with short, twisted tails. It may also interest you to know that the Siamese have a superstition about their cats, and like to have both breeds in their house, i.e., the dark, coffee-colored ones with yellow or golden-colored eyes, and the cream-colored with blue or silver eyes. The idea is that the yellow-eyed cats will bring gold and the blue-eyed cats silver. Hence, if you have both breeds, there will always be plenty in the house. I advocate that all kittens should be reared by healthy English foster mothers, and am convinced that if breeders would adopt this plan, we should in time succeed in establishing a far stronger breed of cats. As matters now stand, the kittens inherit and develop any ailment or weakness to which their mothers may be subject, so that from the very commencement of their existence they have but little chance of becoming strong and healthy enough to withstand our climate of many moods. Plenty of sun and air they require, but damp and draughts are fatal. All young kittens should be encouraged to take exercise. Empty cotton reels cause hours of amusement, also a rabbit's foot tied onto a string or otherwise. Corks of any description must be avoided. Large bones should be given when the kittens are 2 months old. They assist in the growth of teeth. Small ones, such as of game, chicken, or fish, are dangerous. The best and safest of all is a bullock's foot, boiled down and pulled apart. These bones will occupy kittens for a considerable time. Worms cause enormous mortality amongst Siamese, and are, I feel convinced, at the root of nearly every ailment from which cats or kittens suffer. Therefore, however reluctant one may feel as to giving medicine to youngsters of tender age, it is better to do this than to run the risk of these odious parasites establishing themselves, for they are most difficult to dislodge permanently. I have used Saunders worm powders with considerable success. Of course, the dose for kittens must be administered in minute quantity. Just a small pinch given in warm olive oil early in the morning after an all-night fast. In giving the powder to adults, I always enclose it in capsules. In cases of weakness or exhaustion, a few drops of brandy or whiskey in a teaspoonful of warm milk works wonders. It is often necessary to give some sort of tonic after medicine of this description. Siamese kittens should be well fed, not much at a time, but little and often. Lean scraped beef or mutton, vegetables, stale bread and gravy, boiled fish, rabbit, raw eggs, milk previously boiled. In fact, anything light and nourishing. The remains of a meal should never be left on the floor. These kittens' digestions are not strong, and their intestines are most delicately formed. The color of the eyes of Siamese kittens should be well determined at 8 weeks. They are most interesting and playful at this age. A tunnel made of newspapers will afford endless amusement, and after a long and energetic game of play, they will sleep for hours. It is not desirable to lift or handle them more than can be avoided whilst they are very young. In cases of bad colds or coughs, a simple but usually effective remedy is a mixture of 3 pennyworth of oil of almonds and 3 pennyworth of syrup of violets, mixed by a chemist, 1/4 of a teaspoon thrice daily. It is absolutely necessary to shake the bottle thoroughly before administering the medicine. For an adult, an egg spoonful 3 times daily may be given. Cod liver oil is always safe, also the best olive oil, and helps to build up the constitution. As a tonic, I know of nothing to equal half-grain coated quinine pills, given orally each morning for a few days now and again. In cases of bronchitis, Carville's air purifier, about a teaspoonful, should be placed in boiling water, and the cat or kitten made to inhale the steam several times daily, and particularly the first thing in the morning and the last at night. For adults suffering from bad throat complaint and total refusal of all food, I have found no remedy to equal the following prescription, if given in time. I have administered it with great success to numberless cats. 40 drops Calvert's pure carbolic acid, 2 drachms spirits of wine, 6 ounces pure water. Not quite half a teaspoon to be mixed with a teaspoonful of warm milk, poured down the throat 3 times daily. For very young cats, a smaller quantity of the mixture should be given. I doubt if it would be advisable to give it to young kittens. Even if the cat does not swallow the whole dose, it acts beneficially as a mouthwash and disinfectant, apparently removing an unpleasant taste and re-establishing the power to smell, the loss of this sense often preventing a sick cat from eating. Weak eyes, sickness, and diarrhea are tedious ailments to which all kittens are very subject, and to effect a permanent cure, the treatment must be very persistent. I do not know when Siamese were first introduced into England, but Lady Dorothy Neville possessed some several years ago. Sir Robert Herbert imported some, and Miss Forestier Walker and her sister Miss Vian, who have owned and bred many beautiful specimens, first made acquaintance with this breed in 1883, and soon afterwards were presented with Susan and Samuel direct from the palace at Bangkok. Tam O'Cheyenne I also came from Bangkok. These cats had kink tails. From Susan and Tam O'Cheyenne I mated with Mrs. Lee's Meow, Mr. Harrington's Medu, and Miss Moore's Siam, descended amongst others the following well-known and typical cats: Bangkok, Tam O'Cheyenne II, Goblin, Kitsakara, Queen Rhea, King Wally Pug, Prince of Siam, Tam O'Cheyenne III, Adam, Eve, Cupid, Mafeking, Rangsit, Vishuda, Tiamo Cheyenne IV, Suzanne, Achu, Tornito, and Evangeline. In awarding prizes in the Siamese classes at the Cat Club show at Westminster in 1901, I found Suzanne quite the best cat present, and upon referring subsequently to a catalogue, was not surprised to find that Mrs. Vian was her owner. Champion Wang Qi for a long time held his own in the show pen and has sired some very good kittens, but of course, as is usual, age has darkened him. Mrs. Robinson's Ah Chu and Mr. Cook's Zetland Wansis are well-known cats of today. Lady Marcus Beresford's King of Siam is imported, has glorious eyes of sapphire blue, and sires exceptionally good kittens. He is short on the leg, has a coat like satin, and an excellent constitution. Royal Siam, the property of Mrs. Spencer of I Vicarage, Suffolk, who has bred some of the best kittens I have ever seen, is a superb creature with eyes of deepest blue. He was given to a friend of Mrs. Spencer in Siam, is a genuine royal palace-bred specimen with bright blue eyes, a handsome cat with strictly typical points, and he is never ill. Mrs. Harper's late Curly Tail, a daughter of King Kesho, was an excellent example of the breed. All her points were very good. Unfortunately, her life was not of long duration. She died a victim to dropsy. It is so long ago since I first possessed a Siamese kitten that I cannot remember from whom I purchased her. She was a very perfect little creature, absolutely adorable, with her quaint ways, appealing and yet assertive nature. After her death from rapid decline, I tried to put aside all thoughts of securing another, and not until September 1893 did I again fall a victim to the attractions of this breed, purchasing a female of about 1 year old from Zash of Great Portland Street. I named her Euthia. She was supposed to have been imported, had very expressive blue eyes, and she lived until February 1899. In October 1893, immediately after the Crystal Palace show, I became the owner of Kitsakara, a very perfect male, bred by Miss Forestier Walker, which won first prize and several medals and specials. He also carried all before him at Bath in March 1894. Unfortunately, he died that year from congestion of the lungs. King Kesho, the well-known male, sire of many beautiful kittens, I bought from Mr. Forsgate in 1894. He claimed descent from the Duchess of Bedford's Mrs. Seton Kerr's and Miss Forestier Walker's cats. He had large, bold eyes of a glorious shade of blue and very dark points. He won many prizes and specials, but died in 1897. Lido, a male bred by Mrs. Chapman and sired by Champion Wang Qi, was descended from some of the best of his time. He was of the long-bodied, narrow-faced type, most graceful in his movements. Among the many females I have possessed, Cameo was one of my best, her pale body color being relieved by intensely dark points. This little pet died suddenly in July 1896 from failure of the heart's action. Coco was a very large cat, comparatively coarse in appearance for one of this variety. She won the Duchess of Bedford's special at Holland Park in 1896 for the best adult Siamese. Princess Tutu, 1900, bred by Mrs. Bennet, became a great favorite. No words of mine could ever do justice to her remarkable individuality, her fascinating moods, her expressive little face, and sense of the comic. She loved to be sung to sleep, closing her eyes with an unmistakable air of enjoyment and confidence, and clearly requesting an encore when the song ceased. I taught her to dance, and every night at 10 o'clock she frantically enjoyed prancing around the room on her hind legs. Alas, that these little companions to whom we are permitted to become so deeply attached should be only lent to us to brighten our weary way for so short a period. Tutu was always very delicate, and after lying at death's door on several occasions, she finally entered in. With her very last breath, she crept into my arms to die. Yolanda, the female I now own, was presented to me by Mrs. Hankey and bred, I believe, by Mrs. Foote. She is a small cat with very blue eyes and has recently had a litter of 5 kittens by Lady Marcus Beresford's King of Siam. These kittens all possess the gloriously blue eyes to which both of their parents can lay claim. Attaché, a neuter, was given to me in October 1900 when 6 months old by Mrs. Spencer of I Vicarage, Suffolk. He is a very large and powerful creature with massive limbs and an unconquerable antipathy to all other cats of any description excepting only my Russian neuter, whose presence he tolerates. So great is his aversion to even the semblance of a cat that he has attacked a life-size print of an assertive-looking Persian that acted as a stove ornament in the room he occupied during the summer months, scratching it several times across and then retiring behind it, evidently to watch the effect from another point of view. He has large and luminous eyes, in whose unfathomable depths linger many and varied expressions. He is of a particularly jealous disposition, capable of intense devotion. In spite of his living the life of a recluse, he is by no means a victim of ennui, possessing his own special playthings, which he keeps under one particular cushion, hunting them out when he feels inclined to play. For so large a cat, he is remarkably athletic, and as yet his health has caused me no anxiety. It is highly desirable that all who own cats should keep a few simple medicines always at hand. Personally, I am never without the remedies previously alluded to. Delay in neglecting to note and treat at the very commencement certain symptoms of illness often proves fatal, whereas a stitch in time saves 9, and may even save one of the 9 lives that a cat is or was supposed to possess. The love of Siamese cats has not seemed as yet to have developed in America, and specimens of the breed are few and far between. Lady Marcus Beresford sent out 2 good cats to Mrs. Clinton Locke, and I believe several fine litters have been reared, and some fine exhibits appeared at recent shows. I give an illustration of some of these pets with Mrs. Robert Locke on page 256. In the foregoing remarks of noted breeders of this variety, many useful hints are given, and some peculiarities of the breed mentioned. I would, however, draw attention to a curious and rather remarkable fact in connection with Siamese cats. When they are ill, a sprinkling of white hairs invariably appears all over the face and head. The bright blue of the eye vanishes, leaving it a sort of pale opal color. It often takes many weeks before the cat regains its ordinary appearance. Harrison Weir, in his allusions to Siamese, tells us that he had observed a great liking of these cats for the woods, and goes on to describe them as not passing along like an ordinary cat, but quickly and quietly creeping from bush to bush, nor do they seem afraid of getting their feet wet like the feline tribe in general. The male Siamese will take a most friendly and parental interest in the welfare of Madam's family. Indeed, he shows a great liking always to have the company of a lady, and frets greatly when left alone. The males are, however, antagonistic to others of their sex, and fight with a terrible persistency. I have heard of a stalwart fellow who, being allowed his liberty, cleared the neighborhood of all other wandering toms. When made neuter, Siamese become most charming home pets, and can be taught to do tricks more easily than other cats. The sole objection to a Siamese house cat is the trying nature of its unmelodious voice. Siamese are rather prolific breeders, the litters being generally large ones, and the females, as a rule, in the minority. I do not believe that Siamese will ever become common in England for many reasons. These cats are expensive to purchase, difficult to rear, and fanciers are afraid to risk them in the show pen. But in spite of these drawbacks, I think, as time goes on and the Siamese Club extends its labors, we shall see and hear more of these really curious creatures, for what we call the Royal Siamese bears no resemblance to any other cat, and the distinguishing differences being so great tend to make the breed one of our best show cats and a clear class to itself. For the Siamese of the purest blood should not be crossed with other cats. We have heard of any other color Siamese, but these cats of varied hue claiming to be Siamese are but the offspring of a cross. We have been told of black and blue and tabby Siamese, but the fanciers of Siamese look askance at these freaks and feel that it is worse than useless to attempt to produce any other variety than that which we have learned by custom to designate the royal cat of Siam. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Short-haired cats. If a census could be taken of the cats in England or even in London, I suppose the proportion of short-haired cats to long-haired cats would be about 10 to 1. In the cat fancy, however, the breeders of Persians, in comparison to those of the short-haired varieties, are far more numerous. In former days, when cat shows were first held at the Crystal Palace, the premier position was given to the short-haired breeds. On reference to the catalogues up to 1895, I find the following heading at the commencement: Class 1 Short-haired Cats. He-cats, tortoiseshell, or tortoiseshell and white. Then followed the rest of the short-haired varieties, including Siamese, Manx, and blue, self-color. The long-haired breeds, therefore, in those days had to play second fiddle, so to speak. It was in 1896, when the National Cat Club took over the Crystal Palace shows, that the place of honor was given to the long-haired or Persian cats. And now, as all the world knows, or at any rate all the cat world, at every show the short-haired cats are in very small minority. At one time, not so very long ago, there was a danger of these breeds becoming an unknown quantity at our shows. This would have been a grievous pity. So some champions of the household or homely puss arose, and Sir Claude and Lady Alexander founded in 1901 the British Cat Club to encourage the breeding, exhibiting, and kind treatment of these cats. The subscription first started at 5 shillings, but was reduced to 2 shillings 6 pence, so as to try to get members of the poorer classes to join and take an interest in the welfare of pussy. A goodly number of members' names are now on the list, and much has been done in supporting shows by offering specials, chiefly in money, and in the generous guaranteeing of classes. The Honourable Secretary and Treasurer is Sir Claude Alexander, Faygate Wood, Sussex. There is a Scottish brand of this club, of which the Secretary is Miss Leith, Ross Priory, Alexandria, Northumberland. It was also in 1901 that the Short-haired Cat Society was founded by Mr. Gambier Bolton, whose name is so well known in the animal world. At most of the principal shows, this society is represented, and some handsome challenge cups and prizes are placed for competition. The Honourable Secretary is Mrs. Middleton, 67, Cheyenne Court, Chelsea, and the annual subscription is 5 shillings and 2 shillings 6 pence to working classes. In considering the short-haired breeds, I will divide them into 3 sections, viz., selves or whole colors, broken colors, and any other distinct variety. The Siamese and Manx cats I have dealt with in previous chapters, and foreign cats will have a corner to themselves later on. So I propose to deal first with those interesting short-haired, self-colored cats formerly called Russian or Archangel, and which in America are termed Maltese. There has been a good deal of discussion lately as to the points desirable in these cats, which of recent years have clearly become a species of British cats, and therefore are rightly classed as such at our shows, instead of as Russians. Yet this latter name sticks to the variety, and no doubt there are still some real foreign short-haired blues to be found, differing, however, in type from those we have become accustomed to breed and exhibit in England. Harrison Weir and John Jennings, in their book on cats in the early days of the fancy, deal with cats called Russians amongst the long-haired breeds, and these are described by them as larger in body and shorter in leg than Persians, with a coat of woolly texture interspersed with wiry, coarse hairs. In color, we are told they were generally dark tabby, the markings being rather indistinct. I do not think such cats are to be found now in our midst, and so I presume this species of long-haired cat has died out. Anyhow, the term Russian, when now used, is meant to designate the self-colored, smooth-haired cat with which we are all familiar. Certainly the best blues, I have always remarked, are those that have been bred in England, or that at least can boast an English sire or dam, and after writing right and left to breeders of British cats, I have had a difficulty in obtaining any really good photographs. I cannot, however, complain of the pictures of blue shorthairs which illustrate these pages, and which have been really showered upon me. I have failed, however, to be able to illustrate the difference between the foreigners and the Britishers. That there are two distinct types of these blue cats is apparent to anyone who observes the specimens exhibited at our shows. The foreign or imported variety have wedge-shaped faces and are longer and larger in the head with prominent ears. Otherwise, in color and coat, they are similar to those bred in England, and which partake of the same formation as an ordinary British cat. In describing the correct texture of coat of these short-haired blues, I would compare it to plush, for the hair does not lie softly on the slope, but has a tendency to an upright growth, and yet the coat should not have any suspicion of coarseness or roughness to the touch. We know the difference between silk and cotton plush, and it is to the former I would liken the correct coat of these blues. Needless to say that, as in all self-colored cats, the colors should be absolutely even, of a bluish lilac tint, without any sootiness or rusty shade. As in other breeds of selfs, the young kittens exhibit distinct tabby markings, but these vanish as the coat grows, and many a ringed tail which may have caused distress to the breeder will, as time goes on, be proudly held aloft without a suspicion of any blemish. The blues now exhibited appear generally to fail in eye, the color being yellow and often green or greenish yellow, whereas a special feature of this breed should be a deep orange eye, round and full. Another fault which is sometimes apparent is too thick a tail, which is suggestive of a long-haired ancestor. The following is an interesting letter from Mrs. H.V. James, which appeared in Fur and Feather. Blue Russians. I am very interested in the discussion on blue Russians, as years ago I had a perfect type of a blue Russian, which had been imported. When Russians were judged as Russians, it won well at shows, so you may like to have a description of the cat, which is, I believe, a correct one, according to several authorities on Russian cats. A real Russian should be longer in the leg than the English blue. The head is pointed and narrow, the ears large but round, long tail, full near the body but very tapering. According to the English taste, it is not a pretty cat, and only excels over the British blue in the color and quality of its coat, which is much shorter and softer than the latter. The true color is a real lavender blue of such softness and brilliancy that it shines like silver in a strong light. The eyes are amber. I think it a great mistake to give Russian in our show classification now, as these are really almost extinct in England, I believe, and our principal clubs have been wise enough to drop the title for short-haired blues in the same way that Persian has been dropped for long-haired cats. The last time I showed my Russian was at the first Westminster show in a class for Russians. She was, however, beaten by the round-headed British blue, although she was, I believe, the only Russian in the class. In 1901, the class was altered to short-haired blues, which was more correct, as few of the blues shown then had anything of the Russian about them, either in shape or coat. As these classes are now arranged, it would be unfair to judge them except by the standard of our own short-haired cats, and I think that if a club wants to encourage Russians, it should give the extra class Blue Russian, and let it be judged as such. I must own it is disappointing for a Russian owner who, seeing Russian Blue only given in the schedule, enters his cat accordingly and gets beaten by a short-haired blue failing in just the points that the Russian is correct in. I know my feelings after Westminster 1899, when my Russian was described as grand color, texture of coat, failing to winner in width of head and smallness of ears. The blue short-hairs now shown are, I know, far more beautiful with their round heads and shorter legs, but unfortunately, the beautiful is not always the correct type. As British cats, however, they are both beautiful and correct, so why not drop the Russian name altogether? I had a most amusing talk with a blue Russian owner the other day, and a good laugh with him over the ancestors of his Russian blues. Annie P. James. At the Crystal Palace show of 1902, Mr. Woodiwiss judged the blue classes and awarded first to a cat having the English type of head. He gave as his reasons that although he considered the long nose and thin head the right shape for a Russian, yet he added, "I am not here to judge on those lines. I have to judge according to the standard, which gives preference to round head, neat ears, and short nose. And although I really believe Mrs. Walker's Blue Moscow to be the nearest in type to those I have seen in Eastern countries, yet according to our English breeder's standard, it is out of it, and I can only give it reserve." Mr. Mason, our ablest judge of all classes of cats, upheld Mr. Woodiwiss in his awards, and makes the following remarks in Fur and Feather of February 1903, in reporting on the Manchester show. "I hope exhibitors and breeders of short-haired self-blues will take my remarks in the spirit in which they are written. I am glad to see that the Manchester Committee named the classes Blues male and Blues female. To call them Russians is a mistake, seeing that a very large number of those exhibited are crosses from some other varieties. To all intents, the self-blues, as we find them today, have little of the Russian blood in them. Then why call them Russian? Why not self-blues, and judge them on the same lines as the British short-haired cats? What I want to obtain is a uniform type. To go for two opposite types in one class of exhibits cannot be right or advantageous to breeders or exhibitors. Breeders of short-haired blues have never been many in number, nor has there ever appeared any startlingly good specimen in the show pen. Mr. Woodiwiss kept and exhibited several fine specimens: Blue Boy, Blue King, and Blue Queen. The two latter have been passed on to Lady Alexander. Mr. Mariner of Bath is an old exhibitor and great enthusiast of this breed. Mrs. Middleton, Mrs. Herring, Mrs. Crowther, Miss Butler, Mrs. Illingworth, and Mrs. Pownell have all from time to time been possessed of fairly good Russians, so-called. Mr. Cole used to show a lovely fat-faced cat called Muff, but she had green eyes. Mr. Dewar's Firkins and Mr. McNish's St. Juan are blues that have made their name. The three principal breeders at the present time of these cats are Lady Alexander, Mrs. Michael Hughes, and Mrs. Carew Cox. It is at the Crystal Palace shows that an opportunity is given of admiring the fine team of blues from Faygate Cattery. Brother Bump has won a first prize whenever he has appeared in the show pen, and curiously enough, each time under a different judge. He is a full champion, and special prizes have been showered upon him. Besides this handsome fellow, Lady Alexander owns another male, Blue King, and two good females. At Sherdley Hall in Lancashire, there is quite a colony of blues owned by Mrs. Michael Hughes. The cats are reared in outside and unwarmed houses with ample wired-in runs. All the Sherdley cats are prize winners. I am able to give illustrations of Alexis Michael and the two Sashas. The first named has been quoted as a typical British blue. Mrs. Carew Cox is a most ardent supporter and successful breeder of short-haired blues. As she has had a long and varied experience, I asked her to send me some notes. I have pleasure in publishing them for the benefit of my readers. Blue, short-haired cats, many of them imported from northern Russia, make very desirable pets, presenting as they do a neat, smart, tailor-built appearance all the year around, and possessing the great intelligence usually to be met with in all short-haired breeds. They have the advantage over many other varieties in that they are, as adults, strong, healthy cats, not at all liable as a rule to pulmonary attacks. Kittens, however, require both care and patience to rear successfully, and, strange to say, attain sounder constitutions when brought up by healthy English foster mothers. Females are more difficult to rear than males. A Russian cat should be of an even shade of blue throughout, even the skin itself being often, in fact generally, of a bluish tinge. There should be no stripes or bars, and for exhibition purposes there should be no white patches. Kittens frequently have body markings when very young, also rings on their tails, but in purebred specimens, these defects generally become effaced before they are many weeks old. In one case, a kitten, now a large neuter, had until 5 months of age 2 broad black stripes down his back on either side of his spine. They were so decided in appearance that it seemed very doubtful that they would ever disappear. However, at 6 months old, he was a perfectly self-colored cat. This is, of course, most remarkable and unusual, and amongst all the many kittens of this breed that I have reared for the past 13 years, there has never been another presenting a similar appearance. The eyes of a Russian should be golden in color or deep orange. To procure deep-colored eyes, experiments have been made in crossing Russians with Persians, but the results, so far as I have seen, have not proved satisfactory, and to an experienced eye the cross is perceptible. I believe there is no really recognized standard of points for this breed, which until quite recently was comparatively little known. I note that there is a very fair demand for Russians at the present time, chiefly, strange to say, from the north of England. The shape of the head in many of those imported is more pointed than round. Indeed, some have long, lean, pointed heads and faces with big ears. The backs of the ears should be as free from hair as possible. Some, I remark, are entirely devoid of hair on the upper parts of their ears. At least, if there is any, it is not perceptible to the naked eye. Others again have ears covered with particularly fine, close, silky hair. Some imported blues are very round in face and head, with tiny ears and eyes set rather wide apart. These are surely the prettiest and are generally given the preference at shows, but of course it cannot be denied that the long-faced variety present the most foreign appearance, more especially when this type also possesses a lithe and rather lean body. The whiskers, eyelashes, and tip of nose should all be dark blue. The coat should be short and close, glossy and silvery. Sometimes it is rather woolly and furry. Nature having evidently provided these cats with their warm, close coats to enable them to resist the severities of their native climates. Short-haired blues existing also in the north of Norway, Iceland, and, I'm told, in some parts of the United States. Many years ago, some blues with faint tabby markings were imported from the north of Norway. These were called Cannon Girdlestone's breed. I owned two very pretty, soft-looking creatures. Blue and white cats have been imported from the north of Russia and are particularly attractive when evenly marked. Some blues are far paler in color than others. Amongst my kittens are frequently some very beautiful lavender blues. I have remarked that those are rather more delicate in constitution than those of darker hue. As these cats advance in years, they frequently become a rusty brown during the summer months or when acquiring a fresh coat. This discoloration asserts itself principally at the joints of legs and feet. The fur of a very old cat becomes dull and rough, losing the soft and glossy appearance identical with the blue Russian in his prime. There are some people who appear to wish to assert that there is an English breed of blues, and I have been told strange tales of unexpected meetings in country villages with cats of this color, whose owners declared that both parents were English bred. As, however, it is not always possible to identify the sires of household cats, I venture to doubt these assertions. It is sometimes possible to breed blues from a black English female mated to a Russian male. This experiment does not always succeed, as some blacks never breed blues, although mated several times consecutively with Russians. A white English female mated to a blue male simply produces white kittens. At least this has been my experience. Cats imported from Archangel are generally of a deep, firm blue throughout, the eyes and ears rather larger than those of English cats, the head and legs longer. In many of the Russian peasants' cabins can be seen a curious colored print executed in Moscow. It represents the burial of the cat after a dramatic fashion and derives its origin from a very interesting Russian legend. The cat is represented as slate-colored. It is often impossible to decide the ultimate color of a kitten's eyes until it is 4 months old. They vary very much, sometimes giving one the impression that they are green, and perhaps a few days afterward one discovers them to be yellow. As these cats become better known, they naturally increase in popularity, and I should not be surprised to hear of several well-established kennels of this breed in the immediate future. It is many years ago since I first made acquaintance with this breed, and I find I made no notes at the time, so cannot give full particulars. In 1889, however, I purchased a smooth blue, whose owner declared her to be a Siamese. She certainly resembled a puma-shaped Siamese in her body outline and movements, and I believe I entered her in a stud book as such. Duina won many prizes at Crystal Palace and other shows in any variety classes, was a most faithful creature, reared many families, and lived until June 1901. In 1890, I owned a very pretty, soft-looking blue female. She was, in fact, a blue tabby, one of Cannon Girdlestone's breed, also a male of the same variety. They had evidently been the victims of tapeworm for a considerable period, and finally succumbed, owing to the presence of these odious parasites in overwhelming numbers. That same year, Kola, a very pretty blue and white female, became mine. She was imported from Kola, and after changing hands more than once whilst at sea, she was finally exchanged at the London docks for a leg of mutton. A very lovable little cat was Kola, with very round face and very soft fur. She lived until November 1900 and evidently died from old age, becoming feeble and toothless, but quite able to enjoy the soft food that was specially prepared for her. These two old pets, Dwina and Kola, were a great loss after 12 and 10 years' companionship. Ling-Popo, an extremely beautiful blue, was imported from Archangel, very sound in color, rather long in face and legs, sleek, sinuous, and graceful, peculiarly lethargic in her movements, and dainty in her deportment. I bought her in 1893 when she was 7 months old. Unfortunately, a disease of the kidneys carried her off when in the flower of her existence. Moscow, 1893, was a very successful blue Russian sire of many kittens. He won many first and special prizes. He died in 1897 during my absence from home. In 1895, Lady Marcus Beresford presented me with a very handsome kitten, a male, with a very thick yet close coat, and very compact in shape. Olga came to me in 1893 or 4 and still lives. She was imported and has been a great winner in her time, but is getting an old cat now. She is the mother of my stud cat, Bayard, who was born in 1898, and whose sire was King Vladimir. Foshada was born in 1896, and was imported. She is a large, strong cat, and a winner of many prizes. Odessa is a daughter of Foshada by Blue Gown. Eula came to me in 1901, and was imported from Archangel. Sing Sing, Neuter, is the cat that as a kitten had the peculiar black stripes down his spine alluded to previously. He was born on Easter Monday, 1899, a son of Fashoda and Muchacho. He has 2 toes off one of his hind feet, the result of a heavy weight falling upon his foot when a kitten. He suffered greatly from shock, and every day for 3 weeks he paid visits to the doctor, who dressed his foot, having previously amputated the toes. The little fellow had a sad time, but he does not miss his toes now. Muchacho, the stud cat that has sired so many winning kittens, is a son of Mrs. Herring's late Champion Rogie and my late Ling-Popo. I sold him as a kitten, but after 2 people had had him, I again became his owner, and now he will never leave me until he is called to the happy hunting grounds that I hope and think must be prepared for all faithful creatures somewhere beyond the veil. In America, the classification given for these cats at the Beresford Cat Club show is Blue or Maltese, but I have not heard of any ardent fanciers of this breed over the water. More will be written on the so-called Maltese cat by one well qualified to give information later on in this work. I have always been told what delightful pets these blues become, being extremely intelligent and affectionate. Mrs. Bagster, the Cat Club's honorable secretary, owns a splendid fellow, one of Mrs. Carew Cox's well-known strains. At the time of writing, there is no specialist club for short-haired blues, but they are included in the list of the British Cat Club, founded by those ardent supporters of the short-haired breeds, Sir Claude and Lady Alexander. No standard of points has been drawn up for these cats, but the following definitions are descriptive of the 2 types exhibited at our shows. British Blue, short hair. Head, round and flat with good space between the ears, which are small and well set on. Shape, cobby in build, round quarters, and good in bone substance. Coat, short and close, of sound blue color throughout. Legs and feet shade lighter in color, with no bars or markings. Eyes, deep orange in color. Russian Blue. Head longer in formation, has space between the ears, more prominent in ears, and well-tapered face. Fairly round under the cheekbone, thin falls away under the eyes. Comes out rather longer in back, less bone substance. Color same as the British short hair with no bars or markings. Eyes deep orange color. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Short-haired cats. And now I will take a general glance over the other short-haired breeds commonly called English or British cats. As regards points, these are the same as in the long-haired varieties. I give a list as drawn up by a subcommittee of the Cat Club for the use of fanciers and judges. Short-haired cats. White, color pure white, eyes blue. Black, color pure and rich black, no white, eyes orange. Tortoiseshell, color patched yellow, orange, and black, no stripes, no white, eyes orange. Tortoiseshell and white, color white, patched with yellow, orange, and black, no stripes, eyes orange. Silver tabby, color silver gray, marked with rich black stripes or bars, no pure white, eyes green or orange. Spotted tabby, color any shade of light color, evenly marked with spots of a darker shade or black, no stripes, no pure white, eyes orange, yellow, or green. Brown tabby, color golden brown, marked with rich black stripes or bars, no white, eyes orange or green. Orange or red tabby, color light orange or red with darker stripes or bars, no white, eyes hazel or golden brown. Tabby and white, color any shade of tabby with white, eyes orange or green. N.B. Where more than one color is given for the eyes, the first one is to be preferred to the second or third. The subcommittee, Francis Simpson, Gambier Bolton. It will therefore be seen that texture and length of coat are really the distinguishing points between the two varieties. It is just as grave a mistake for a Persian cat to have a short, close coat as it is for one of British type to possess any of that woolliness or length of fur which denotes mésalliance. The commonest species of all short-haired cats may be said to be represented by broken-colored specimens, that is, orange and white, tabby and white, and black and white. These sorts of cats we most frequently see about our public streets and in the homes of country cottagers. At our shows, this type of cat, which would be classed as any other color, is fast disappearing from our midst. In America, I observe that a class is still specially reserved for orange and white cats, and it would seem that this is rather a favorite breed with our cousins over the water. A good black with rich glossy coat and deep amber eyes is, to my mind, one of the choicest of our short-haired breeds. These cats are often marred by the white spot at the throat, and, of course, green eyes predominate to a very great extent. As in the long-haired cats, blue-eyed whites are coming much more to the fore, and on the show bench at least, we do not see many other specimens with yellow or green eyes. Our British tabbies, orange, brown, and silver, are always well represented at the principal shows, and of late years competition has been much keener in these classes. It is when we come to markings that the long-haired breeds must take a back seat, so to speak, and the British puss has an easy walkover. In the short, close coat, the broad or narrow bands of the darker colors show up in grand relief on the groundwork of a rich, though paler shade. The rings round the neck and tail and the bars on the legs are seen to great perfection. It will be easily understood, therefore, that markings in short-haired tabbies claim the first and greatest consideration, and that these should be sharp and distinct. Great care is needed in mating and breeding. A serious and rather common defect amongst silver tabbies is a tinge of brown about the face, generally on the nose. Orange tabby females are rarer than males. The peculiar species known as spotted tabbies is becoming very rare, and whereas formerly some of this breed were generally exhibited at large shows, we now seldom see them. Spotted tabbies are usually brown or silver. I do not recollect having heard of an orange spotted tabby. The spots should spread uniformly over the body, feet, and tail, and if on the face, so much the better. A perfect specimen should not have a suspicion of a stripe or bar anywhere. Harrison Weir considers that the spotted tabby is a much nearer approach to the wild English cat and some other wild cats in the way of color than the ordinary broad-banded tabby. Amongst writers on cats, such as Harrison Weir and Mr. Jennings, priority of place is given to the tortoiseshell cat, and this breed heads their list of short-haired breeds. So also formerly in the Crystal Palace catalogue, to which I have before alluded, tortoiseshells lead the way. Here again the patchy nature of the three colors is, or at least ought to be, the distinguishing feature, and the long-haired cat of the same variety loses some of its individuality by reason of the length of fur, causing a mingling or blurring of the colors. It is a strange fact in natural history, which no one has attempted to explain, that the tortoiseshell tom is a most rare and uncommon animal. A number of clever fanciers and breeders have used their best endeavors and patiently persevered in the fruitless attempt to breed tortoiseshell male cats. In my long experience, I have never known of anyone who has succeeded, and those specimens that have been exhibited from time to time have been picked up quite by chance. I recollect many years ago, at the Crystal Palace show, seeing the pen of a short-haired cat smothered with prize cards, and the owner of the puss standing proudly by, informing inquirers that it was a tortoiseshell tom that lay hidden behind his awards. This man had been paid a shilling by a London cook to take away the troublesome beast out of her area. He had taken it away to some purpose, and his surprise at finding himself and his cat famous was amusing to behold. A very beautiful cat is the English tortoiseshell and white when the colors are well distributed, the red and black showing up so splendidly on the snowy groundwork. I must say I far prefer those cats to the tortoiseshells, which are often so dingy in appearance. In this breed, the male sex is conspicuous by its absence. The two breeds that have made great strides of late years amongst long-haired cats, namely creams and smokes, are very rarely met within the short-haired varieties. I know, however, of a silver tabby that, when mated to a black, throws smoked kittens. These are quaint and pretty, with bright green eyes. The undercoat is snowy white and gleams through the dark outer fur, giving a very distinguished appearance. It is a pity some fanciers do not seriously take up the breeding of cream short-haired cats, as I think they would repay any trouble spent over them. They should, of course, be as pale and even in color as possible, without any markings, and with deep amber eyes. I can only recall one or two, and these not at all perfect specimens. Amongst our present-day fanciers of short-haired cats, I may mention Sir Claude and Lady Alexander, who have splendid specimens of many of the breeds. Mrs. Collingwood has recently almost discarded Persians for the British beauties, being specially partial to silver and orange tabbies. Lady DC's for many years owned the invincible Champion Xenophon, a brown tabby of extreme beauty, who died in 1902. There are several fine short hairs at the spacious catteries in Birchington. Mrs. Herring's name has always been associated with Champion Jimmy, the noted silver tabby, and she is also the owner of King Saul, one of the few tortoiseshell toms that appear at our shows. Many other specimens have been bred by this well-known fancier. Mr. Harold Blackett has a trio of famous prize-winning silver tabbies, and Mrs. Bonnie is a noted breeder of browns and silvers. This enthusiastic fancier writes, "For many years past I have devoted myself to the cult of the British tabby cat. It has been my one hobby. Really good specimens of browns and silvers are scarce. Certainly silvers have increased in numbers during the last few years, and the quality has improved. They are difficult to rear, more especially the males." Mrs. Bonnie's celebrated brown female tabby, Heather Bell, died in 1903. A silver tabby, Dame Fortune, her daughter by Mrs. Collingwood's Champion James II, created quite a sensation at the Westminster and other shows. Miss Derby Hyde has always been faithful to short-haired, blue-eyed whites. Mr. Kuhnel is noted for his gorgeous colored and finely marked orange tabbies. Many breeders of Persians keep one or two short-haired specimens, and I cannot help believing that, as time goes on, we shall have a larger number of fanciers taking up British cats. Harrison Weir, in comparing the two varieties, writes, "I am disappointed at the neglect of the short-haired English cat by the ascendancy of the foreign long-hair. Both are truly beautiful, but the first, in my opinion, is far in advance of the latter in intelligence. In point of fact, in animal life, in that way it has no peer, and, again, the rich colorings are, I think, more than equal to the softened beauty of the longer coat. I do not think that the breeding of short hairs is yet properly understood." A correspondent writing to Our Cats, complaining of the classification for short hairs at shows, says, "All fanciers of that beautiful animal, the British cat, feel how they are handicapped when they receive schedules of the various shows and compare the classification of short and long-haired cats. Far better it would be honestly to announce a foreign cat show with a rider that a few English may compete if they choose. 'Tis a pity in many ways, for, given a little encouragement, the standard of the poor, everyday, homely pussy would be raised, and we would not see so much wanton cruelty and neglect attached thereto. In America, short hairs have not taken on, and at the various shows the specials offered are as small in number as the entries made. I never hear of any exportations of British cats to American fanciers, but perhaps some enthusiast of the breed will start a short-haired cattery. There is certainly room for such an enterprise, and the sturdier Britisher would more easily resist the trials of an Atlantic trip and the terrors of a 3-day show. I have been fortunate in obtaining the kind assistance of two of our best authorities on short-haired cats, namely Mr. H.E. Leung and Mr. T.B. Mason. Some notes by these competent judges will be read with interest. Mr. H.E. Leung says, "It is a matter of regret that this variety at shows is not so fully represented as it should be, taking into consideration the large number of cat exhibitors. There is no doubt that the prettier long-haired variety secures greater support from the lady exhibitors. In addition to the characteristic of being a native production of the British Isles, they have certainly a great advantage in their racy, workmanlike appearance, which is lacking in the long-haired variety. What is handsomer than a sleek-coated black, with its grand gold and amber eyes, the workmanlike spotless white, with its clear blue eye, the aristocratic silver with its rich tabby markings, its soft emerald or orange eye, or the pale lavender-hued blue with its coat of velvet-like texture. Thanks to such enthusiastic breeders as Lady Alexander, Mrs. Herring, Lady D.C.'s, Mr. Sam Woodyweiss, Mr. R.P. Hughes, Mr. Kuhnel, Mr. Lewis Wayne, and several others, we are not likely to allow the English Shorthair variety to deteriorate. I myself think there has been a great improvement in the specimens penned the last few years. The fault we must guard against is the loss of size and stamina, which can only be averted by judicious mating. The increasing number of shows in America, the colonies, and even on the continent should stimulate breeders of the short-haired variety to extend their catteries, for no doubt in a few years there will be a strong demand for the English-bred short-haired cat. Up to the present, only in England has anything like a systematic rule been followed out, which is most essential. In fact, the only course possible to obtain good specimens is to follow out a system of breeding as near perfect as possible, for, as in everything else where breeding is concerned, the old maxim of blood will tell holds good. The stud books should be kept up to date, and stud registrations should be followed out, just as in the dog world. I can imagine many of my readers who do not take up cats as a hobby saying, "The ordinary common garden cat suits my purpose. He is affectionate, he catches mice, and that is all I require." But how much more satisfactory is it to be able to say, "My cat is blue-blooded, has an aristocratic pedigree, is handsome, he goes to shows, perhaps wins, and he is still affectionate. He also catches the mice as well as his brother of lower birth and less striking appearance." You must also bear in mind he does not require any daintier feeding. I consider it is always pleasanter in cat, dog, or horse to own a distinguished-looking animal than an ill-bred, ungainly one that neither pleases nor satisfies the eye. I would here remark upon the absence of men who take up breeding cats as a hobby, and yet the short-haired variety is essentially a man's breed. They require very little grooming and attention compared to the long-haired varieties. Several of the most prominent judges of cats are also recognized authorities in the dog world. I may mention the late Mr. Enoch Welburn, Mr. F. Gresham, the keen all-round judge, Mr. L.P.C. Astley, also at home both in one or the other, Mr. Sam Woodywis, the well-known fancier and expert, Mr. Lane, who also adjudicates on both breeds, and Mr. Lewis Wayne, to whom we are indebted for those delightful pictures depicting cat life. Tortoiseshells are most difficult cats to breed. Either they come too dark or too light, or the colors are not sufficiently well blended. One of the singularities of the breed is the nearly entire absence of males in every litter. In fact, I remember the saying was that a tortoiseshell tom was as scarce as the dodo. At the present time, however, we have two good toms, viz., Champion Bullock Mile Sampson, winner of no fewer than 12 first prizes and championships, the property of Lady Alexander, and Champion King Saul, winner of numerous championships and first prizes, owned by Mrs. Heron. Both these males are very good, and whenever they have been penned together, it has always been a difficult matter for me to decide the winner. In females, Ballock-Mile Beautiful Birdie, sire Champion Ballock-Mile Sampson, also the property of Lady Alexander, winner of several firsts and championships, Fulmer May, the property of Lady Decies, winner of many firsts. They are both grand females, of the right color and type. The tortoiseshell and white Champion Ballock-Mile Otter, the best tortoiseshell and white I have ever seen penned, winner of 9 first prizes and championships, the property of Lady Alexander. This cat has held her own in her class for the last 7 years, a most remarkable feat. Silver tabbies I must certainly class among the most aristocratic of the breeds. Fanciers will tell you how difficult it is to obtain a good one. Either the tabby markings are not clear nor sufficiently defined, the black is not dense enough, the butterfly markings are not distinct, or the eyes are not of the correct color. To get anything like a perfect type in silvers is a great feat, and only the outcome of judicious mating. One of the great faults of many silvers on the bench today is that they are deficient in size, and unless we attend to this, I'm afraid that shortly we are likely to produce a diminutive type, which of course is greatly to be avoided. I hardly think this breed is sufficiently supported, taking into consideration the richness in color and markings of the silver tabby. Among the many winning males, Champion Jimmy stands out very prominently, having won numerous championships and first prizes. He was the property of Mrs. Herring. Others of note were James II, the property of Miss Collingwood, Sedgemoor Silver King, owned by Mr. Sam Woodiwiss. Prominent in the female classes were the noted Queen Champion Shelley, owned by Mr. H.W. Bullock, shown some years ago by that noted sire, King of the Fancy, owned by Mr. Sugden. It is notable he sired both Champion Jimmy and Champion Shelley. Silver Queen, winner of many firsts and specials, the property of the Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison. Sedgemoor Silver Queen, owned by Mr. Sam Woodiwiss. Silver Queen, the property of Harold Blackett, and that grand female, Sweet Phyllis, the property of Mrs. Herring. Very few good brown tabbies are benched, and breeders, I am afraid, get very disheartened at the result of their efforts. I despair to think of the litters I have seen, and not a good one amongst them. The rich brown, sable color is very seldom met with, and now that the world-renowned champion of champions, Xenophon, is no more, we have only Flying Fox and King of Lee, anything like the type you would expect in this handsome breed. Of Champion Xenophon, I'm afraid we can truly say, we shall ne'er look on his like again. His wonderful color, markings, and size approached the ideal short-haired cat. I believe he was either bred by Mr. Heslop or came under his keen eye, and like a good many others was brought down south by that fancier to make a name. He was claimed by Mr. Sam Woodiwiss, who showed him for some years, and he secured for his owner numerous championships, first prizes, and specials, afterwards changing hands and becoming the property of Lady Decies, still following up his winning career after an unbroken record of second to none. I think I am correct in saying this cat has won more money and specials than any short-haired cat ever exhibited. Red tabbies, again, are one of the difficult varieties to obtain. The dense dark red tabby markings against the light red ground is only the result of judicious mating and breeding. Among the many notable males, Ballochmyle Perfection, the property of Lady Alexander, winner of some 100 first prizes, championships, and specials, the sire of Champion Ballochmyle Goldfinder and Ballochmyle No Fool, the mother of Ballochmyle Red Prince, stands out very prominently. Champion Perfection, despite his 10 years, has still the grand dense markings and color as of old. In Ballochmyle Perfection, we have a chip of the old block. Then a later red tabby, Mrs. Collingwood's Clem, is a good-colored red. Mr. Cunell of Bradford for many years held his own in this handsome breed. In fact, most of the present-day winners can be traced from that fancier's cattery. Blues, self-colored, there seems to be a great difference of opinion as to the shape and make of head of these cats. Some judges look for a round, full head of the English-bred cat, others the long head of the Eastern variety. I think that difference arises to a great extent according to where these cats originally come from. I have heard the opinions of some who give Archangel as the point of origin, others Malta. If the cat originated from Archangel, one would naturally expect a long head of Eastern type. The specimens, however, from Malta have certainly the round head and more of the English-bred type. The chief points, in my opinion, apart from the shape of the head, is body color, shape, color of eye, and closeness of coat. They are no doubt a very handsome breed. In color, they are light blue with a delicate lavender bloom pervading the whole coat. Of the many good ones that come to my memory, Moscow, Russian bred, a big winner owned by Mrs. Carew Cox, Champion Balloch-Mile Blue King, winner of 7 championships and first prizes, owned by Lady Alexander, Champion Brookside Iris, late owner Mrs. Pownell, Blue Boy, owned by Mr. Sam Woodywis, Balloch-Mile Brother Bump, and Balloch-Mile Sister Goose, the property of Lady Alexander, a big winner. White English cats appear to have lost less in size than many others, as 2 of the largest winners of today, viz. Balloch-Mile Snow King and Balloch-Mile Billy Blue Eyes, will testify. The white remains the racy, workmanlike character of the true English-bred cat. One fault is very prevalent. They lean very much towards a broken coat. A good many of the white cats penned today have this failing. It is, no doubt, a very difficult fault to breed out. It is noticeable that the females in this breed are so very small and in marked contrast to the toms. The chief points one desires in this breed are closeness of coat, size, and a distinct light blue eye, not washy. Among the numerous winners are Balloch-Mile Snow King, formerly owned by Mr. Sam Woodywis, and now the property of Lady Alexander, Balloch-Mile Billy Blue Eyes, and Biddy Blue Eyes, the property of Mrs. Herring. Blacks, I am sorry to say, are somewhat neglected, considering how striking they are. The dense black coat and contrasting grand amber eye should always find a weak spot in the heart of every exhibitor of the short hair varieties. The points we look for are chiefly closeness of coat, the black of great density, pure amber eyes set in a good round head topped with small ears. I can well imagine my readers will say, "A pure amber eye, how is it to be got? It is such a rarity." I know, however, that by careful mating it is not only possible, but most distinctly certain, as Mr. R.J. Hughes, the late owner of that lovely female Amber Queen, one of the best-eyed cats I've ever seen, can testify. He, in fact, has bred many of the best-eyed winners of late years. Amber Queen, winner of numerous firsts and championships, the property of Miss Una Fox, Balloch-Mile Black Bump, owned by Lady Alexander and formerly the property of Mr. Hughes, Sedgemoor Black King, winner of several championships and first prizes, originally owned by Mr. Sam Woodywis. An explanation may be deemed due to my readers for having included blues amongst the English types, but as the clubs have recognized this breed and sanctioned their being catalogued amongst the English exhibits, I've felt justified in adopting this course, more particularly as the country of origin still remains a matter of speculation. Mr. T.B. Mason's name is a household one in the cat fancy, and this most popular judge has been kind enough to set down some of his many experiences and a little of his universal knowledge for the benefit of my readers. For more than 25 years I have taken a very great interest in all our minor pets, so the breeding and exhibiting of cats has had a large share of my attention. I look at the past and compare it with the present, and I am more than satisfied with the progress made and the high water mark of excellence attained. In the 80s, when that noted North Country breeder, the late Mr. Leung of Harrogate, was hard at work laying the foundations of markings and color in the silver tabby, orange tabby, and the tortoiseshells, which has resulted in making the strains of the North Country short hairs so far ahead of all others, he had little or no idea that in so brief a time the cat fancy would develop into such an important one as at the present time. In recent years, we have seen the National Cat Club, the Cat Club, and a great many specialist clubs formed for the special object of breeding cats to perfection in color and markings. Standards have been made and issued by noted breeders who have met together and have exchanged ideas so that at the present time we have standards that are ideals of perfection. Shape, color, markings, coat, and color of eyes for each separate variety are all plainly stated. All this interest, together with the holding of many big shows in different parts of the kingdom, have brought into prominence a great host of fanciers, including many ladies holding high positions in the best class of society. No wonder, then, that there should be a call for a standard work dealing with all varieties of cats. In the few remarks I have to make on short-haired cats, I shall take the self-colors first. They are, I believe, our oldest variety. The black or the white cat is to be found in many a household. In some parts of the North, when I was a boy, it was said to be a sign of good luck to have a sound-colored black cat, with a coat like a raven's wing, with not a white hair to be found in it. If you have one like this in your home, with a good round head, neat ears, and rich orange eyes, let me ask you to take great care of it. If you reside in a district where shows are held, either in connection with the local agricultural society or in the wintertime in the town hall in connection with the local fanciers' society, by all means enter it, and you will find you have an exhibit of real value. We possess grand examples of first-class blacks in Lady Alexander's Black Bump, Lady D.C.'s Charcoal and Shamrock, Mrs. Knott's King of Blacks, and many other present-day winners. In self-whites, Lady Alexander's Snow King, Billy Blue Eyes, and Snow Bump, Mrs. Western's Prickly Pearl, and the Honorable A. Wodehouse's White Devil are about the best living and in condition and coat hard to find fault with. The eyes of the self-white must be a rich-colored blue. The shorter and fuller you can get both the self-black and the self-white, the better will be the chances of their winning prizes. A long, coarse coat, big or badly set-on ears, and long, thin, snipey faces are little or no good in the show pen. In your breeding arrangements, you do not need at this time of the day to make many experiments. In breeding self-whites, the great aim is to obtain shape and color of eyes. So many good sires are to be obtained that if you are deficient in bone, shape, or color of eyes, you can, with careful mating, obtain these, in some cases with the first cross. My opinion is that in breeding whites, no other color should be mixed with them. In breeding of blacks, you are altogether on another matter. It is a well-known fact that the cross with the self-blue is a most distinct advantage. It not only gives tone and soundness to both the blue and the black, but it also adds luster. For a long time we have called the self-blues Russians. No doubt they, in the first instance, came from the East, but since they were imported into this country, they have been mixed in a great measure with self-blacks, and in some cases with long-haired blues, to get strong, short, round heads, so that at the present time we have very few purebred Russians in this country. My advice to those who are breeding self-blues or self-blacks, by all means put one cross of blacks in the blues, especially if the black has orange eyes. It is in the eyes that most of our self-blues fail. Let me, however, give here a word of warning. Do not mix the colors too often, or you will get the blues too dark or nearly like black. If you get one cross of the black and blue, use it as it should be used, by mixing the offspring well together. I know a great many breeders are not in favor of this inbreeding. This is, without a doubt, their loss. In all branches, inbreeding is the sure road to success. To go outside at every cross, or too often, brings with it a lot of trouble and disappointment. To all, my advice is, having got the strains of noted sires in your youngsters, so mix them that all the good and little of the bad points will come out as the result of your breeding. That you will not get all winners is a sure conclusion, but my experience is, and it is formed after 30 years breeding of fancy pet stock, that in this way you are more likely than in any other to breed winners. Anyone who has seen Lady Alexander's brother Bump, Mrs. Hughes' Alexis, Miss Butler Aton's Bluebell and Blue Stockings, Mrs. Carew Cox's Fashoda, and Mrs. Stewart's Firkins cannot but fall in love with this color. All that is needed to make this one of our most popular varieties is uniformity in shape. In my opinion, these cats should be judged on the same lines as our self-blacks and self-whites. I now come to the tabbies, silver, orange, and brown. What a lovely variety they are, and what a fine picture any of the three colors makes if they are seen in full coat and clear markings. In silvers, the old-time champion, the Silver King, was without a doubt the foundation of most of our present-day winners. Mrs. Herring's Jimmy, the noted female Shelley, and a host of others that at the moment I cannot remember, are worthy of the great deeds of the past. In the present-day champions are to be found Mrs. Collingwood's James II, Mrs. Herring's Sweet Phyllis, Mrs. Bonney's Heather Bell and Dame Fortune, Mrs. Turner's Masterpiece, and Mrs. Western's Princess, and last but not least, Mr. Blackett's noted team, including Silver and Silver Star. In the orange, we have a strong lot, including Lady Alexander's capital team, Perfection, Red Prince, Miss Perfection, and Mother Pop. Mrs. Temple's Dr. Jim, Mrs. Collingwood's Clem, and Belle of Bradford, Mr. Thompson's Red Rufus, and Mr. Cunell's Coronation King, all of them getting close on the standard both in color and markings. In browns, the old champion Xenophon is, to my mind, the best tabby of any color ever seen in the show pen. His picture is before me as I pen these lines. I well remember giving him the first and special for best cat in the show. Since that time, how many times he has won the championship, I cannot say. His loss will be great, both to the fancy and also to Lady Decease. Flying Fox, the property of Messrs. Ainley and Graham, Mrs. Pratt's Tommy Jacks, and Mrs. Oliver's Danefield Vera, are all good ones, but in this color of tabbies the competition is not half so keen as it is in silver and orange. One standard governs all the three colors. The ground or body color must be pure and clear from any other color. In a great many well-marked ones I meet in the show pen, the rusty brown tinge on nose, ears, and brindled in the body markings puts them out of the prize list. It is a great mistake to cross the silver tabby with the brown tabby, or one that has in its pedigree the brown tabby blood. If the black markings need a darker shade, my advice is use for once the self-black. If you do not get the desired effect the first cross, the youngsters mated together have been known to breed some really good ones. By all means, if possible, get into your silver's green eyes. I am aware that the standard says green or orange eyes, but in all cases where the competition is very keen, the orange eyes are a distinct disadvantage. In the breeding of the orange tabby, you need to be very careful. The use of the tortoiseshell has been found to be very advantageous. In fact, some of our best orange tabbies have been bred from the tortoiseshells. The mixing of these two varieties, if done carefully, will bring success on both sides, but care should be taken not to bring too much of the tortoiseshell into the orange, or, on the other hand, carry too much orange into the tortoiseshell. The pale yellow eye in an orange is a great point against it winning in the keen competition which we have at the present time. The eyes must be a very rich orange to match the body color, which should be 2 or 3 shades lighter than the markings. In the browns we have 2 distinct colors, the sable color and the old brown color. The old cat that I have referred to of Lady Decease was a sable tabby. No doubt this color is the more taking of the two, but both are useful, and the old brown color must not by any means be overlooked in our liking for the sable color. In all the colors of tabbies, we find that the chief bad points are the white lips in the sables, mostly, the white spots in the chest in our orange, and the rusty, mousy color in our silvers. The color of the eyes, too, in our browns and sables is far from what it ought to be. Some eyes are a pale green, some a pale yellow. All this proves that the breeders at times go too far in the outcrossing and bring in with it faults that crop up when those crossings are nearly forgotten. In the breeding of browns, nothing more is needed than what we have, namely the sable color ones and the old colored browns. The blending together of these two colors will put any breeder on the highway to success. I am more surprised that this variety is not stronger than it is at the present time. I am sure of all the race and colors of tabbies they are the easiest to breed, and yet we find they are the fewest in number at our big shows. In looking for a real good tabby, do not miss the chest, feet, and tail. We have a great lot of good cats if body markings and color were all that was needed. But when it comes to the ring tail, the rings around the chest, and the markings right down to the toe ends, then they come a cropper, as we say in the North. One more important point before I finish. What a painful task it is to the judge to find very good all-round exhibits that have plain head markings. The face and cheeks are right in ground color, and the pencil markings on the foreface running into the markings behind the ears, and those on the cheeks are of the faintest color and, in many cases, broken. Such head markings and color spoil many otherwise really good cats. I now come to the tortoiseshells, a mixture of orange and black. I have dealt with mixing of colors in my remarks on the orange tabbies. All I need say here is, mind that in your tortoiseshells you do not get the orange markings. The most successful breeder in the north of this variety, the late Mr. Leung of Harrogate, made tabby markings in a tortoiseshell a disqualification in the show pen. The presence of any white is also a very great drawback, and this is often found in small patches on the chest or on the belly. You can have both too light and too much orange color, or you can have them too dark or too much black. Equal colors and well mixed is about the right thing, with good orange eyes. At the present time we have Lady Alexander's and Mrs. Herring's males, Champion Simpson and Champion King Saul. Females are very strong and well represented in Mrs. Pratt's Tib of Rockdale and Messrs. Graham and Ainsley's Sunine. The tortoiseshell and white is a most lovely and taking variety, commonly called the Chinchilla white in our homesteads. Very few and far between are good specimens to be found, and yet in the show pens these tricolor cats have a great advantage over their fellow felines. Lady Alexander has exhibited some splendid tortoiseshell and whites, Ballochmyle otter being one of the best. See illustration, page 289. A very common drawback in this variety is the mixture of tabby with the orange and white, instead of the patches of black. I feel sure if this variety were only taken up more, we should see a remarkable advancement, both in markings and in color. The patches, white, orange, and black, in an ideal specimen should be, if possible, about equal in number and well placed on the body, head, and feet. They look very charming when you see a really good one. I hope a few more fanciers and breeders of short-haired cats will be coming forward, so that the number exhibited at our shows may steadily increase. In this hope I do most heartily join, for although my name is mostly connected with the long-hair breeds, I am such a lover of all cats that I feel as anxious for one variety as another to obtain friends and favor. It is specially in the south of England that the interest in our short-haired breeds is on the wane, and it behooves all fanciers to strive to assist in keeping alive the love of the British cat in our midst. In 1902, Sir Claude and Lady Alexander most generously guaranteed the whole of these classes, and although they themselves made a very numerous entry, yet there was a deficit to pay of several pounds, a thing which ought not to be. I find that the Manx, Siamese, and Blues are generally able to take care of themselves at shows, or they have clubs and secretaries who look after their interests, but the common or garden puss needs a kindly hand to assist in drawing him to the front, for as that well-known lover of the domestic cat, Harrison Weir, writes, "Why should not the cat that sits purring in front of us before the fire be an object of interest, and be selected for its color, markings, and form?" End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grass. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Some Foreign Cats. Chapter 26. Some Foreign Cats. It is not intended in the following notes to enter into a description of the various beautiful and interesting wild felines, for although some of these, such as the ocelot, the Jeffreys cat, and the wild cat, are not infrequently seen in pens at our leading shows, such matter really comes more within the province of a natural history than of the present work. Two varieties alone may justly claim some slight attention here, these being the Egyptian cat, Felis maniculata, and the European wildcat, F. catus. It may reasonably be imagined that our common cat was derived from the last named, considering that at one time it was a common animal all over England, as well as on the continent. The untamable ferocity of this variety, which is probably the least amenable of all living creatures, has doubtless prevented its ever having been domesticated, and the high value which, as we learn from old writings, was placed upon the domestic puss at a time when the wildcat was a common animal in England, plainly show that F. catus was not the ancestor of F. domestica, although the two will freely interbreed. Many years ago, for instance, the old Spanish wildcat which used to be kept at the zoological gardens in the so-called aviaries, now occupied by the civets, mated with his cage mate, a tortoiseshell and white queen, and of these cross-bred kittens both Sir Claude Alexander and the writer of these lines possessed specimens. It is usually assumed that the Egyptian or Kaffir cat is the progenitor of the majority of the domestic cats. This is the variety which was domesticated, revered, and embalmed by the ancient Egyptians. It is found over the whole of Africa, and it is quite easy to understand how, with its eminently tameable disposition, it gradually spread all over Europe. Our so-called Abyssinian cats, to which reference will be made later on, bear a very striking resemblance to this handsome variety of cat. The domestic cats of other parts of the world, however, are undoubtedly derived from the smaller wild cats of the countries in question. Thus it is probable that several varieties have a share in the creation of the Indian domestic cat, of which Leith distinguished two varieties. The fulvous variety he considered to be derived from the Indian jungle cat, F. cos, a fulvous cat which in its high legs, shorter tail, slightly tufted ears, and it is worthy of note that some of the best Abyssinians have large and slightly tufted ears, marks the approach to the Lycian group. The spots kind he traces to the leopard cat, the desert cat, and the rusty spotted cat. A most extraordinary variety, of which next to nothing appears to be known, is the hairless cat, and we cannot do better than quote in extenso the description given by the owner of what, if his surmise should unhappily prove to be correct, was the last pair of these peculiar animals, a portrait of which we give. Albuquerque, New Mexico, February 3rd, 1902. Mr. H. C. Brooke. Dear Sir, yours of January 20th is at hand. In answer, I would say my hairless cats are brother and sister. I got them from the Indians a few miles from this place. The old Jesuit fathers tell me they are the last of the Aztec breed, known only in New Mexico. I have found them the most intelligent and affectionate family pets I've ever met in the cat line. They are the quickest in action and smartest cats I have ever seen. They are fond of a warm bath and love to sleep under the clothes at night with our little girl. They seem to understand nearly everything that is said to them, but I have never had the time to train them. They are marked exactly alike, with mouse-colored backs, with neck, stomach, and legs a delicate flesh tint. Their bodies are always warm and soft as a child's. They love to be fondled and caressed, and are very playful. Will run up and down your body and around your waist like a flash. Nellie weighs about 8 pounds, and Dick weighed 10 pounds, but I am sorry to say we have lost Dick. We have never allowed them to go out of the house, as the dogs would be after them. They were very fond of our water spaniel, and would sleep with her. Dick was a sly rascal, and would steal out. One night last year he stole out, and the dogs finished him. His loss was very great, as I may never replace him. The Chicago Cat Club valued them at $1,000 each. They were very anxious for me to come up with them for their cat shows, but I could not go. They were never on exhibition, as this is a small city. I feared they would be stolen. I have made every endeavor to get another mate for Nellie, but have not been successful. I never allowed them to mate, as they were brother and sister, and I thought it might alter Nellie's beautiful form, which is round and handsome, with body rather long. In winter they have a light fur on back and ridge of tail, which falls off in warm weather. They stand the cold weather the same as other cats. They are not like the hairless dogs, whose hide is solid and tough. They are soft and delicate, with very loose skin. Nellie has a very small head, large amber eyes, extra long mustache, and eyebrows. Her voice now is a good baritone. When young it sounded exactly like a child's. They have great appetites, and are quite dainty eaters. Fried chicken and good steak is their choice. Have never been sick an hour. The enclosed faded picture is the only one I have at present. It is very lifelike, as it shows the wrinkles in its fine, soft skin. Dick was a very powerful cat, could whip any dog alone. His courage, no doubt, was the cause of his death. He always was the boss over our dogs. I have priced Nellie at $300. She is too valuable a pet for me to keep in a small town. Many wealthy ladies would value her at her weight in gold if they knew what a very rare pet she is. I think in your position she would be a very good investment to exhibit at cat shows and other select events, as she doubtless is the only hairless cat now known. I have written to Old Mexico and all over this country without finding another. I would like to have her in some large museum where she would interest and be appreciated by thousands of people. Trusting this will reach you in safety, I am very truly yours, F. J. Shinnick. We can only add, whilst deeply regretting that Mr. Shinnick did not mate his cats, the earnest hope that we may hear that he has discovered the existence of other specimens. Should it prove that a parcel of street curs are responsible for this curious variety becoming extinct, even such confirmed dog lovers as ours are almost tempted to acquiesce in a universal and everlasting muzzling order. It is to be regretted that no information is given as to whether the dentition of these cats was abnormal and imperfect, as is the case with the Mexican hairless dogs. Very curious and handsome is the Indian cat in disture first, exhibited by Miss H. Brooke. His most striking peculiarities are the length and slenderness of his limbs, the extreme shortness of his coat, and his thin and tapering tail, which reminds the observer of that of a pointer. His ears are small, but as a kitten they were of enormous size, and his long and pointed head gave him a most weird appearance. The voice of this cat is very variable, and far more resembles the raucous call of the Siamese than the voice of any European cat. This cat has had a very adventurous existence. He, with his little sister, was originally stolen from a hotel in Bombay by an English sailor. On the way home, he twice fell overboard, but more fortunate than his companion, was safely rescued. He also suffered shipwreck in the Sabron on Young Island. On arriving nearer home, he disappeared, and was only after several days' absence discovered in the bows of the ship, as black as the coal amongst which he had been sojourning. His last exploit was to fall in the docks, after which the sailor handed him over to a shoemaker at Leytonstone, where he was discovered by his present owner, after he had twice escaped from bondage, and astonished the natives of that place by perambulating the housetops, lamenting in the tones of a lost soul. His owner arrived at the conclusion that he had no convenience for restraining him, and at last yielded to persuasion, and handed him over to his present proprietors for consideration of sundry gold coins of the realm, and a kitten with 7 toes on each foot. It is a very remarkable thing that the Asiatic cats are so subject to abnormal formations of the tail. The Siamese cats, as is well known, very frequently possess kinked tails. In Burma also cats are found, some tailless, some with crooked or twisted stumps. These cats, when spotted, are very striking. When of an ordinary color, they simply recall an indifferent Manx. Japan also possesses tailless cats, but those with ordinary caudal appendages also occur, and are probably the most numerous. There is said to be a variety of Chinese cats which is remarkable for its pendant ears. We have never been able to ascertain anything definite with regard to this variety. Some years back a class was provided for them at a certain continental cat show, and we went across in the hope of seeing, and if possible, acquiring some specimens, but alas, the class was empty. We have seen a stuffed specimen in a continental museum, which was a half long-haired cat, the ears being pendant down the sides of the head instead of erect, but do not attach much value to this. We have seen specimens of a very tiny domestic cat, full-grown individuals of which weigh only about 3 pounds. Those we saw came from South America. A cat called the Mombasa cat, for the east of Africa, is said to have a short coat of wiry texture. There are, of course, no cats indigenous to Australia. An American writer gives it as his opinion that a certain strain of Australian cats is derived from imported Siamese cats. A specimen we possessed last year, which was born on a ship during the passage from Australia, and which exactly resembled its dam, certainly had every appearance of being of Eastern origin. It had the marten-shaped head and a triple kink in the tail. Its voice also resembled that of the Siamese. In color it was gray, with darker spots. A very taking variety is the Abyssinian, A good specimen should very strongly resemble what one might well expect the Egyptian cat to become after generations of domestication. Since the death of Sedgemoor Bottle and Sedgemoor Patey, there have been no cats penned of such superlative merit as were these two specimens. The photograph of Sedgemoor Patey which we give hardly does justice to the cat. The color of an Abyssinian should be a sort of reddish fawn, each individual hair being ticked like that of a wild rabbit, hence the popular name of bunny cat. The great difficulty in breeding these cats is their tendency to come too dark and too heavily striped on the limbs. The face should be rather long, the tail short and thick, and the ears large. These points are well shown by little bunny Teetle Tit, first in the Abyssinian class at the 1902 Crystal Palace Cat Show. Though in color she was not the best penned, the Abyssinian should not be a large coarse cat, a small cat of delicate coloring, and with the above-mentioned body properties is by far to be preferred to the large, coarse, dark specimens one sees winning under some all-round judges merely because of their size. More than any other varieties have the foreign cats suffered from the negligence of show committees and the awful judging of all-round judges, plus the equally awful reports furnished by all-round reporters. At the best, knowledge of the different varieties of foreign cats is absolutely in its infancy. It should be the aim of large shows to provide, whenever possible, judges for these interesting strangers who do really take some interest in them. I am bound to say that of late years the National Cat Club has done its best to meet the wishes of owners in this respect, and with gratifying results, as witness the good classes at the Crystal Palace show, where there were no fewer than 11 Abyssinians penned, a record number. The Cat Club, on the other hand, has persistently neglected them, having on almost every occasion handed them over to some all-round judge who knows little and cares less about them, with the natural result that the exhibitors are disgusted. Take, for instance, the last show, when a very dark, almost a sooty Abyssinian was placed above a very fair specimen, merely because the latter had about a dozen white hairs on its throat. The value of the winner may be gauged from the fact that its owner, a lady well known in the cat world, expressed her intention of having him neutered and keeping him merely as a pet. The same judge, in dividing the prizes amongst the Manx Cats, appeared to think the color of the throat of far more importance than the shape of the hindquarters in this section. Again, of what value does the reporter flatter himself his writing can be when we read in a so-called critique of a spotted Jeffreys cat and of an ocelot that they are pretty tiger-marked specimens? We wonder if the gentleman ever saw a tiger. There is much that is fascinating, much, nay, almost all, to learn, the most beautiful colors and arrangements of markings to be studied by those who will devote their attention to foreign cats. To the search for something new we owe the beautiful Siamese. Will no one pay some attention to the other varieties of the feline tribe from distant lands? They are well worth it, and the addition of more foreign cats at our shows will be interesting and instructive. H.C. Brooke. End of section 30.